Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, I got nothing for you today. Yeah, yesterday was absolutely insane. Biggest update since June of 2023. 100 points up on this SPY. Global sentiment. New all-time highs everywhere. And today we just have a breather. You don't have much data. We have Chris Waller coming up. People are kind of excited, even though we've already heard from him. But other than that, we are still in this melt-up mode. Nothing crazy happened. And now we are on day number 2 of the positive sentiment from yesterday and earnings. So, Chad, I hope you're locked in. I hope you're ready. We're going to have a good Friday here. It is Friday, too. So I hope you guys are ready for a good Friday. But should be pretty straightforward and then lead us in to the last week of February. Then before you know it, it's March. But, Chad, Adonia. Good morning, baby. Woke up and drive. Tell him, Jesse. What up, Laurie? Ben. Ryan Walters, baby. Brian Fierros. Good morning. Zora, Sungrown, Nathan, Josh Weber, 707, Battleboard, Ian, Light Abyss, Mark J, Dirty Bird. Good morning, baby. Oh, what up, Najee? What up, Danny? How you living, Candy? What's going on, Ansel? El Chapato, baby. Good morning. Good morning, B. Dizzle. Good morning, Ari. Good morning, Malik. Samuel C, baby. Jay Samuels. Namin, baby. Inland Empire. Devlin. Good morning. Oh, my goodness. Happy Friday, baby. Oh, Trapper Wolf in the house. Good morning, baby. IV. Tim Gonzalez. Hey, Sos. Corey Yates. Cold Pizza, baby. Listo. Eric Torres. Wild Style, baby. Good morning. What up, Mr. Carlito, C-Money, Agent of Chaos around the world. Hurt, baby. Shy Most, Youngblood, Anselm, baby. Ty Reed, baby. Oh, Malik. Colt Life, baby. Tell him. Oh, good morning, Chattadonia. Open Face in the house. KC in the house. Me, Nacho. Good morning, baby. How you living, Jonath? Jonath, what a beautiful name. Jonath, Christina. Good morning, Nepal. Oh, my goodness. Nickelbag, Winning Loser, Lowell, Monica, Sergio, Tyree, Peso. What about the Twitch, baby? Lucky J, Nikki on Smash, VVV Buzz, baby. Good morning. Senkow Hustle, how you living? S. Jones, Jax, Lucky J, Rippin' Snipe, Big Curly, Dev Patel, Universe's favorite, NXG, Lynn Sands, Lucky J, Danny V, Bruce McCarter, baby. Lucky J, LX Alpha, Trolling for Life, baby. KJ Lemur, Yunan, Angelus, Feed Me Seymour, Blowing Doe, and El Coyote, and Blazing Bob, and Robo Handtech. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, good morning, Chad. We are live, baby. We are live. We are live. I love you, Brittany, but you can't be doing them rocket ships not this early. You know what I'm saying? It's a good day. You know there was a rocket ship that landed on the moon? That lunar everybody was talking about. But, Chad, I hope you guys are locked in. Let's have a good Friday here. But now, I don't know if you hear it. Because I yell in the morning. I get ready. I get very excited when I see your guys' names. I don't know. I'm like a puppy. Apparently, my girlfriend said I got real puppy dog energy, so I feel you. But please stay tuned. My friend Josh AI, he is going to bring you the first half of the news. Sound good? Sound good. Awesome. Awesome. Good morning. I love you. Good morning. Let's get into it.
U.S. stock futures pause after record-busting rally. Markets took a breather on Friday as investors assessed the outlook for equities after benchmarks from the U.S. to Europe and Japan hit all-time highs in the wake of NVIDIA Corp's blockbuster earnings. U.S. futures were little changed after gains overnight pushed the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100, along with MSCI's All-County Index, to new records. NVIDIA is on track to scale $2 trillion in market value for the first time ever after shares climbed as much as 2.7% in pre-market trading, adding to Thursday's meteoric rise. NVIDIA's $277 billion one-day boost to its market capitalization on Thursday was the biggest single-session increase in value ever, eclipsing a recent $197 billion gain by Meta Platforms Inc. Question is whether the tech rally can be sustained and broadened to other sectors, even as bets on Federal Reserve rate cuts wane amid data showing the world's largest economy is still going strong. The speed of the tech rally has left investors wondering whether to take profits, said Mark Heffel, Chief Investment Officer at UBS Global Wealth Management. While we see merit in rebalancing portfolios, we believe that retaining strategic exposure to U.S. large-cap technology is important, and the rise in tech stocks could go further still. The 10-year Treasury yield was steady after top Fed officials hammered home the message Thursday that the U.S. central bank is still on track to cut interest rates this year, just not anytime soon. A gauge of the dollar was flat. The Stoxx Europe 600 index edged higher amid mixed earnings, after also closing at a record on Thursday. UK-based lender Standard Chartered plc climbed more than 8% after unveiling a profit beat and share buyback. German insurer Allianz SE declined after non-life insurance earnings missed analysts' expectations. Deutsche Telekom AG, Europe's largest telecommunications operator, slipped after a miss in non-US earnings. Concentration risk. Just like the US, Europe now has its own concentration risk, with 4 megacap stocks, ASML Holding NV, SAP SE, LVMH and Novo Nordisk AS, accounting for more than half of the Stoxx 600's advance of 3% in 2024, against a combined weighting in the benchmark of only about 10%. Still, global equity returns should broaden, though stock performance in 2024 is likely to be about earnings delivery, according to Citigrouping strategists. The AI rally and optimism about economic growth at a time of easing monetary policy are a magic sauce for more gains in equity markets, according to Bank of America Corp's Michael Hartnett. Heffel at UBS concurred, beyond technology, we think investors should also prepare for a potential broadening of the equity market rally, which could materialize with a combination of Fed interest rate cuts. Still robust growth, and falling inflation, he said. In Asia, China's benchmark index CSI 300 extended its gains to a 9th session, while Hong Kong shares were steady. Australian, Taiwanese and South Korean equities advanced. Japanese markets were closed Friday for a public holiday. In commodities, oil slipped as investors weighed signs of a tightening market against persistent concerns around demand. Gold fluctuated. Nickel and copper climbed, but iron ore headed for the largest weekly drop in almost a year amid concerns that Chinese steel demand may disappoint. Post-Nvidia calm. Stock futures are pretty flat following a blowout session peppered with indexes hitting records. All powered by the much-hyped and ultimately even better than expected results from AI poster child Nvidia. The S&P 500 and the Nasdaq 100 both hit new records, so did the Nikkei 225 in Japan. In the end, Nvidia ended up adding $277 billion in market value, the biggest increase in market value in a single day ever, and the stock is rising again in pre-market trading, raising the prospect that it will become the first chipmaker to hit the $2 trillion milestone. Maybe in June. Economists at Goldman Sachs have pushed back their view on when the Fed will begin cutting interest rates to June, dropping their forecast for a May cut. They said recent comments from Fed officials show less concern about keeping rates too high for too long and have been clear that definitive evidence of cooling inflation is needed before cuts appear. 3 Fed officials hammered home that message, saying that the central bank is on track to cut rates, just not anytime in the immediate future. Dumping treasuries. A money manager at Fidelity International has sold the vast majority of holdings in U.S. treasuries from the funds he oversees on the expectation that the country's economy still has room to expand. George Efstathopoulos sold most of the holdings in December and is now turning to more cyclical assets to benefit from economic growth. Deutsche Bank's Jim Reed, meanwhile, remains among the doubters that the U.S. economy is headed for a soft landing. Tentative recovery. Chinese assets are showing signs of a recovery following a painful run of losses in the local stock market amid growing confidence that the improvement in the country will have depth. The decline in home prices has also slowed. China's central bank is trying to underpin that by aiming to squeeze more value from its policy actions, attempting to catch markets unaware with surprise easing measures. Quantitative hedge funds in the country, meanwhile, are admitting to unprecedented failures in their stock trading models during this wild stretch for the stock market. Underpricing disorder. Financial markets are underestimating the risk of global political and social turmoil coming from populist policies and from the potential erosion of the rule of law, according to former U.S. Treasury Secretary Lawrence Summers. More broadly, the U.S. and China are discussing new measures to prevent a wave of sovereign defaults in emerging markets. One of the most significant attempts in years at economic cooperation between the two. Top news. China's housing crisis is getting worse, WDEC new home prices in 70 major cities falling 1.24% YY in Jan, versus minus 0.89% in DEC, while second-hand prices sank even more. Wall Street Journal. Constrained on all sides, China's central bank is aiming to squeeze more value out of its policy actions by catching markets unaware with surprise easing aimed at putting a floor under the struggling economy. A record cut to a key lending rate earlier this week announced by the People's Bank of China was just the latest unexpected move since Governor Pen Gongsheng took office last summer. At a press briefing last month, he shocked with an outsized cut to bank's reserve requirement ratio. BBG. A bill in the U.S. Congress targeting Chinese biotech companies may end up being more narrowly tailored, the U.S. lawmaker who proposed it said on Friday, adding that he was cautiously optimistic something could be passed this year. RTRS. The U.S. and China are discussing new debt plans to prevent a wave of EM sovereign defaults, in potentially their biggest joint economic cooperation in years, people familiar said. Any plan, which may include extending loan periods before defaults, may require buy-in from private creditors. BBG. ECB Governing Council member Robert Holzman said he doesn't see reductions in interest rates coming before the U.S., suggesting he reckons any move by policymakers in Frankfurt may still be some way off. BBG. Fed officials signal rate cuts will arrive eventually, but additional disinflationary evidence will be required first. BBG. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has finally unveiled Israel's plans for Gaza after hostilities end in the enclave, submitting to his war cabinet a formal proposal that directly contradicts the objectives of the U.S. FT. Comments this week from Fed officials and the minutes to the January FOMC meeting suggest that the first rate cut is unlikely to come as early as our previous forecast of the May meeting. We have therefore dropped our forecast of a May cut and now expect 4 cuts total in 2024, versus 5 previously, in June, July, September, and December, followed by 4 more cuts in 2025, versus 3 cuts previously, to the same terminal rate of 3.25 to 3.5%. GIR. Intuitive Machines leapt pre-market after becoming the first private firm to land a robotic spacecraft intact on the moon. NASA paid almost $118 million for the mission that ended a string of failures. BBG. Mutual fund cash allocations are nearing record lows. Mutual fund PMs can express directional views on the forward path of equities through the share of their assets they choose to hold in cash. Mutual funds continue to deploy cash reserves into the equity market in 4Q23, cutting their allocation to cash from 1.9% to 1.7% of assets. Fund cash allocations now stand just 20 BP above their all-time low of 1.5% reached in December 2021. GIR.
GIR. Thank you. Wow. So there you go. That's the first set of the news. There's a little bit more. Don't worry, I didn't leave. We're just delegating some of the vocal work. Giving it to you in the morning. Y'all still get the nose. What's up, man? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, baby. So S&P futures, they're up by 0.2 Friday pre-market after U.S. equities rallied on Thursday with the NASDAQ up over 3% on semi-strength, its best performance in over a year. Dow and S&P and NASDAQ all up over 1% this week. Coming into Friday, the Russell is down nearly 1. Treasuries little changed after this week's backup in yields. Dollar is down by 0.1, touch weaker on the major crosses. Gold is up by 0.3, and Bitcoin is down by 2.1, and WTI off by 1.8. NVIDIA beat and raise and AI tipping point talk is the big bullish theme for the market right now, given the tailwind for mega cap tech and semi. However, Fed speak fits some further hawkish repricing and pivot expectation as officials continue to flag the need for more evidence inflation is moving back to target and have stepped up warnings on easing too soon following hotter January CPI PPI prints. Some concerns equities have ignored the backup and bond volatility, though not the case for Russell, as well as continued ramp up in geopolitical tensions. However, some cushion on the better U.S. growth backdrop and heightened corporate focus on operational efficiency initiatives to protect margins. Nothing on the U.S. economic calendar. No Fed speakers today. Fed speak in the headlines with outsized focused on Waller. Noted he is going to need to see at least another couple more months of inflation before determining whether or not January was a speed bump or a pothole. Added that he largely sees upside risk to his expectation that inflation will fall to the 2% goal. However, he did say that he still expects that the Fed can begin lowering rates at some point this year. Fed Cook said that she still expects to cut this year, but would like to have greater confidence regarding inflation path. Intuit mixed with SMB, better consumer impacted later start of tax season. Booking beat on Q4 metrics, but magnitude underwhelmed and guidance pointed to slower growth and less margin expansion. Square beat and raise with street positive on cost saving and Cash App growth plans. EOG takeaways focused on less capital efficient 24 guide. WBD missed as studio revenue hit by strike. RKT beat in Q1 revenue outlook better. LYV beat and guided for double digit AIO growth. in 24. Pod Q4 strong but helped pull forward, which also impacted guidance. Carvana up big with EBITDA and EBITDA guidance better on improving unit. AMH beat but initial FFO guide light, and then GH hit by a push out of FDA meeting and slightly softer revenue guidance. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. So NVIDIA market cap swells by a record $277 billion in single day. NVIDIA earnings spark surge demand for call options and other AI companies. Capital One takeover offer for Discover includes $1.3 billion termination fee payable by either company. Reddit files for IPO. FBI investigating tech and telecom outages for possible cyber attack evidence. Fed officials warn risk of easing prematurely, back cautious approach. Goldman economists push back on view Fed will begin cutting in June versus May. Bank of China shifting preference to surprise rate moves in bid to revise confidence. ECB Holzman says does not see rate cuts coming before the year end. RBA minutes show no signal from board of lower interest rates. Money market funds experience another week of outflows and dialing back of the Fed rate cut bets. Strategists anticipate equities continuing their march higher, though half see correction in the next 3 months. U.S. commercial property foreclosures jumped in January. Germany IFO business climate edges up in February. GfK consumer confidence falls amid concerns over persistent inflation. Sharp fall in New Zealand retail sales fuels recession concerns. China home prices shrink again, though at slightly narrower pace. Foreclosures surge. CSRC denies report that it imposes trading curbs on net selling at market open and close. China recovery bets ramp up on growing confidence. Policy officials could stem stock rout. Department of Energy reports lower than expected crude bill. EPA releases final ruling. Some states to sell 15% ethanol gas year-round. Iraq opens North Refinery in Baji, closed for a decade with 150 barrels a day refining capacity. U.S. says they won't extend China's semiconductor curbs to legacy chips. Israel PM Netanyahu unveils post-war plan, targets complete security control of Gaza. U.S. plans sanctions against Russia to target 500 people and entities following Navalny's death. Not bad. Not bad. We got a couple of plays. And then after that, I don't know. I think we got through that pretty quick. I got a couple plays, too. I'll go over those in a sec. All righty. You got Carvana. They're up 28.8 off of earnings. Square up 15.5. Earnings disclosed notice from CFPB's Office of Enforcement. RKT up 6.5 off earnings. LYV 5.4 off of earnings. AER 4.0 earnings. DraftKings 3.3. Barclays upgrade. Snow 2.7 nothing. NVIDIA 2.3 nothing. Grab 2.2 nothing. Fox A up 2.0. City upgrade. FND up 1.9 earnings. Vail up 1.7 off of earnings. MRVI up 22. Oh, that's Marve, not Marvel. They're up 27.2 off of earnings. DCBO up 11.2 earnings. LZ 10.3 off of earnings. FLNC up 7.7 response to Blue Orca short report. FTAI up 6.2. SFM up 6.0 off of earnings. Plug 5.4. Plug and Uline expand partnership. FYBR is up 4 off of earnings. ADV up 3.6 nothing. Jovi 3.5 nothing. HBM 3.2 earnings. RKLB 2.9 lunar moon landing sympathy. XL up 2.9. Leverink partners assume outperform. Wolfspeed up 2.8, Cart up 2.6, Doc N up 2.6, WCC up 2.5 to sell integrated supply business for $350 million. EXPI up 1.5 off of earnings. SUGP up 76 off nothing. Lunar up 40 off of moon landing. AXTI up 32 off of earnings. BENF up 26 off insider buy. Kind up 20.9 leadership transition. Preliminary Q4 results increase repurchase. BTOG up 12%, nothing. SNBR up 11.3 off of earnings. ATNM up 8.9 poster presentations. PVXS up 7.6. TVTX up 6.6. Spartisan receives positive CHMP opinion for the treatment of IPA neuropathy. BLX up 5.0 off of earnings. EVTL up 4.4. Founder CEO Stephen Fitzpatrick to provide $50 million in funding via equity investment. Penn is down 9.6 off of earnings. Melly 8.1 off of earnings. Booking down 7.7 off of earnings. WBD down 5.4 off of earnings. Nucor down 4.8 off of earnings. CPRT down 3.9 earnings. EOG down 3.4 earnings. SMCI 1.5 billion offering of senior notes due 2029. NEO down 2.1. JP Morgan downgrades. CCEP down 2.0 nothing. CTRA down 1.3 off of earnings. FOXF down 21.4 off of earnings. VICR down 19.2 nothing. Indy down 15.2 off of earnings. ARDX down 9.4 nothing. NE 4.3. ZJYL down 4.3. Sava down 3.3. GCT down 2.6. CNX down 2.0. RIG down 1.9 off of NE Sympathy. CLMT down 1.8 off of earnings. SPY is ripping right now. SQNS down 43%, terminates MOU and tender for Sequans Communication. AAOI down 36. Where's down 36? Earnings and files patent infringement lawsuit against CIG. TEL is down 11.8 off of earnings. BMR 11.2. HTOO down 10.3. Arcel down 8.5 off earnings. Holo down 7.8. LuxH down 6.7. PLL down 6.0 off of earnings. Ocul down 3.5. Tisha down 3.5. NNOX down 3.3. GTN down 2.6 off of earnings. And then all Bitcoin stocks trading lower. Not bad. Good timing. Very good timing. Good timing. All right, Chattadonia. Now it's time for plays, but we got a lot of time. You're gonna have to give me a second. I got something here. I have a special gift on Friday. It's not for you. It's for me. But I'll be right back.
When we're talking about financial markets, it's often better to do things like that in a gradual manner, not to being too, let me say, maybe over-optimistic at the beginning or then doing less or maybe even more. I think a gradual approach, often in a theoretical understanding, has a better outcome.
Bundesbank President, ECB Governing Council member Joachim Nagel speaking to Bloomberg earlier. Mira Pandit and Evan Brown are back with us. Mira, you heard there from the Governing Council member. He alluded to an interview that Holtzman gave saying that they would cut after the Fed. The rest of them are pushing back on cuts, much like the Fed. Can you buy Europe duration given all of that?
I think in reality, what we're likely to see is that the Fed and the ECB are likely to start cutting around the same time. European growth is just looking a little bit weaker, so we want to be mindful of that. I think the bigger implication, too, for U.S. investors is the fact that usually that interest rate differential governs how much the dollar comes down. You see the dollar come down when the Fed cuts. Perhaps we see a little bit less of a drawdown in the dollar.
Evan, do you think it's going to be a synchronized rate cut cycle?
You know, to us, the exact timing of the rate cuts don't matter too much between Europe and the U.S. What matters is how much they both end up easing. That in the end is what's going to matter for the dollar. And we just see Europe, structurally the economy is just in much weaker position than the U.S. And ultimately, the ability for European growth to withstand rates is lower than in the U.S. So, rate differentials going out 2 years are going to move in favor of the U.S. and we think that will support the dollar.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of that inspirational saying. It's the destination, not the journey. Mira Pandit and Evan Brown, thank you so much. Coming up, we're going to get your morning calls, and later we're going to be talking to Gabelli Funds around the opening bell. This is Bloomberg.
Like the video. Yeah, Chad, I got a coffee. I told you it's Friday. I know I get to turn up with my caffeine on Friday. That's been the trend, so I don't know. That's the type of energy we on today. So, Chattadonia, you got a couple of minutes. You heard the people on the TV. What do you got for me, baby? What's the first play of the day? Happy posting a video. What do you got? Post it in the chat, baby. SPY put, SPY 510 call, WBD 8 put, NVIDIA call, SPY call, UAV shares, lunar, SPY call, thoughts on PTLK, UAVS, Coupang, Google call, SPY, nothing, Boeing, Iron Condor, Fang puts, WBD 8, Rivian puts, TQQ, Josh calls, ES long if we pull back, unwind SMCI, Josh calls, sell Rivian, watching Tessie, Carvana, Google pumping, SPY calls, Tesla calls, NOM, Oh my gosh, bro. You guys just reminded me. Oh, dude, I have a NQ. Bro, you guys, dude, remember that one from the watch list? I forgot to sell out of it. I'm selling out now. I made $1,200. What the hell? Oh, man, Fang Puts. You guys just reminded me. Somebody said ES and all. I was like, wait a minute. I think I have one. That was from the live watch list if you were there yesterday. Yeah, bro, I forgot. Yeah, my bad. Buying main share, selling SQ, daily YOLOs, Yash Leap, and the final plays. COG-T, Carvana, Venom, ZQ, and the United States dollar. Wow, Chadadonia. Dude, I totally forgot about that. That's funny. SMCI, I don't have any plays. So we're going to see. But like I said yesterday, I do think there's going to be one. I got a couple plays. I'm going to be watching Square, Carvana, Cart. We made a good move on that now that it's up. I still have the booking. I'm clapped on those. And then Melly, Snowflake, SMCI, and LYV. Those are going to be the ones I am watching for. But Chadadonia, are you guys locked and loaded? Are you guys ready to go? Because now we're about to start this Friday. I think this is week number 7, maybe week number 8. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Colt, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that deserves more credit than we give. I'm telling you, as a society, we fail so hard. It's easy to talk about supporting the veterans, but we actually got to actually do it, man. And that's what I'm talking about right now, the veterans of the United States of America. That's why on behalf of the Colt, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out. All the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, for real. Thank you for holding it down. Thank you for your service. And I hope you know, all of you, that you are loved and appreciated. And God bless you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, anybody giving back, bro, the coaches. It all starts at a community level, baby. Way to keep things running. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Seven digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or no, let's go. Oh, Chadadonia. It's game time, baby. We already went over the plays. I got to send these plays out. I got a coffee. We feel good. We just sold out of an NQ. I totally forgot about that one. That one's kind of funny, but scary. But yeah, if you were there on the live watch list, you know what's happening. You know what went down. But yeah, Chad, we got about 1:20. Like the video. We got to get those 1,000 likes. We might have a couple of plays here to go off the bell. Yeah, you guys got to step it up. Y'all lagging on the likes, man. You got 1 minute. Oh, good morning, baby. But call out anything. You got any questions, you let me know. You have any other plays, anything goes down. We don't have much data today, so it's going to kind of be its own little thing. We're going to see how it plays out, but should be straightforward. A couple of earnings sympathies, a couple of other names, like, again, Card at 31. That's going to be a lot of fun. And then, again, watch travel. I'm still merked. I'm down like $800 on those booking shares. So the NQ just paid for that. So let's, oh no, I'm down $400. I guess booking's kind of coming up. Not so bad. But Chad, we got 30 seconds. Like the video. Get in the game, baby. Get in the game. What do we got? But yeah, Chad, that's it. Any questions before we start? You got less than 30 seconds. 20 seconds now. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Lunar's kind of interesting, but we didn't get to see the the video. Palo Alto. A lot of people saying Palo Alto right now. And then watch Square. The only problem I have with Square is that it's literally already at its price. Round 1. Fight. Where is that? Cart. Yalla. WBD. Lift. Hold on. All right. I don't know. Do the squares end up hitting? I think 2 standard deviations might have worked on that. Yeah, you got like 100%. So the squares have a very, very wide spread. That's the only thing that sucks about those. Pump it up. Carvana. I don't think Carvana was that bad either. Square, we might have to go with shares, but it is up a lot. Carvana 31, again, they did actually pretty good, all things considered. Who was the other one? Melly. NGM up 4.5. SPY over 5,100? No way. Is it really? Oh my gosh, Chad. It is above 5,100. Oh my gosh. I don't know why that came up next. Well, there you go. 5,100 pump it up has been secured. That's insane. Absolutely insane. Wait. Did booking go up in the morning? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I can't believe we hit it, bro. I can't believe we hit it. All right, Square still climbing. Booking on the low, NVIDIA on the high. NVIDIA 820, even carts going up. Let's see, SMCI, I don't know if it's time for the weeklies yet. Damn. Run up lemonade. Short pump it up. You can. I mean, yesterday was kind of the one you wanted, like when you were like hovering at the level. And yo, those NVIDIAs came up. NVIDIA contracts from yesterday have gone green now. That's a little surprising. Oh, those CMEs have a bid? No shit. Square keeps climbing. CME 220s are somehow holding a bid. SMCI, I mean, you might be able to go for one of them. Square's going. Again, there's like one option on Square you could get, but it's still kind of crazy. Otherwise, I'm thinking shares, but now it's already gone up $3. Where's ARM at? I forgot about that from yesterday. Carvana's going up there. So literally everything's down or green except the Russell. That's right at break even. No, NVIDIA is doing pretty good. Again, NVIDIA like super far out the money contracts. Those are starting to go up. Let me go back to the Square. I got one other play I like, but premiums are kind of juiced. Lyft is going up. What about Uber? And then there's DoorDash. And then DraftKings got an upgrade this morning. They came down. Where's Lunar? So this is the space or the moon landing play. Oh, Baba. Where did Baidu go after yesterday's little pump? Still holding 112. Pretty impressive. DoorDash coming up now. Airbnb. Again, booking's pretty red, so it's good Airbnb's going. And then again, the cart, we made a lot here today. So like I was saying, those $600 in puts, I mean, one little upside day, we've done good, but cart's up another 5. Bonds are trying to climb. Let's get on the VWAP TSM dump and pullback. Oh, where's COG-T? That one's dropping down 6 now. DoorDash coming up. ACN. COG-T kind of flushing. Again, NVIDIA is still holding up. All right. I think I made one play for now, assuming that got filled. Yeah. All right. I made a play, but y'all don't have the likes up there. And now the bell is rang, so we got a little bit of a premium. Yeah, SMCI was I think it was convertible notes for like bonds. But I made a play on SMCI. So y'all didn't hit the likes though. Now we need the 1200 fee. It was so sad. We were so close though. NVIDIA rises 4.8, lifting market value above 2 trillion. Now on the come up. There's NVIDIA. We tried hard. That's all that matters. Carvana's still going up. Damn, Carvana's up 45. Jeez. And then if Square could get a good flush, I'm down to buy into it, but I think it's already ran up a little bit too much. Booking still getting murked. They were not down that much in the morning. Where's Melly? Melly's still down 10 at the low. Hyatt skyrocketing. Yeah, Hyatt's up 6, 7. Interesting because, again, a lot of travel names, they did go down as a result of booking. All right, I just ghetto spreaded the play I made. So the play I just made went up 120%. And I ghetto spreaded it. I have a free daily contract now. I got paid 100%. That's crazy. All right, we'll go over that play in a little bit, but I have a little bit of exposure. Card is still up, and bonds still holding, or market's still holding, bonds ripping. What's the play? You'll find out at 1,200 likes, sir. Again, it's 1,000 pre-market if y'all could get there, but, it just gets a little awkward. Oh, yeah, Palo Alto was running in the morning. Only up 2.6. It kind of moves 2 to 5 every day. Yeah, bro, that play just went up 350%. What the hell? Oh, man. So I ghetto spreaded it, but maybe I did that too early. Hedge funds. Apple on the low. They're going red. Meta. Again, that Meta $500 push, that is still in play. So watch out for that. Yeah, ZB bonds are doing good. MQ on the high. PGR, where's the other one? Again, CME, we have that contract expiring today, but surprisingly holding up value here. And then CART's going up. And then NVIDIA plays are back in the green. And then SPY's still working its way up. Again, we're above 51. We have already had our pump it up on the day. XOM, I think they did a little bit better than like crude oil prices, but I do think those plays will be tied to the price of energy there more or less. I still got one more play I want, but I might have to skip it. It is a Friday. Rivian dying. CART is breaking out again. It's a little higher than where I thought it'd go now. So next level is 33 on CART. Is NVIDIA still going up? Again, those premiums just came up out of nowhere. Yeah, NVIDIA is still holding up. ARM is now starting to move. Again, we're down on those shares from yesterday. I didn't get the Square shares, no. I hesitated. I thought it would come down, but it just never came down. It's even like, again, it's slightly higher than where it was yesterday. Lunar selling off. Again, this is the NASA play, or the moonlit, excuse me. And the video is still holding. CART along the high. SMCI is down 5. Kind of doing what ARM did yesterday. While ARM and NVIDIA go up, now SMCI is not doing as much. Remember, ARM was crazy yesterday. Baidu starting to flush. Remember, all I had yesterday was your boy Andrew left. Dell pump. Yeah, Dell's up 5.4. Good call out on that. That one's still holding up. German lawmakers approve bill legalizing the use of cannabis. What? Was weed not legal in Germany? All right, I'm top ticking the weed stocks for now. I did 1,000 shares of MSOS, 936. We could get a quick flip on that. Oh, wait, you guys didn't like the video. Why'd I tell you that? My bad. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I think U.S. news has a bigger effect, but remember yesterday we saw some pops on that. Oh, I forgot it. I keep forgetting about AMD. And then they just take off out of nowhere. Yeah, AMD's kind of flushing too. So, and then now even ARM's coming down. So see if Intel and NVIDIA, if they start following. Yeah, bro, CART is climbing. I will take it. Weed is illegal in most of the EU. Interesting. But what about, what's it called? Amsterdam? The NEM is about to be in the money? Really? That one we have a little bit of time. I know it's cheaper. Yeah, that play weight, it's up 100%. I'm down to ride it out for a little bit. And then the other one you got to watch out today is CME. So that plays back to break even, but you're about to go in the money on it. but it literally expires today. I don't know. If we get in the money on CME, that could be fun. Bond's still running. SPY near the high. Again, wheat stocks kind of taking off a little bit here. ARM is like a leader and then a lagger. But then again, chips are all over the place right now. NVIDIA is holding up. SMCI is down 6. And all the other names have moved around as well, too. Oh, wheat stocks came down a lot. Great call on CART. Yeah, CART. Oh, well, again, CART was just to give us some, like, upside. Like, right now, realistically, I'm even thinking we could even sell out a CART because now you've made an extra $600 to pay out plus another $2,000. So I kind of like both ways on here. Might be time. It's not too bad. Long-term bonds going up. Well, yields are just coming a little lower after running very high recently. So any bid on bonds is just the bonds kind of calming down from the crazy move they've made recently. Microsoft staying up. CART is holding still. Disney slipping. Wheat stocks. Oh, they just hit a new high, then came down. Got a small gain on that. Pepsi on the high. Guild. ARM still holding. IRM, remember they had earnings yesterday. SMCI flush. Okay, you guys got 1,200 likes now? Finally. So I played SMCI daily put in the morning. I got lucky. I wish you guys liked the video. But I bought the 750 put for $34. And then literally 2 minutes later it dropped. And then I shorted the 740 put for $65. So I literally made $35 guaranteed. And then now I have $1,000 upside just in case SMCI wants to flush. But that's about it. And then the weed play. So I do have a daily SMCI put, but now no risk, only upside. My Marriott, I think I overpaid for my Marriott because a lot of you guys said yours came out the grave. Mine haven't. The only one, CME, that's the one expires today, and that thing is starting to get a little juicy. ARM, bond, SPY went down a little bit. ARM starting to run a little bit more. And then where's Booking? They're still down. Booking's getting murked. CART breaking out now 30. So again, I think 32.50 or 33 on CART, but like CART is getting right here. Yeah, literally like 32.20 to 33.50. But this is actually a very big level for CART. It's starting to move a little bit more than I expected. Booking. ARM is finally moving. I like that. On Square, it's going to drop to take out the 81 stops. Well, if it does, I'd like to buy some. So Square is finally getting a red. Intel plays are going to just ride out. They're either going to expire worthless or they're going to come back up. But as of now, still kind of difficult. Again, CME, these ones are moving. I would like a breakout on that. Nike pop. Melly's there. They melting up. I wanted to get some of those. No, Melly's melting down. Down 12. We'll see. Keep an eye on booking. I may want to double dip on that. Palo Alto. Yeah, Palo Alto's on the high. Tesla's coming down. Yeah, B&B reversed. Again, most travel plays except for like Hilton should be getting smashed here today. Let's see. $5,200 next week, maybe, man. At this point, I thought 5,100 was going to be harder for us to get to, but nope, just took another week. At this rate, we have been going 1 week at a time. Bonds are ripping. So literally right now, TLT is the outperformer on the day, up more than SPY, NASDAQ, and Dow. Car daily. I haven't looked at the prices, but maybe. I know a lot of chads were talking about the downside there, but it's moved down so much. I feel like try to find the premium that it does, as long as it doesn't hold a premium. Kind of think SMCI, because again, I mean, I did find a $30 daily on that today. So just as long as the budget makes sense, but you are taking that shorter term risk. Yeah, Carvana's been running again. Their EBITDA was good. Square came down a little bit. Square now at 80. Abivi's breaking out 178, and the SPY. So SPY has gone back up now to the high of the day. Everything's like 0.4. SPY, Dow, and NASDAQ. Russell's the only one down. Citi on the high and TLT. Generally speaking, what effect should bonds have on equities? Generally, it's supposed to communicate funding cost, right? And how much it costs for duration and what that leads into doing other things. But lately, again, the correlations have been mollywop since 2020. And even at the beginning of this year, you know, you've literally watched rates go up as well as stocks, which kind of is a head scratcher. You think Bitcoin 48.5 is nice by the dip? No, I'm not really the one to ask on that, though, because I like Bitcoin a lot. I mean, I invested in it since like 2015, but at the end of the day, I'm not like, I don't know when to buy it like later stage after being up how it is. I like the lows, though. The last low, I got freaked out. ARM coming down. MSOS came back down too. Walmart waking up. Oh, I forgot about that. SPY, pretty big red. All right, I sold my CME contract. I got out for $1. I think max we were up on that. That play was almost 1,000%er, but it expires today. But 30 cents to $1, I'm down. I'm making sure we book it. Okay. The weed stock. ARM is like dumping. Yo, SPY coming down here too. Again, SMCI's on the low. ARM literally, they just sold off like what, $3-4 in 3 minutes. What should we do, Josh? I think go for plays with momentum or, again, that kind of have their own catalyst. I like a lot of the earnings plays here. So, I mean, today I did go for SMCI, and then we went for weed. There was just a Germany legalization thing, and then I just took profits on another play. So I'll find a little bit of a balance here. Bonds are killing it. I don't know, we're dollar actually barely down 0.2. But today's a weird day. Again, yesterday was all about NVIDIA. Today there was not any real news. It was kind of just the breather, but everybody's still vibing off of what happened. Bro, those SMCIs went up 600%. Maybe I will get 1,000%er today. The streak may continue. That's it. I need like $50 on this contract. That's going to hit 1,000%. All right. Amazon flushing out a little bit. There's Wally World. SMCI going lower. What's the other play? Square. I did a daily put on SMCI. It's too late, though. Now it's up 700%. I bought them at 30 cents. SPY wants to let go. But remember, we're in like a new range of 5,100. So let it kind of do its thing. I'm sure it's going to trade very, very weird. The strike, I don't know. I grabbed a 750 put in the morning for 34 cents, and then I ghetto spreaded it to a 740 for 100% profit. MRK on the high. You're going to get IV crush. I already made it free, so I don't really care. But if it does hit 1,000%, I'm going to sell it out so we could book 1,000%er this week and call it a day. Pfizer waking up. SMCI near the bottom. AMD's flushing. Pfizer's above 28. So remember, we made a play on that earlier in the week. It got clapped, but 28.30, that is a breakout level for them. I think it was literally last Friday. NVIDIA 750. NVIDIA was just climbing up. I don't know. I think NVIDIA is still holding pretty good. Up 2.7 while everything's kind of just holding. But then again, the market is up 0.5. NASDAQ is only up 0.1, though. That might go negative. Ross on the high. Another one of these consumer names. Why is everything red? More stuff is green right now, but lately, this last like 10 minutes, seems like a lot of chip makers dropped and a couple of other tech names. Oh, cart just flipped. Damn, son. RKT Pop, they had good earnings. Cog T, what's the other one? Booking. Then weed stocks turned around to VTYX. Looks like VYX or whatever. Marvel. There's Maravay Life Sciences. They were making a move earlier. Palo Alto's still moving. Palo Alto's holding up just amazingly. CME keeps climbing too, but we got out of that. What's the other one? NEM. I think those are going in the money, but very, very small value. NEM, 180% is kind of moving a little bit. Yeah, NAM, we have 29.5 puts. Those Pfizer's from earlier are still down. The NVIDIA shares, I sold them, yeah. That was like right after the earnings. I like Deere. Deere's a good company. I'm looking at the COG-T. Maybe if it hits 750 again, but I'd like that play a decent amount. Only thing I don't like about it is a biotech, but I could be down for some size at 7 if it goes there again. Lunar. Well, Lunar is just, it is like a hype random ass play, but they did do a project with NASA. That's what I think has a lot of people excited on it. But like they actually did some like lunar shit. I don't, they've actually went up there, but I don't know much about it. Could be a good hype play, but like I'm saying, it's just like they kind of actually did something. I've sold. I don't have any. I only made NVIDIA for a flip, but it's like it's weird you guys are asking me now because I sold out of it like before yesterday. So it's like, yeah, it's a very old play considering. But yeah, I haven't had exposure since like yesterday morning. I wasn't even in it. I did all mine post earnings plays. And what's the other one? SMCI, still a little lower there again. ARM went crazy. ARM's still green somehow, but those candles are deceptively big. Lunar. It's an interesting company, but I don't know. I don't have that in the long term. I don't have any space shit in the long term. RKOB, that was a sympathy too. They moved a little bit. All right, ARM moving a little off the bottom. I have UWMC in like the Colt sister, but I sold out for my tax losses like 2 years ago, and I never got back in because it kept going higher. What's EW? Square. I want to play Square, but I just don't like the prices. Because, again, this is still yesterday after hours price. So yesterday when I'm going over the watch list with y'all and we talking about where it's at, stock is literally up $2 from that price. And then all the maybe the options, let me double check. I checked them in the morning and they were kind of nutty. They're still kind of nutty. I guess 54% on some of them. So that 2 standard deviations kind of hit a little bit. But yeah, Square, I don't mind if I miss out on it a little bit, but I said it yesterday. Like last time they had a good earnings, they just flushed the whole entire day after being up like 30% or whatever. So I want to get a good price. I'm very down with getting a good price on that. Root on the high. Remember yesterday they had good earnings and they've been this little buyout candidate for a while. SMCI there. Bonds finally starting to slip, and dollar's green after doing practically nothing earlier. The weed stocks are just staying pinned. Walmart, yeah, 0.7. They're doing great, actually. Kroger's is on the high. Cart gave up $2 from the top. Damn, homie. Bro, Pfizer's looking really good, but it has to really hold that 28. That was the same thing that we saw earlier in the week on Pfizer, but then it ended up coming back. Thanks for the ghetto deviations. We do appreciate it. I hope so, man. It's been a fun earnings season. I think a lot of people got to learn a lot of different things. And on that note, Chad, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. God bless you. Good morning. Welcome to Friday. Already a lot of random ass moves, so let's take it all in stride, see where we end up by the end of the day. But I will be right back, and God bless you. Like the video, Chad Adonia.
AI and embracing it. So, but there are many different ways to play this. I mean, it's not going to be confined to just technology. Example is there's a company called Vertiv. Vertiv makes cooling systems. Highly unexciting business. I mean, they make,
Your words, not mine.
However, it has become really exciting because, this new architecture needs a brand new type of cooling. Another example, Quanta Services. They basically, even less exciting of a business, used to grow kind of mid-single digits. They place the cables in the ground for transmission and distribution. If Jensen is right about the $1 trillion of CapEx that needs to go into the ground, we are going to be short electricity. And the beneficiaries of this are people who actually help build the CapEx or who benefit from utility CapEx growing. So you can see that it will filter into the economy in ways that are going to be surprising.
Right.
So old sleepy companies are going to get a new lease on life, and you're going to see multiple expansion. And and this is why I've been saying we are in the midst of a stock picker's market. Because there are going to be wide swaths of the market that are deemed to be, slow growers that are not going to benefit from this. But occasionally, there's going to be one of those that is going to take advantage of this cycle.
Right. So it sounds like the takeaway is there's plenty of different angles into this super cycle, both on the long and the short side. Have to leave it there, but really enjoyed this conversation. Hope to have you back soon. That is Encore Crawford. She is Executive Vice President and Portfolio Manager over at Alger. And let's zoom in now and take a look at what's moving markets underneath the hood. We're going to do that with Bloomberg's Bailey Lipschultz.
Yeah, Katie, if I told you a stock was up 15, 20% in the tech space and not tied to AI, you got to bet on earnings. And that's what we're seeing with Square, aka Block these days, outperforming this morning, beating expectations, big focus, profitability, cutting costs, and that showed up in their results, in their forecasts, and that's why you're seeing shares really ripping this morning, outperforming the market, as you can see right now, 22% jump, trading at a 52-week high, Katie. Uncertainty still abounds. This still was a Hindenburg short target, but looking through the analyst notes, really the ability to kind of turn on the ability to focus on profits, really standing out to Wall Street.
Yeah, big time. Of course, that focus on cost cuts, that discipline, traders clearly cheering that this morning, just taking a look at the shares. So that's some good news. Who else do you have?
Yeah, looking at Insulet, POD is the ticker PODD, underperforming this morning. This is a company that operates in the insulin space, in the glucose monitoring systems for diabetic patients, down 4%, underwhelming expectations. Looking at their 2024 guidance, coming in modestly below what most analysts were looking for. I kind of was chatting with a healthcare trader that I've known for a few years who was really saying this could be a buying opportunity, but there are some issues with the numbers, some pull forward from 1Q into 4Q and trying to balance that out. So that's why you're seeing shares down. Taking it on the macro scope, though, relatively flat over the last few months.
And if you thought that was bad in terms of share reaction, tell me about booking.
Underwhelming guidance. I know you guys are going to talk to the CEO. The big thing from Wall Street, the big thing from analysts is the fact that their outlook for 2024 for bookings coming in below what they were looking for, blaming things, well, the issues with Middle East booking and things around Israel and Gaza is showing up. So interesting to see what you guys get from that conversation. But when you look at this stock up more than 60% in the 12 months prior to results, high expectations going into the print, underwhelming those expectations and really forcing analysts and investors to kind of rethink where booking fits into portfolios.
All right, Bailey, great roundup as always. Happy Friday. That is Bloomberg's Bailey Lipschultz. And like Bailey said, Booking CEO Glenn Fogel will join us in just about 20 minutes time, so don't go anywhere. And before we get there, coming up, luxury EV maker Lotus set to test the market's EV appetite after disappointing results from Rivian and Lucid. We'll speak to the Lotus CFO next. This is Bloomberg.
Mr. Schultz. What do you say? What's the Booking CEO name? But it's very weird that Booking disappoints and Airbnb doesn't. Even though they did sell off Airbnb off good results. But Airbnb's still up. But Booking's getting murdered. Oh, excuse me. We talk about premium puts are worth more than calls, but down 50% on the SPY. Well, there's been a lot of, like, events. You know, so think about IV. I have a video on event risk, and we talked about that, I think, a year ago. But the thing with all of it is just like you're getting all of these events. You had every single earnings weigh on these companies, then the post earnings, and then the sympathy reactions, then this and that, you know. And it's just one thing after the next. And then recently the minutes, and then we just had the NVIDIA earnings again. It's just moving around what people are expecting, and then even like what people think is going to happen, like moves-wise. What play? Oh, you'll be surprised. I don't know. I had this idea yesterday. I was mad that I missed it, and then it went up for a little bit, and then it came back down. But I said I wasn't going to do these, and that's the only thing. This is one thing I don't like about it. It's a liquid bio. So I grabbed COG-T. I averaged down. I grabbed 800 shares at 740, 745 or 744. So now I have 1,000 total, average price 776. Not a recommendation. But the reason why I like his price because they did the private placement around here. So the day they popped up, but some other investment bought like 30 million worth at 730. So kind of like that level, but it's doing the little sell-off post-data. NNOX, I got out of that first or second day. Yeah, I have definitely played a lot less of those liquid bios this year. So remember, I played EYPT this year. I was worried. I got out of that with a gain. RGNX, same thing. So this is my third biotech. But lately they haven't hurt too much. But if any of these end up failing and if you have decent size, hot dog. ECB must be open for March cut, even if not likely. IBRX, you said? Are you just making things up? Are you trying to, like, pump your play? What do you mean, IBRX? I didn't say that. I said COGT. It's on the watch list yesterday. And then NVIDIA is holding up decent. And weed stock still climbing again. SPY, little Chicle, Apple flushing through the low. Dash on the low. Weren't they on the high earlier? U.S. pushes Canada to impose visas on Mexican visitors to ease migrant flow from the north. Wall Street Journal exclusive. Tesla. BBY, Best Buy. And SPY's just holding, man. We're kind of not doing too much. It's kind of like yesterday a little bit, but then again, we are at 5,100. Just holding 6 points above there. It's kind of crazy. Wheat stocks, I don't really buy them. I just have the wheat ETF. I grabbed that here today at like 936, just off of that German news. So we'll see, Habibi. We'll see. Yeah, no real data today. But a couple of the post earnings, still the NVIDIA hangover, which isn't bad. You know, put people in generally good spirits. LYB on the high. Square just holding right below 80. Bonds near the high. Remember the long Chevron, of course. I think Proverb and Rita, too. There's a lot of good ones. So I was just talking about on the watch list yesterday. You got to be careful with the bios because, like, they will either love you or they will destroy you. But now with, like, earnings wrapping up, I do think there's a pretty active biotech calendar coming up. So maybe we'll be able to do stuff with that. Boot on the high. 3M's running. Pfizer still below 28. Market just staying there. Bro, Root's at 1490. I kind of wish we grabbed some of that yesterday, but that play too. We've held that one for a minute. SMCI, yeah, the contracts are dying. I'm only up 140 now. That was a nice 700% for a little bit. MPW on the high? No shit. And I think 380 was its high after earnings. Walmart 1.1. They keep climbing. McDonald's at the high. What about Procter Gamble? Yeah, Procter Gamble has another 52-week high today. Yeah, ARM. But ARM is still like lower. I can't believe I'm not down as much, but I remember looking at it yesterday. After hours, I was like, bro, I was down $500. I was down $10 a share on my ARM. I was like, what the? Make no sense, Habibi. PayPal 60s, you bought them? Yeah, it sucks because Square is just kind of in its own little category there, even though they're so similar. But Square's earnings have been good. We need PayPal to start reporting like Square every now and then. That'd go a long, long way. Is sound bad? I mean, it's not the best, it's not the worst, but, you know, sound just kind of emerged as an AI play about a year ago. I'm still in Pfizer in the long term, and we made a Pfizer play earlier in the week, but it's down like 20%, I think. Iova's on the high. So that one's been going nonstop the last 3 days since they got their approval. Teladoc at 2.6 valuation. It's kind of up there, but I'm not really I don't know. I like them, but and 2 billion is not a lot, or it's not like too much, but it's also not too little. I would consider it. I don't know. It's hard. I'd have to look more into their numbers, but it seems like it's getting cheaper there. But 2 billion is still quite the premium. Yeah, MPW running up. Said MO. Yeah, they're all getting a lift there. Even bookings at the low still. Melly has not been able to rebound. Who's the other one for earnings? Carvana. They came down 10% from the high. Yeah, ARM is starting to climb up here a little bit, up 3. And then Bond's coming down, so is the SPY. But SPY's just like holding this pin. NASDAQ is close to going red, though, ironically enough. ARM. Yeah, so we're down like a little bit more than $1 now on ARM. Kind of crazy. Pfizer broke. Yeah, ARM starting to break a little bit more. SPY going lower. Procter & Gamble on the high. Pfizer is above 28. It did get to 28.13 a couple days ago. So it just needs to like get above 28 and hold it. Like actually. Abbott's on the high. Abbeville was on the high earlier. Airbnb on the low. I think booking's about to flush too. All right, and then after that, COG-T, we're green on it now. So COG-T, after the average down, you've recouped the loss on the original shares, but now we're up, but hopefully it holds. JPM has all the sauce. Yeah, bro, 184. JP Morgan, man, I tell you, the diamond guy, very wow. Oh, I don't know how he do it. He sell his share, the stock go. The bank, a crisis, the stock go. The Jamie guy, very wow. Pfizer, inshallah, Habibi, inshallah. Because it's literally, ever since earnings, it has not gone above 28.30. That's the crazy part. All right, ARM starting to break out a little more. ARM's actually kind of we're about to go green on ARM. NVIDIA is selling out, but like NVIDIA kind of had like deceptive strength this morning. It was surprisingly a lot stronger. Again, I think ARM right now, that's the big mover in chip land for now. Abavious. Russell, our futures green. I still see the index as red. But maybe. No, Russell futures still in the red. ARM, we're about to go green on. And then SPY just still right at VWAP. NVIDIA is still near the low of the day, but up 2.2. I think SMCI kind of bounced a little bit, but not really. I think ARM was the biggest mover out of all of those. Intel, Micron, all of them else still clapped. Even AMDizzle. CART still holding 30. There's ARM again on the high. So we're about to go green on ARM now. COG-T above 8. Now it came back down. Well, that still needs to dance around a little bit. Walmart, again, XLV on the high. That VTYX. Why do I feel like I've seen this a lot? Venix Biosciences up 12. Oh, this thing just looks dead. Might run, though, if ever, all the crackheads. You did miss Pump It Up. We had that in the morning. I still have China stocks, yes. I have Baidu as a swing that I've been holding for 6 months now. And then I have Baba in the long term that we added in January. Last few months have been a blast, but listening to you to say NVIDIA instead of NVIDIA has rubbed you the wrong way. I'll take this as a sign I need to step away. Hope we can stay amicable, stay cool. Hope your hair grows back. Okay, rejects. Whatever you say. Have a good one. Arm now, 134. He's back. He's back. Was that here or on Twitch? I think you know where it was. You know where that comment originated from. Amen. NVIDIA.com. Booking still near the low. Melly like $20 off the low. SPY right below VWAP. Tesla coming down. They're only down 1.8. What was that price? I remember I flipped out of it. Wasn't that last Friday where Elon bought in? Was it low 190s? And the video is still going lower. Welcome to the 0 day. Apple on the low. I still want another SMCI daily. I was talking about it on the watch list yesterday. I'm glad we got one, but I made mine free already. I could find another one, man. If we could get one more, but it's still very early. Can't get too impatient. You need the premium to actually, die. UAE removed from Financial Action Task Force gray list. SPY going lower now. So first new low of the day. NASDAQ is now in the red. SPY is up a quarter. Russell down a quarter. Dow Jones is the best. You're about to break 5,100. So literally you broke through 5,100 this morning. And we have not gone below it. It's only been about, an hour? It's actually kind of a lot of time if you think about it. 9.6 million. Bonds in the green. ARM is still working its way up. Again, it's like kind of 50-50, even the high ticker. Let's see. Let's see the breakdown. So you have S&P 500. Oh, no, that's not refreshed. So Dow Jones, 5 names red on the Dow. Disney, Chevron, Boeing, Apple, Intel. Only names red on the Dow. Every other Dow name is in the green. So 25 in the green. NASDAQ 100, 37 in the red, 64 in the green. So you have more names up than down on the NASDAQ. And then SPY, 355 green, 146 in the red. Literally, more names are green than not. Like by a pretty big margin. So interesting. Dow's the only green one right now, or I guess SPY as well, but interesting. At NHMD, you're trying to figure out if it's legit or not. So are you trying to invest in it for the long term, or like what's your plan? Because that's kind of the beauty. As long as that shit's not long term, it doesn't need to be that legit. But looking at this, this thing's not even a penny. When was the last time you bought anything for a fraction of a penny? I'm not going to lie to you. When I first discovered this shit existed when I was a kid, I think I was about 14 years old when I first, or maybe 15, when I discovered the fraction of a penny stocks. It blew my fucking mind. And I thought I was going to be a billionaire because I was like, bro, I could get 10 shares for the price of 1 penny. That's a crazy concept. It's a very crazy concept. But yeah, I would stay away from this, to be honest with you. Chances are it's not going to really have the same viability. Like, again, like, that's wild that it's trading less than a penny. You know what I'm saying? Like, this stock legitimately is trading at, like, what is it, 1/10, hundreds, thousandths? You trade 1/1000th of a penny? That's crazy. So 1,000 of these is 1 penny? That's nuts. So yeah, I'd be careful with that. And if you really want to invest, keep your eye on it and wait till they actually become successful, and then just buy it even with a little bit of premium. But that way you at least know what you're investing in is actually like legit. ARM dailies from 2 weeks ago are coming back. You're assuming he came in there with that stock because they hold a bag, trying to bring traction so it'll pump. Well, yeah, I mean, people do that with everything. Like, I haven't been calling some of y'all out, but I've been, like, looking at your chat faxes. It's kind of funny because you guys will be like, I made this much money. I just did this. And then I look at your chat fax, and then every day for the last, like, 7 days, y'all have been pumping that. So I think a lot of people end up doing that. So, but I hope none of you, just because you hear a name, you buy it. And I really, again, in that case, I would stay far away from it. You're down bad. Thanks for the good energy. Don't worry, baby. You'll get it back. There's been a lot going on here. We're going to have a lot more opportunity. I mean, the market is kind of exciting. Every single day, a lot of, whether it's bullshit or not, but you have a lot of different opportunity here. So definitely keep your head in the game. TLT's just moving like that. But then again, bonds have gotten destroyed this last 2-3 weeks. I would even argue this last month. I mean, once again, SPYs climbed to a new high while bond yield just kept going higher as well, too. It's actually kind of messed up. So, like, because if you think about it, like the rate, like imagine like where rates are at and then what we're pricing in for the Fed futures and then where the market's at. This is what I was saying on the watch list yesterday. There's a big gap. We're not pricing in as many rate cuts, but the 2-year and 10-year bonds are still different than what is being priced in on the Fed futures. And then you go look in the market is trading as if rates don't even exist. So it's a very interesting phenomena, but I do think bonds have had just a lot of negative moves. So if anything, until they like really rock it, this is all just them trying to catch up. Does something eventually have to break, or can this continue to forever? Well, you're close, but your ranges are like big. You know what I'm saying? You're saying it's either going to break or it goes on forever. So somewhere in between forever and a long time, that's probably where it could happen, because it has occurred. I mean, we've had a 40-year bond bull market, but in general, it's probably, that's kind of the slowness we're dealing with now, is everyone's like, okay, is something going to break? Or it may feel like it's going to go forever, but it's not going to go forever, but it is an unknown time frame. Oil really movement. Yeah, oil's down too. My goodness. Oh, thank you, sir. God bless you, Pablo. Oh, and we got creative. Horna. Shout out to Chad, baby. Happy Friday. My man, thank you. God bless both of y'all. Thoughts on ARM lockup on 312? SoftBank owns 90. What kind of sell-off do you expect? I think it'll sell off a decent amount, but then I think it's just going to have to I don't think they're going to sell out all of it. And then I do think it'll kind of be something short-lived. Who was the other one? Like, and let me give you another example. Believe it or not, do you guys realize CART, their lockup expired like a week ago, and now they're up. So it all depends on how much SoftBank sells, but I do think people are going to get back into it. So I think it'll have some effect, but I don't think it's going to kill the company. I mean, I think the story of AI hype and growth is going to trounce everything else. Let me see if I can find the date. Is anyone? But wasn't I think CART's lockup was literally like a week or two ago. Let me see. It's admirable. You have thick skin dealing with the internet for years now. Hey man, God is good. I think I'd probably definitely have more problems, but I was already kind of a little weird in the beginning, so it worked out, man. It worked out. You have the hardest time holding on to winners, but can hold on to losers to nothing. So you know what you got to do? Momentum. Just momentum. Get in a streak. Get in a habit of just green, sell. That way you don't kind of like get you 4 or 5 plays in a row. That will definitely help out a lot, at least in my opinion. But you just got to get everything moving in that, just kind of get into a system and get into the habitual feeling of just taking profits. And you're thinking you do it too early, but I'm just saying do it all the time. So then that way you build up the momentum on them. And then and when you want to let it ride, balance it out with other plays. And what I mean by that is like if you haven't hit a couple of plays, why are you pushing it? You know what I'm saying? But like let's say you hit a couple, you have a couple in play, pick which one you want to let ride and so on and so forth. Well, that's my take on that situation. Yeah, we're back to green on ARM now on those shares. Again, I'm still clapped on booking. Dollar is still up, huh? Dollar's up even more than the morning. Dollar up, bonds up, and stocks up. ARM? SAP on the high, JP Morgan, Starbucks is going up now too. You miss pump it up in the morning, yeah. We had just had it, man. It was glorious. It was glorious. HDV. Yeah, oil. Well, oil's negative on the day. I kind of want to play it now, but I'm still kind of a P word. Because it's at the lower end, 77, but it's still in that high-ass range. You'll get smacked if you buy a future and that thing drops. If you buy the Nates, can Nates go? Who's Nate? Is it that one shitty company y'all just showed me? But, like, if you go anything on margin and it gets clapped, you could lose. So, that's it. Do you have leap puts for just in case? No. I don't think leap puts really pay out that well. The best puts are the puts you get about a month before any downturn, and then they don't have any volatility in them. But, like, buying longer-term insurance, I'm not really a fan of. I think you could hedge immediately better than you could non-immediately. All right. Do I get bored on Fridays? I think I made too many trades today. I just went with MCL. I'm doing a baby oil. I don't like it. I wanted to go with a big one, but I'd rather just get one for now. Get a micro oil, 77.29 top tick. With the ghetto spread, do we buy the contracts the day before the news or earnings? So the ghetto spread, you could do whenever you want. Ghetto standard deviation, that's what we use for pricing, and we've been doing it ahead of earnings. So it's up to you. You could do it the day of earnings if you'd like, the day before. But in general, the idea is whenever you price it, that's the price for that moment. So that's why I like doing it right before earnings, so you could see the real-time pricing, because if you price something in a week in advance and then the stock moves in that week, a lot of everything could be different by that point. Wob pop. You also have Pfizer running. SPY just flushed into the low. Pfizer still won't get above 28 though. Yeah, Starbucks is ripping up earlier. I think Starbucks has held up good from their earnings. Are they a little higher? Almost. Starbucks looks decent on that chart. Crazy. SoftBank's ARM position is worth more than SoftBank. About 30 ARM, 55 puts. Looking to flip the IV post-March. Posting for the chat fags. Let's get it, baby. It could be, again, it might have a little bit of a play on once they're able to sell shares, but I just don't think it's going to determine the fate of that company. What I'm saying, don't be too fearful of it, but I like where your idea is at. You used the ghetto standard deviation for NVIDIA and did great. Awesome. Again, it's the beauty is you could use it anywhere. So I know we've done the ghetto standard deviation a lot for earnings, but, you know, moving forward, earnings is going to slow down. But I really hope this last 3 months has gotten a lot of you guys in the habit of seeing what your options are pricing in. Because I'm telling you, it works a lot. It works very well to understand where things are going to go. So hopefully you're not buying any scraggler contracts that don't really make sense. And now you got a general idea of what the market makers are planning to do with the stock based on the break-evens. Buying MPW to the long term. We already have it. I'd probably add more. Like I said, I'd like their latest earnings, but I'm on the fence of like if they never fucked me over before, I would have bought into it after this earnings. But, you know, once they've already cheated on me, I'm not that dumb, if that makes any sense. But I do think their last earnings was decent, even though it had some bad news. I just think it was all good signs. Their plan to sell, their maturities, it all sounds great right now. However, unfortunately, with my experience with them, it is all talk for now. So once I start seeing that talk turn into more action, then I'd be down to average down on it. Then I would not be afraid of it. But at this point, I'm cool with my position. I'm still getting 9-10% by dividend reinvesting. I'll reinvest all the dividends, but I'm not really too keen on throwing any new money at it. If you so sorry, why you keep seeing Stewart then? Huh? Who's Stewart? Who's PHP Health Business? I thought we're done with that. What is this $20 million bridge loan? Exactly. Yeah. How do I get you to be my mentor? Show up every day for like 3 to 6 months and don't get banned. And then we could start there. I think MPW has a lot of future potential. It just it's a matter of how you extract the value. Like, if you put me in charge of that company, I got you, bro. That stock would be at $50 in a day. I would just sell off everything. I would sell off most of their portfolio. I'd take tax write-offs on all of their major Stewart losses. I would try to even sell off any of those other loans, take any of that and go buy some other properties or just sit and collect off of the mortgage loans. That's it. They have value, but again, the main crux of their plan right now is they need to sell out $2 billion worth of property to pay off their debt. So once they pay off their debt, then a lot of these worries about their valuation and all, the worries don't make any sense if they could pay these debt maturities off. So, but like I'm saying, that's why I'm excited about their plan and what we heard on the last earnings. However, it's just a plan. If they don't execute on it, or that guy, he asked the question. I don't know if you guys noticed it during the conference call. Somebody asked the question about they asked the question about Stewart and where everything was going, or about the plan to sell things. Do you guys remember what he said? He asked him something very specific. Let's see. Anybody remember? Somebody asked them about these sales in the property. Not the fraudulent debt. That was a great question. No. And this is a huge point. Not what happens if Stewart goes bankrupt. Again, believe it or not, they're not worried about that. Right now, after taking that charge off on this quarter, they've already written down a lot of those losses. Again, you're not really recognizing any revenue from Stewart. Everybody knows that now. They'd say the dividend is dependent on selling, but actually selling the properties, one of the analysts asked them a very important question about selling the properties and their plan. I'm giving it away. Thanks for answering the supers. You bought SPY 500s, 3.8, 139, 2% out the money. How does that, is that 2 standard deviations? What's priced in right now for that date? It wasn't the dividend. I like asking you guys like pop quizzes and waiting until you guys could answer. So it was a really good question. It was really, really good. Do their properties? Their properties produce enough revenue, but they have to pay back $2 billion in the next year and a half. All right, I'll give you guys the answer, but you guys got to like the video. We're almost at 1,500 likes, you know. I'm just scrounging for likes right now. So one of the analysts asked MPW, they said, you have these you have commitment letters and you're talking about how you're going to sell these properties and people are interested. But they said, do you have a backup plan? That was the real question. They said, all right, you want to sell these properties. Yeah, Vodafone pop in 1.4 recent candles. Well, it's not that the deals aren't finalized. They literally are saying, do you have a backup plan? So if your whole plan relies on selling properties and you're going to these people to sell the properties, what if they back out? Then what are you going to do? He said they had a plan B, but it didn't sound like it. But then again, You got to, I'm in real estate. You got to think about it. If you know that seller doesn't have a backup plan, you're going to be able to fuck with them a little bit more, especially in a commercial distress situation like this. So if they don't have any other backup plans on who's going to buy these, then they're going to be in a very, very weird spot. Alan, you lost your job as a teacher? Wrongfully accused? Appreciate the channel, been numb inside. Well, let's have fun this Friday. I'm sure we're going to turn up today, man. I hope I can make it a good day. Thank you for being a teacher. What happened? Am I allowed to? You don't have to tell me, but what do you mean wrongfully accused? This sound like a episode on TV or something. Am I going to see you on a TikTok? The plans fall through, MPW could go bankrupt. Yeah, or I think the buyers are just going to fuck with them and try to bully them a little bit. But if those deals do fall through, this whole plan goes out the window. So like I'm saying, if MPW executes this plan and everything works out great, your MPW risk is going to diminish greatly. Otherwise, it'll if this plan fails through, then the risk just got worse. MPW was a bad investment circa 2022. Yeah, I thought it was good value at the time with everything else. I wish I just bought other tech, but yeah. But what are you still doing here? You were supposed to leave after NVIDIA. I don't want to see you the rest of the day, sir. NVIDIA. Yeah, Alan, what happened, bro? You don't have to tell me. You can just email me. Yo, keep that talk going. Man, y'all really like the drama, huh? You're like, Josh, you need to get to the bottom of this. We need to find out what happened. Did I study in school? Yeah, I guess. I did a lot of other things, but yeah, I studied in school. I didn't study finances in school, believe it or not. Well, if he hasn't told us already, he's probably serious. He could email me, but then if he tells me not to share it, I can't. I did go to college, yes. Define stud. Dude, I was thinking about it the other day. Dude, I developed a cigarette addiction in college for 1 year. I was thinking about this the other day because I was like, what was wrong with me? Like, not vape, not like actual stogs. Because there's these kids from the Bay Area in my dorm, and we would hang out all the time, and they would always be just smoking stogs. And at one point in my freshman year, bro, I'm like buying packs of cigarettes. It was the weirdest thing. I was thinking about this yesterday because I was like, dude, what? I saw somebody smoking stogs, and I was like, who does that? And I was like, oh, wait, I remember. Yeah. And I was like, I feel like everybody kind of goes through it at some time, but hopefully not. Yeah, I smoke Newports. It's fucked up. But it was just so weird because, like, I never would smoke cigarettes. I was like, I would smell. I would do all of that. How did you quit? I think I just did a bunch of other stuff. Like, I was young. It never really, like, stuck in that sense. Usually just, like, I mean, I would move to vaping, but at the end of the day, like, dude, stogs are smelly. They're very, very smelly, bro. You can't see me smoking. I mean, I would argue you can't even see me anyway, but I feel you. You can email tradingfraternity@gmail.com. You ever do cigars? Like, one time, and then I'm like, why the fuck am I playing Tea Party? Like, I don't really like, I already look cool enough. I feel like people only smoke cigars to look cool. Because I don't get it. It looks so hard. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it looks gangster. Like, even the guy in what's it called? Space Jam. He always smoking a cigar. you know, but like I don't understand it at all. Yeah, it's like a tea party. You know what I'm saying? Like you're just like doing all the actions to like not really like do anything. Isn't it the flavor? Yeah, the flavor's dirt. I think that's a lie. Like, I do it for the flavor. No, you don't. It don't even taste good. Maybe if it was like a banana, you know what I'm saying? Like a sour green apple cigar or something. You know, and I'm like, okay, maybe I believe you. It does, though. Uh-huh, sure. And whiskey tastes good. Stop lying to yourself. You ever smoke hookah? Yeah, man, it's like a rite of passage in my culture. Did I ever tell you the one time I was mad confused because I knew what a hookah was at the time, but we went over to my aunt's house and my aunt had a hookah. And I tried to ask my mom, I was like, how come they have one and we don't have one? And then I got my ass beat. But yeah, I used to hookah. I used to own part of a hookah bar. I sold out the steak, but then like half of my Middle Eastern friends all own hookah bars. I'm not even kidding. Like I wish that was like a racist joke, but like sadly, like it's so stereotypical. Like half of my Middle Eastern friends all own a hookah bar. Like I know half of every hookah bar in San Diego, I know the owner. At least maybe one of them I don't. I'm not even kidding. This isn't even like, it is pretty lucrative. It's a good margin. The margins aren't that bad. There's like, so that's why like, even if your business is slow, as long you're hiring 2 employees, you buy all the materials once, and then you got to do everything else. Like, you know, just whatever, the shisha and all that. But it's not bad. No, they make good money, but then like, one of my friends, the one in downtown, he like turned it into like a fake club. That's where they start to make other money off of food and drinks. We gonna hoop in SD next month? All right, I gotta prepare. We could go for like a brisk walk if you'd like. I'm kind of down to ball, though. Is EBS related to the measles? I think they got like a government thing the other day, but I could double check. It is super. Oh, you did drop one. Yeah, Spy 3.8 is pricing in 1050, so 500s are cheap. Our standard deviation 2s are super cheap. YouTube finally in the super chats go through, baby. Amen. So that play you made, though, if it's 2 standard deviations, I don't think that's a bad idea. And did you already make the play? Because the thing is, there's more than PCE tomorrow. I think that's where people are missing out. Or, excuse me, next week. So next week, we're also going to have the GDP middle of the week, and I think that's going to have a big effect. NVIDIA, huge red, almost red on the day? No. Yeah, wow. And then bonds higher, stocks lower, but SPY still green. NASDAQ's down a quarter. Even ARM's coming down. Yeah, that's crazy. NVIDIA gave up 2.7. No shit. For 139. I think 139 just a little expensive, like nominally, not in relation, but I do think, I mean, you have an opportunity to move 2 standard deviations. I still have the SMCI put, yeah. It's up 212%. SPY on the low now. Microsoft. That put's not gaining like it was in the that one now, that could be one of those laggers. It's just holding that premium, but like give it, if we like keep edging lower, I think in like an hour or two, some of those dailies might frog. You missed Josh's Padufa bets? Oh, man. Oh, man. I think we're all on the same page. Earnings is wrapping up. We killed it on earnings plays. Some of you got your first taste of blood. Now you're like, yes, more. And then now it's wrapping up. So now just naturally we're like, where the biotechs at? So I feel you. I feel you, man. I feel you. I'm going to be looking at them. But can't go too crazy. You came back for a quick idea? No. NVIDIA. Please? No. Because you said you were leaving. You said it rubbed you wrong. You took it as a sign. So now you ignored the sign and you come at me? That's crazy. You ignored the sign from the universe. And then you never left. And then you had something to say about MPW. And then now it says, no, NVIDIA. I'm fighting destiny. I don't believe in that. I think enjoy fate, love fate. So NVIDIA. I'll see you on Monday. Thank you. NVIDIA hype trade? No, we haven't got anything here. If anything, SMCI, that was a killer in the morning. That was about it. And then I made a couple. Good average down on COG-T. And then the wheat stocks. I'm up on wheat stocks too. So not too bad of a day. Not too bad. Well, I don't know. Do you guys want the tinfoil on NVIDIA? I have tinfoil on NVIDIA. I don't know. Bill Gross expects eventual positive curve in treasury yields. Bro, SPY is just flushing right now. So now SPY is negative. NASDAQ down by 0.4. Dow Jones up by 0.3. Russell down by 0.2. No news. I mean, Bill Gross comments there. I don't think that's moving it. Canada's sanctions on Russia. But other than that, no, I think we're just kind of moving, and then now chips gave up. It smells like gas. What the fuck is that? Hold on. My house gonna blow up? No, are we good? Yeah, man, it smells like gas. I'm nervous. Did I tell you, though, the other day? Last weekend, my girlfriend left my stove on. She came and then cooked for me. And then she just left it on. And I came back home and I was like, bro, you trying to kill me? Gold is up. Oh, I was considering some gold. Oh, and I was considering the peach, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, SPY could go red. NASDAQ could go red for a little bit, but the peach is forever in here. Horn, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle and the peach. Amen. Amen. God bless you. How you living, baby, on this Friday? Bradley Frizzle. Bonds finally not going down. Well, it's good, but they still got so much room. Again, the divergences are real. How much percent? I only made 100% realized because the ghetto spread. The play was as high as 700% like an hour ago. And then right now, the SMCI play is up 314. Peaches life. Tell him, Rhino. Happy Friday, baby. Car on the high. So we were just talking about those downside plays. And then I'm glad we got out of the CME. Those ended up dropping. I haven't bought Palo Alto yet, but it's decent. I think we just got to let a little bit of momentum kind of work its way out, though. And Cog T just staying pinned at 8. Myrna dropped. Pfizer still above 28. I'm going to short NVIDIA. Probably sometime next week or the week after that. It's a very hard question, man. I don't know how to answer it but I am using just the past history. That's all. I think all you could do is look at how NVIDIA played out the last earnings. The last couple of earnings, it does these moves. It, hits a new high, stays pinned, and then eventually dances within a level before it's selling off. And then it works its way right back up. No, I still have that call. The NVIDIA call went up and then went down. That sucks. Our arm went green and then now we're negative on it. Do you average up on dividend stocks? I bought some during October and I like to add when I have such great averages. I have a couple of times, like I averaged up on Abivai. And like the beauty of dividend stocks, if you have dividend reinvestment turned on, you naturally just are investing into it on the way up. So you can average up. I don't think anything's wrong with that, but just don't go out of hand. You know what I'm saying? And don't get crazy. And hopefully your purchases meet a broader plan. Yo, gold is ripping. I think gold is a very interesting one right now. I wanted a little flip on there. I think it's too late because dollar's still up. Again, bond yields, everything. And then GLD is just ripping. Tesla flush. Need to turn. I think turn on drip for everything. I am still looking for dividends. Yeah, Cracker Barrel. I don't think I've ever been to a Cracker Barrel. I've heard good things though. I think I've been to Texas Roadhouse, but I don't know. I've never really been there. So I think if you like it, like I'm saying, make sure the rest of your portfolio is balanced out and you can work it in there. But other than that, I mean, I don't think we have any food plays or restaurants. They're the best food. 30-year falls below 4.41. Lowest level on the 30-year in a week. That's crazy considering last week was bad data. Oh, my goodness. These guys is crazy, Habibi. Oh, I guess Uber. But it's not like a food play. Uber is delivery. It's transport. So, I don't know. Same thing with Cart. Cart, I only have a flip on here. I've just been swinging it. But Uber, I don't think Uber is a food play. Like I'm talking like literally like a restaurant. Oh, Domino's. Wait a minute. I meant NVIDIA. What are you doing, bro? NVIDIA. You distracting me, man. It's getting real distracting. Do you trim positions once they get too big? No, you know that. So we had this talk. I was talking about it yesterday. Like, There's just only one thing that matters. Like, I'd let everything work. Like, the beauty about having a winner in your long term is that you don't know where it's going to go. So, like, the point is, once it grows big, that's how you're able to make a lot of money, because then once it grows into a formidable position, if it 10x's from there, now it's a way bigger gain. But like I was talking about this yesterday, like Uber. Bro, Uber, we have $17,000 in Uber in the long term. So this is more, we got more in gains than what we invested. I'm never going to sell this off. Even if it's up, again, Meta as well, 400%, because the general idea is that this was a small play in my portfolio. It was hanging around with these guys, and then it started to go up. So the idea is, once something starts growing, somebody asked this about NVIDIA a couple of days ago, I let it sit there, because then it starts to grow, and then you're able to start buying other names that haven't in the same way. So you get to balance out your portfolio. You don't need to balance out your portfolio by always selling. You could balance it out by letting something grow and then going through there and then buying the other stuff. This is the big account. This is the YouTube big account. And then we went over the other ones yesterday on the watch list. SPY, new low. A little bit of a flush. Yeah, those SMCIs are back to 400%. Airbnb on the low. Tesla dropping. It's fine to take profits on trades, but I'm just saying with the long term, I just don't. I determine when to take money 10 years later. Like, I know it sounds weird. Some of you have not even been in the market for 10 years, but there's no real way to tell if an investment, like what it's really worth, until you've given it like 10 years. So it's long term. I mean, these are my plans. You know, when I kept buying Uber, and why we go slow and steady on a lot of these, because when I buy them, we are not changing our mind on it for 10 years. That portfolio we created end of 2019. All of them. And then I've been invested for I think 17 years now. A long time. I'm pretty old. But I did start young. Shit, I've been here for 10 months. Feel, man, I feel. Bonds still going up. Stocks going lower. ARM kind of holding, but it was doing way better earlier. Walmart just killing it. Is Lunar going up? Yeah, I thought this was going to make a move eventually. People might get excited on that again. There was a lot of news on Lunar. Like last night, I saw so many videos on like space landing. They're going to space. I saw the stupidest video, man. Some dude was like, all right, they're about to land this thing on the moon. And he was like, have you noticed that when you go and you look at the moon, it's blurry? I've reached Q status. I think it's time I ban you, sir. You've been here for a long time, though, so I'm going to give you 24 hours in the gulag. Don't talk on my name like that. Come on, bro. Still love you, though. The recent addition was Alibaba to the long term. Alibaba and Pfizer. I think. Activity and orders. So last 30 days, only dividends. Let's see, year to date. Yeah, Baba, we bought Baba. Then Pfizer. Then that's it. Yeah, only Baba and Pfizer. Intel for the long term, I'm not against it, but I've just been a little weirded out by it since they dropped, cut their dividend, and then like did their thing. So, and then now it's still up like a lot on premium, but I like the company a lot. I have a weird faith in Intel. I think they're shit now in the sense of AMD has killed them, but like I do really like, I like Gensler, wasn't it, or Gelsinger. I like some of his ambitions, but I don't know if they're going to execute as well either. But unfortunately, I'm not going to buy Intel unless it really does drop to one of those like super low prices again. But I like the idea. And I think they got upside that they could surprise you with if they do better than people are expecting with AI. I mean, I think they have a whole market carved out for them. Cisco. Oof. They're decent. I mean, it's a name that's been around. Like, and it will always be around. I think there's a little bit of caveats with it, but I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily my first choice or not. I don't know where their premium's at either. Yeah, you're like still kind of in the middle. You're not paying as much as last year. They're more stable than not. Honestly, it's not bad. I feel like their dividend's like 2%, 3.2. Oh, the tin. I forgot to tell you. Yeah. So are you guys ready? All right, here it is. The tin foil is like, you guys know the name NVIDIA. Some of you think it's pronounced Nvidia. So the tin foil is that at one point, NVIDIA was actually called NVIDIA. Yes. So even the company back in the day used to say it's pronounced NVIDIA. But everybody rejected it. So everybody just goes with NVIDIA. I'm serious. There's some weird history on this. If you go back enough, you literally like, it's kind of debatable. No, it's kind of debatable. So that's the tinfoil. But you may want to look deep into how it's been pronounced, because you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Powell to appear before Senate March 7th. It's true, I really remember it, but my friends keep telling me I'm wrong. Yeah, it's a Mandela effect. But like literally, like people used to call it NVIDIA. Even the company said, we are NVIDIA. But then everybody started calling it NVIDIA. Square CFO pumping on CNBC.
First, to 56 million monthly transacting actives in Cash App as of December, 2 million of them who are paycheck direct deposit customers. We see a significant opportunity to bring our tens of millions of customers into our financial services products. Secondly, we'll move upmarket with our families offering, which we've launched over the past couple of years, bringing teens into the financial lexicon and landscape and growing with them as they become the earners and spenders of the future. And third is to become the next gen social bank. Cash App is inherently social as a peer-to-peer platform. And these are long-term initiatives for us, but we see a significant
I grabbed the
opportunity if we can
MNQ to the
execute.
high side.
You know, you ask around the street, Amrita, and
17990.
you do get some comments like
MNQ, not a
restaurants and
recommendation. You will lose
BNPL.
money.
Are there ways to either catch up or get more aggressive within those silos? What do you think?
We are prioritizing our work with restaurants within Square. Food and beverage is our top priority vertical, and we're addressing that through improvements in our platform to improve product offerings for restaurants, food and beverage, the food and beverage vertical. We're importantly focusing on our banking products within Square as well, which have been
As a future,
very high NPS,
mini
very
NASDAQ
high
future to the
product fit,
upside.
and have grown disproportionately on our
Technically
platform.
a call,
28%
I guess.
growth in the fourth quarter relative to 18% growth for the overall Square platform. So we see these products resonating for small businesses, and we want to go even deeper there. Buy Now, Pay Later is a great way for consumers to be able to manage their cash flows. It's sort of a working capital product that enables them to continue to participate in commerce, and it brings merchants more opportunities to access young demographics and attractive next-gen consumers. So these are critical parts of our portfolio, and our Buy Now, Pay Later platform grew by 25% in the fourth quarter as well. And these products are growing at scale, so we'll continue our product velocity to enhance each of these features.
Finally, I know Jack's title is still Blockhead, Squarehead, Chairman and Co-founder, but it won't surprise you to know that the street's really interested in the degree of his involvement and whether or not that's changing.
Jack is fully engaged in our business. He wrote each of our last two shareholder letters where we reframed our Square strategy and now more recently our Cash App strategy, which we've talked about today. He architected our investment framework, which is our intention to hit Rule of 40 on a gross profit growth plus adjusted operating income margin basis in 2026. And we've made consistent progress against that investment framework throughout 2023 and have committed to make progress in 2024. And he's instilled the constraints that we're acting against in our business. He and the rest of us are now focused on improving our product velocity so that we can do even more for our customers.
All stock has basically doubled since Halloween, zeroing in on almost a 52-week high today, Amrita. Really appreciate the time and guidance. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Thanks so much for having me.
Amrita Ahuja, Block.
Warner Brothers Discovery down big this morning, more than 12%. A closer look at that quarter next. Money Movers is back in a moment.
My bad. It was a coffee piss. I couldn't stop it. You know what I'm saying? We had to really get that out there. I went with the MNQ because we kind of, again, you just had this weird strength, and then we just filled yesterday's little gap level right there. So it is a Friday. I only went with this small one just in case, but get a little bit of exposure just in case you get a stupid melt up there, but shouldn't go too crazy. Again, I played micro futures. We played a bigger future on the watch list. That was hilarious. I can't believe that. I think MCL on break even. Yeah, still on the oil play. And FOMO on Square. I like it. I just Square, it moves like PayPal. It's just a B word. Like, it just does these like gains and then sells off randomly. But I do think in the next couple days, Square will randomly go up. It may have a big drop before, but I'm keeping an eye on it. I'm not too FOMO'd by it, but I'm watching. And booking keeps getting slashed. ACAM, again, SPY going up a little bit. COG-T dropping. Walmart post-split. I wish we had Walmart pre-split. No. But yeah, Walmart, we're going to have to wait. We talked about it yesterday on the watch list. My plans for the long term, because we get a deposit in like a week. I'm either thinking Pfizer, number one. You get to stack up Pfizer. We'll make it big in the portfolio. It'll have as much in Pfizer as we do in MO, and then it gets both growth and dividends. Option number 2, we just go straight up Altria and get it at the 40s and then increase the dividend. Or option number 3, go with 15 shares of BABA so we could get a balanced 100 shares. So that's what I'm thinking. Those are what I'm thinking about. Bro, bonds are non-stop right now. What's making TLT? I wish I could tell you. I think it's just finally getting relief after the last week or two. Again, this is the highest TLT has been in a week, which is crazy considering all the stuff we've gone over. Kind of like the BABA play. It's funny, nobody liked the Pfizer, but everybody liked MO and BABA when I told them about it on the watch list yesterday. So we'll see. We'll see. But that's what I'm thinking. Those are my potential plans. Iova, nah. We had Iova early. I flipped out of that one for smaller gains in the past, but I think it's just a game of musical chairs. The only thing that could help Iova is that any of these biotechs.
Join Jim.
Jesus loves you. That's scary.
Welcome back to Money Movers.
What was I saying? Iova, the only thing about these biotechs is that if they get good data and they start moving up, the next level, the next catalyst could be if there will potentially be a buyout, because we've been seeing a lot of that lately. Does the billing on trade start the first day you buy the alerts? Yes. You like Pfizer than MO? I think Pfizer was the best of both worlds. Gives us a little bit of dividend, still 6%, gets the upside in the shares, and then we even stack it up. That play will now become top 5, top 6 in the long term, I think. But then Altria's yield, man. You know what I'm saying? Altria's yield is beautiful. I like me at 9%. And then Altria will get even bigger in the portfolio. So then we could drip even more. But I think I'll just let time make up the decision. We'll see which one's the cheapest by the time we get our deposit. Oh, yeah, Euro close right here on the money. Damn. So that little bounce there was ahead of Euro close. So 15 minutes ahead of Euro close, you bounce off the low. We are now chilling right here, but Europe is closing right now. Okay. Altria upside? I don't think there's upside in Altria, to the point where that's why I like Pfizer more. Altria is probably never going to double in value. You know what I'm saying? It's Altria is never going to $80. I guess at one point it did, but I think upside would be equilibrium, $54 maybe. Maybe low 50s or mid 50s. That's kind of where I see it getting up to and kind of holding. But then again, if you tell me in the next year or two, Altria gets back up to $50, $55, and then we've already collected 4 or 5 years of 8, 9%, that's where your upside is coming from. So it's just keeping your money, staying in there, getting your dividend, and then, when it's all said and done, anytime Altria does go up after you've recouped your money, you're just sitting there, hopefully collecting yield and then sitting on a gain. The Pfizer play is hoping for another forced vaccination? No. That's crazy. Because one, it's not like I'm the biggest fan of that, but Pfizer is just a big company. We're talking $20 to $50 billion a quarter, every quarter. And they have other things. So, right now, the number one thing I like with Pfizer is their cancer drugs and their gene editing drugs. And those are the two things that are going to bring about a future to Pfizer. Problem with MO last 2 years, it's down 10%. Yeah, but it yields more than that. So if you held it for 2 years, getting 8%, you've gotten back 16% while the stock is down 10. And then it was up at one point. There was a time where MO was ripping. But at the end of the day, I just think MO is stable. I don't think it's going anywhere. Shouldn't move too much, but then it also shouldn't have too much upside. Arm rocket ship. Wow, he's back. Bonds are trying to catch up to the market, aka yields come lower, but they're still, it's a long way off. Pfizer. Bro, gold's still running. Shopify's on the high. Good call out. Macy's too. Intel's trying to wake up a little bit. Race on the high. Pfizer could get GLP, but like they're being weird about it. They don't have the first mover advantage. They have that other one. The oral ones don't work as well, but I think they're going to find their way into it. But it's crazy if you think about it, because like you got to realize like Pfizer right now, you literally have NVO. NVO is 3 times the size of Pfizer. They don't make as much money as Pfizer, and they're relatively, again, they don't have the same sort of like legacy and big drug pipeline. So there's a lot of opportunity though. So if Pfizer does get into it, I mean, it would be a huge cash cow if they could find a way to get into GLP-1 and monetize it. COG-T to drop a little bit. We're up on the average down, and then even above our average after that average. Bro, gold is doing very good right now. I'm kind of mad. I wanted a little bit of that. Yeah, bro, gold 2047. Has Pfizer ever split off a portion of their company, like a spinoff? I don't think so, but I want to say they did. I feel like it was a big one. Oh, Zoetis. Yeah, ZTS. And I think Viatris, too, from Myland. Volume is decent. I mean, we are at Euro close right now. Oh, we're doing good. 10 million an hour. It's holding a pretty active pace. But don't let me forget, Chattadonia. It's Friday. And we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Then chest to the sun. Flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you, and boom, baby. No, I'm not going. No, you look good right now. You look tall. Like you look ready for battle. I don't know who you battling, but I'd be scared if I was battling you. Look at that posture, man. You look amazing. Wow, God bless you. Hey, listen, man. It's just a gentle daily reminder. Right now, you are in your room. Maybe you're at work right now. Maybe you're driving. But the thing is, like, nobody is threatening you right now, okay? Nobody is attacking you. I don't understand why your shoulders are scrunched up like that. Okay, I need you to release some of the trauma in your traps. Okay, relax. Drop the shoulders. Okay, chest to the samba. Relax a little bit, man. You holding a lot of tension in there. There you go. Then finally, relax the jaw. Go breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh, there it is. There it is. Feel relaxed is good, man. A little bit of shoulder workouts will make you relaxed, you know? Bro, TOT is unreal. I'm telling you. Even the days with big data like events, like you haven't seen a move like this in a minute, just out of nowhere because there's nothing. There's no data, no anything. But yeah, the yield's backing off. It helps support some of this just craziness. Fed futures, we looked at them early. I mean, I think they're still pricing in a June or July. I think a June cut, low key. So June cut is still priced in for now. They're right at the cusp. We've gotten over March. Yeah, Root is doing very good. I'm mad I wanted that one. All right, we hit the wall stretch. Market going up on a Tuesday. Oh. Hello. I'm still here. Just stretching. Oh. Beautiful. Beautiful. Sounds like I'm vaping. No, I'm just at the wall stretching. Oh, then the breathing out, maybe. All right, now we do a foot balance, and then we good, baby. And then we good. WBD died today. You want to gamble on the odds of another cell phone outage on November 5th? That's a little far in advance. Is there a future on it? If not, I'll just gamble on rate hikes. Bro, people were freaking out, though, about the thing yesterday. About the little cell phone stuff. And AT&T. Etsy's still going up. ARM holding up so well. I think it's because ARM did bad yesterday when SMCI went up 12 or 30%. So I think they're all just kind of taking turns, some more than others. I mean, the market's pretty mixed right now. SPY and Dow green, everything else in the red. It's been a little weird. Yeah, there's a lot of tin around it. Same day as the lunar landing. Bro, gold's still going and bonds. Market barely moving with all of that. It's kind of, dude, that bond move is, what the hell is happening, bro? Oh, okay, switch legs. Switch legs. Yeah, gold. I still have the oil plays. Let me see. No, oil, I'm down 20. Gold, though, that was big. TLT calls are 3 cents. I'm sure those dailies probably went nuts. That would have been a great deal. Because I don't think anybody expected this. Again, I can't even tell you why the bonds are going up today. If any, I just think it's a relief rally. That's it. I think it's just the first set of relief in a very long, drawn-out month of bonds getting destroyed. Good. We balanced. We're ready to go. Hopefully you moved around, baby. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. $4,000 on some TLTs. Yeah, bro. I'm sure. Average down another month on TLT. Minute rips. We'll see. This is just his first green. So anytime it dies, has its first green, it may be able to start a trend. But just don't forget, though, every part of the bond curve has gotten wrecked in the last couple of months here. That's what makes everything all the more fascinating. And then that being said, we're back, bro. That's crazy. Not only are we at all-time highs, but, bro, the curve. Bro, the yield curve is now back to Christmas levels, which were the same levels in October, and then the same levels of, like, March, May last year. Kind of crazy. So, again, the inversion, just all the while there, you know, all these moves, it's still further inverting the curve, but just to give you an idea, no matter what's happening in stocks, I mean, 2-year, 10-year, everything else, it's still just rates are high. They should be higher. That's the crazy part. So, again, if you look at the Fed futures are saying bond rates should even be lower, but there's still a gap between those as well. The Zaza, if I held that December one, I would have made more money. But right now, Fed futures, there's like 3.5 rate cuts priced for December still, or 4, which is around the Fed. But then you still have rate cuts just right below 50, 60% on June. Tesla call, I don't have any opinion on that, no. Again, there hasn't been good news in EV land. So maybe Tesla's the best out of all of them, but lately in the short term, I mean, I don't think anything good has came out on anything EV related. I do think Tesla, didn't Elon just do something yesterday? I think he's the other factor. What time is it? It's 8:47. Still mad early. So we're what, like 15 minutes off Euro close? I shorted the ZQ. So let me see if I could show you it. That play was nuts, man. It was a fun play, but honestly, it was kind of sad too. So this is the December, this /ZQZ24. This is the December Zaza. So these were the December rate cut odds. So the day of Powell, these rate cut odds, it was like, I think it was saying 90% that they were going to cut or do certain things. So I shorted it. So I said it would go lower from here, and then it popped up in one day. And then, you know, literally at the peak, I was down like about $10,000 because I shorted it. I shorted the ZQZ. It goes up, and I did it with like 4 or 5 contracts. Went down a lot. And then finally, like just the other day when we dropped around here, I think I closed out at 49 and 95.49 or something like that. So I still made $4,000 on that play. That's the crazy part, because again, even though it's all about the odds, eventually the odds just came back, you know, because it was like, okay, you know, it was 90%. There is kind of a floor, but I just shorted it, waited. But these plays they're very tricky, but the general idea is we want them on the floor. Like if I did the Zaza, if you bought it when it was at the low, that's what you want to go for, or you want to short it when you think it's getting to a high, aka the probability is too high. My NQ, I closed out this morning for $1,200, I believe. I forgot about it up until this morning. Somebody said something about ES and NQ on the plays, and I was like, oh shit, we made that play yesterday. It's 10K risk to make 4K. Seems like a rough risk to reward. Well, yeah, I think I would have made more, but at that point I wanted to get out. But that play was just supposed to be a bigger play. The risk to reward on the play was that the risk was kind of a floor. So, like, even when I went down $10,000, I knew I could only lose like another $2-3 grand max. And then if anything happens how it does, the odds kind of go back. But it definitely was I would say a poorly executed trade. I went too big in size, got clapped on Powell, had to hold it for 3 months, and then after being down on it so much, the minute I had good profits, I said, I'm out. Fucking give me my money. But definitely could have made a lot better to balance that out, but I just wanted to go home. Shadow ever gifted me my first membership, baby. You've been here for 19 months, baby. Let's go. Amen. Face. 3-4 years, baby. We've seen the face. We'll see the name face. I don't think it's poorly executed at the end of the day. You won and made. I think I made a mistake by I was just too confident when it came out, and I put a lot of contracts down. So like if I sized it differently and then averaged into it after the pop, I think that would have been better. And then if I was willing to hold for like 3 or 4 more days, I probably would have made another 1,000 or 2. But like I said, I wanted to get out of it. To turn that big loss into a big win, I'm down. But it was, no, I didn't expect Powell to do what he did that day. Hey, thanks for preaching patience, playing smart. Lord is great. Finally made a scale out of root after almost a year. You still have that? I remember I got out on one of those, but I was just saying, like the other day, yesterday when they had that move, it reminded me of that. But good shit, bro. Is it good or bad for the market? TLT up? I don't even know if it matters as much, right? TLT goes down, market will still go up. TLT goes up. I think it's better if TLT goes up, because then that means rates aren't having that negative effect. But yeah. SMCI. No, I don't see any news. They're very quiet today. Hood, 52-week high. But especially in bond land, I have no idea what's happening, at least for today. I'm still in the MNQ. I have $50 in gains. And I'm still in the weed play. And then COG T. I think those are it. And then the SMCI, but we ghetto spreaded it. SMCI is about to go negative now. Whoa, GG. GG. Oh, that's a lot right there, baby. 10. Just blessing the chat with 10. Oh, man. God bless you, bro. Oh, no. GG. 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 God bless. Man, I hope your day's doing good. GG. I hope you have a good Friday, too, man. Would you want to average down on Intel? Nah, let it ride. We played them smaller. You're in the MNQ too? Let's get it. It's small, though. I'm keeping it small, though, for a reason. We either get a lucky melt up or any of the little volatility. But I even did the MCL too. I don't know if they did announce it. We were looking at gold earlier. Gold is nasty. Made a move to like 2047, 2048 and a half. Microsoft, I don't know. Yesterday, it was strong and then kind of turned weak a little bit. It's hard to say. Remember, Microsoft earnings wasn't like crazy. Microsoft was just one of them that just like it moved, but it didn't. Like people were excited, but it didn't cause like a crazy move. Yeah, Snap's been trying to fight Shake Shack on the high. Shake Shack's up 2. Tesla. Etsy's still going up. The Shamrock Shake is back. Oh, dude. That green milkshake from McDonald's is the worst thing ever. Have you ever had one? It tastes like Mylanta. I don't know if y'all remember Mylanta. Some of y'all don't know what Mylanta is. Oh, dude, it's awful. Shake Shack's really good. Compared to, I mean, In-N-Out is in its own league, but Shake Shack, like, Shake Shack hits. I'm a big fan of Shake Shack. I think MO will ever break all-time highs. It's going to go sideways. It'll probably go sideways for a couple of years. It may be able to hit all-time highs. I'm sure more population is born. There's going to be a new nicotine trend, but I would just, like I said, equilibrium, you know, a decent amount higher than where they're at now, but I'm not really expecting MO to do anything crazy. Yeah, IWM has gone green. They were red earlier, so kind of a nice flip there. MO is behind on the weed legalization. So I like that idea in the beginning, but MO in the last 3-4 years, like you guys, some of you individually have made more progress to selling weed than they have. They don't hate it, but they haven't built around it, which is good and bad. They probably saved money, but then at the same time, like they are not really, I don't think they're really set up. You invested $38,000 so far. You have another $20K to invest. Not exactly where to allocate it. We'll get some yield on it. And then again, that $20K, you could split it up over time. So you don't have to put it all in one place. And then don't ever forget about your boy real estate. You could pull something off with that. I told you guys that, right? I told you that one property. I bought this a couple years ago in Ohio. But my down payment on the house was like $13,000 or something. And that play made like that did like $200,000 in profit. So I don't know. You may not think it's a lot, but 20K could get you a nice little rental there. You get gains on equity and also be able to get some cash flow. Not bad. They might buy some when it becomes more prevalent. Yeah, I think they need MO needs to manufacture their own stuff. Like, find a way, but pretty much they're lagging in weed. I mean, that's the moral of the story. I would have liked MO to have that, but just unfortunately, maybe it worked out for the better, but like they just didn't have, like, it just didn't work. Like, and they're like, compared to even other people, they are falling behind heavily. We did hear about Reddit IPO. I said it yesterday on the watch list. I don't know if I'm going to play it. We'll play with criteria. We'll see what happens, but like, I don't even know if Reddit, like, who advertises on Reddit? Kind of hard to get into 20K real estate in California. No, not at all. I bought in a house in California for $9,000. That's what it cost me for my keys. So I closed escrow on a $400,000 property for $9,000. Again, I knew we helped out a couple of Chads recently. One Chad bought a house in Cali. I think his down payment was like $25,000 when it was all said and done out of everything. But just the loans, I mean, it's not even creative finance. It's just do the math. So whatever the property value is, you're either going to put down 3%, 5%, or 10%. If you're a veteran, 0%. And then that's it. And then depending on the value of the property, that's all. But pretty much you're just going to have to shop for something cheaper. But Cali's a big place. There's a lot of houses there. And then even outside of it, there's even more. The one where I did the best cheap deals I've done have been Ohio and Indiana. But Indiana kind of maxed out. Ohio's still pretty wicked. I mean, I think I'm about to do it. Some Chad sent me a property in Virginia, and he said he got a good deal on it, and he wants to flip it with me. And he said he'll do all the work. I said, all right, I'm down. We have a co-agent in Virginia. So, I mean, if you if you have a property, send it, or you have any ideas. But I don't have any leads just sitting in New York right now for flips. You'll fund flips? I'll partner up. I mean, assuming it's a good deal. All right, SPY's about to be a VWAP. Chop and pop. More to hold Russia accountable on Navalny will come. That Brisbane one's still available. Which one is that? Was that I like that compound one. Remember that compound one you sent me? Brisbane, was that the recent one? But I think I don't know. I think my offer was below 1.7. Re-email, but then again, they would need to be willing to work. No, I don't think the data moved the bonds up today. I have no idea why the bonds made this. I honestly just think it's a relief rally. I really think that bonds have just been murdered over the last couple of weeks. So literally this random relief rally just recovered like a week and a half of losses. But that's about it. That's gold. And then I'm down on the oil. Oh, the weed stocks are running. Ten-year coming down got people confused. Because there's just no reasoning. And then the days that, like, we were just dying. We had good bond auctions. Bond yields wouldn't catch a bid 2 weeks ago. Last week, you get one bad bond auction, you get murdered. And then now on nothing, we just start ramping. The compound, they were trying to get him. Oh, somebody came in. That's good, though. I didn't think they were going to sell it. That's why I was like, I just like the units. Cocoa past 16. Alrighty. At Young VWAP. NVIDIA heading back to high of the day. COG-T went back up. NVIDIA did, dude, that's like a $20, $30 bounce. That's just crazy. White House disappointed by announcement for Israeli settlement plans in West Bank. Settlements are inconsistent with international law. And then that NASDAQ was great. Baby NQ doing its thing. You got an AI startup who's going to put Rocket and UMC out of business. Nice. You got a AI mortgage lender. That's cool. Send me some stuff on that. I'm looking at them in Q now. You have the question about the ghetto spread. You're looking towards the earnings for next week and do the calculation. So you buy for March 8th. Do you use it the day before? You could do it in advance. So I think I answered this one earlier. I like to do it the day before just because things can change. But yes, you can do it in advance. But the problem is if it's pricing in 5% today and the stock moves 5% leading into it, it still might be pricing in 5%. So the whole point is all of it is very variable. All of it is just all moving pieces. So before you know it, you might actually, it could be saying 5% for earnings. You're like, okay, it's going to move to 105. But then by the time a week goes by, if it gets to 105, now the real level is going to be like 110, wherever else was $5 or 5% below that. That's the only problem. So you're pricing in the earnings move will be there, but how it moves ahead of earnings, that's the unknown variable. $25K, 38 invested, decided not to purchase the property. I was originally planning to. I'm thinking dividends. I'm 22. Wait, why didn't you buy the property? But the way I'm looking at it, you have 38 already invested. You get a property, it balances you out very good. Sorry, I'm trading while talking. I sold out the MNQ, $120 profit. Again, it was a smaller one, but we had a nice little bottom tick. But yeah, why didn't you get the property? Because I'm looking at it like you already have 38,000 in stocks. You're going to be able to let it sit there and grow, but then like you're young. So I just like the leverage. This is where, the one thing I always tell some of the guys out there, especially the young guys, real estate is the best way to leverage money properly. and get a shit ton. Why? Because you could turn that 25K, hypothetically, we could turn it into 250 grand. So now you have $250,000 invested in an asset rather than, right now, if you put it all in stocks, you're going to have 50. But like, you're 22 years old, I would go for the house. I would still also keep in mind the dividends and all of that. But if you could now knock out, have a $38,000 portfolio, get you a small property in your portfolio all by the age of 22, I mean, you at that point, you just got to stay alive till you're 30, and you should be living a very comfortable life. Interest rates, insurance, and taxes. Hey, life has everything, But like I'm saying, there's way better things that come with it. More money, more problems. And, it is a lot of work, and I don't think it's work that you should ignore. Like, you'll be able to figure it out, and, like, you'll learn through it all. But, like I'm saying, that leverage, you can't leverage anything with that level of safety. That's all. There's nothing in this world that you can go and get 10 times more than you put down, and then the value is actually going to hold up. And then it's not going to fluctuate around a lot and go crazy. Because like I'm saying, you got to, like, this is my favorite math. He has $25,000. If you go and you turn that into a $250,000 property, 10% down, let's say, you might even be able to get it cheaper. That's the crazy part. But you put down your 25 grand for a $250,000 property, right? If that property makes 10%, you just doubled up your account. So if you took 25K and put it into stocks to make 25K, you would need to make 100% on your whole entire trading or stock account. You would need 100% to make 25 grand off of 25 grand. You put that 25K into real estate and it goes up 10%. Let's say that happens in 2 years. May even happen in 1, depending on where you get it. Then you're walking away with 100% off of 10. You're not up till you sell it. Selling is expensive. It is. It is expensive. Real estate is a liquid. Harder to sell and get capital right away. There's a change in value between selling, but the value of the asset itself, though, I'm assuming if you get everything, make sure you don't go broke in any other ways, but it's like it is still an asset. So if you need money, you don't want to sell, the loans you could get against it. I mean, the flexibility is there. Like I'm saying, it's a lot of work, but are you going to live your whole life, kind of being like, oh, well, it's too much work, I don't want to do it. But the way I'm looking at it is like, dude, you start this now, you start this young, and you learn to handle it now. This thing is just going to guarantee you millions of dollars down the line. And yeah, you will have to learn how the work is, but it's a great way to build up a portfolio all around. But yeah, that's my take on it. Either way, you can go for the dividends if that's your plan. I live in Vermont. Housing seems insanely expensive. I think, doesn't Vermont, you could get some cheap houses or look around there. But I'm not trying to force you into it. Like I'm saying, I would just take into mind what I just said. And if that sounds appealing to you, you're young. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm here today because I did real estate young. I did real estate and stocks young. They worked back and forth, but it's just one of the best things. And once I did that with Bitcoin too. The moment I realized my Bitcoin, if the ones that we bought for the YouTube account, the moment I realized, okay, for me to make $1 million, this would need to happen. I just said, let's fucking leverage this into real estate and call it a day. So it's something, I think, if you have the resources and then you already have a long-term as well, that is the next step. What if you're old? If you're old, then you shouldn't be as scared about the unknown. when you're young, you're like, oh, okay, how am I going to pay for the mortgage? I got to do this. I got to do that. And then what about taxes? If you already had extra 20 years to deal with that, what's up, man? Why not get a house? So you have a house if you are owned to live in it. Yeah, if you live in it, it'd be great. Or you rent it out. Or just you could find a flip. But that is something I would be considering. I mean, that's literally what I did it. That's part of my thing starting out, you know, the mix of stocks and real estate at a young age. I mean, it tremendously it gave me a huge advantage. I've looked at a couple of properties in Vermont. Shoot me your zip code. I could probably find you one right now, or I know you got a Colt agent listening probably. I know some people who got over leveraged in real estate. It happens. I mean, here's the deal though. Like if this is your plan for your long term and you guys are trying to do it, I will help you out. You know, I will not let you get an overvalued house. Like, it's so easy to not do. You know what I'm saying? You just got to, just don't get emotional. Avoid what you think, just because the kitchen is nice and then you may really want it, but if the numbers don't comp out, as long as you're okay missing out, you got nothing to worry about. That's what I'm saying. It's go through it little by little. I mean, I could help you out. There's a lot of cult people in here who do real estate too. But it's just it's something I think all of you should be on. I don't know anything about real estate in Australia, unfortunately. You live in my parents' duplex, trying to fix it up, maybe sell it or rent it. Do they live there with you, or do they just own a duplex and let you live in one of the units? But I would fucking ride that until the wheels fall off. AKA live there, hopefully cheap or free rent, and then save up till you could buy another property. And then run it up. I live there, they don't. So do they give you a good deal? If you got a good deal, I would live in it. And if they're going to sell, why sell it? If they're going to sell it to you, and then you go find another one you could get too. But if you already own it, it's already in the family, try to hold it as long as possible. If you have the capital but are worried to jump on the first deal, how do you know you're not throwing your money away? Look at the other houses that sold. That's it. I mean, it's so simple. That's all. If you're like, oh, I want to buy this house, it's $500,000. And then every house in that neighborhood has not sold for $500,000, don't do it. That's where I'm it's so emotional because it's very easy to determine the value of a property, but then everybody just starts looking at other stuff. So as long as it comps out is good, or if it needs a lot of work, make sure you're not paying too much. So literally, if it looks like it may need a lot of work, you want to get it for 70% of the value you think you're going to sell it at. If it doesn't meet those numbers, you just walk away. That's all. But it's more so the thing you need is just all of you. I pray to God, all of you, especially if you have money, and you have again, Austin, he got money saved up. You know what I'm saying? It's I just hope all of you, the real skill you want is when value comes your way, you know to jump on it in real estate. That's it. So you should be saying no to a majority of everything in real estate. Say no, this one don't meet. But then again, when that one property pulls up, and then you're like, wow, this is 20% lower than the cheapest house that sold, you need to be able to know, yeah, okay, I'm buying that. I need to buy that right now. Because that's what it really comes down to. So if you have the money and you're worried, you don't want to throw your money away, make sure the numbers are really good and don't be afraid to say no if the margin is too tight. Lending tips, you don't care, but I do. I say nah. But, eventually, if you really are looking, you are going to come across a property that has value, and then you just got to know to be like, okay, it meets all the criteria. It's there. I need to move on this one. I don't really like land as much. Good opportunities depending on where it is, how developed it is, if it has utilities and all that, but it's still different to extract value. Takes more time. Texas, are you going to live in the house or do you want it as a rental? Because Texas, the only bad part is high property taxes, but there's some good ones. I'm rambling about mortgages and their 0-day puts returning 1,000. Well, we had a 700%er today. We got all good plays, I think, for now. You've had like 100 chat messages today. I don't know. I think are you bored or having too much fun? It's one or the other. But you'll make it through, bro. You'll make it through. Oh, they already banned you? That's fucked. A rental, maybe if it's easy for you to manage it in Texas, yeah, but after enough time, rentals in Texas kind of suck. ARM's EPS, oh, I don't even, dude, ARM's PE is like, wasn't it like 7,000? 1,600? We lost you. No, I'm here. I didn't even get disconnected. Cars play came out great. Nice. Didn't you go for a put, though? Arm's back to green. Cash flow. Sometimes, but cash flow in Cali, it just, you either get lucky on the purchase price or you hold it for a long time. But there's somewhere you'll get decent cash flow, but then the equity value and then covering itself is usually the best. What was the other one? Cog T. IWM print. Yeah, that bounced heavy, actually. So when NASDAQ was, I wish I bought the Russell instead. That would have been a better bottom tick. North or South Carolina for properties. South Carolina is nicer. North Carolina has better deals. Like, I don't get why North Carolina hasn't gotten, like, super bougie yet. Like how South Carolina did, but South Carolina has higher quality properties. But like I've seen like steal of a deal all the time in North Carolina. Yeah, North Carolina's not bad at all. Should I start another big long term today or wait? Why do you want to start another one? Where's your other one? Where's the original one? Fed Williams, I expect consumer spending growth to slow this year. At some point, it'll be appropriate to cut rates, likely later this year. Rate hike's not my base case, but if economic outlook changes materially, would have to rethink. Fed Williams says view of economy hasn't changed after January data. Things moving in right direction. Interesting. I don't think he's I see like a text interview of it all. I don't see it as live. Global Foundries, I bought it off the news. They got like $2 billion, I think, from the government. So they were pretty much awarded a government some of the CHIPS Act bill. Japan prepares $49 billion in funds for TSMC's second Kumamoto chip plant. The key. The OG is only 3,000 Roth. I have 20K saved for this one. I don't know if I should start it. It's up to you. I mean, just little by little. Hopefully you're getting yield on it. But no matter what, even if you start or don't start, it's all, you're going to start into it small. Like, you're not going to spend $20,000. If anything, I would do $1,000 a month or $2,000 a month. That's like 1 or 2 years, depending on the outlook. Square, I don't even think Square has a price to earnings. I think Square is still, Square still doesn't even have like net income. So PayPal, they have a price to earnings. You're paying a premium on their earnings, but Square is still at a loss technically. Yeah, Square is coming up. A couple of these intraday moves out of nowhere. What's the other one? Kog tea. God bless me with my short. Believe my friends. Drink water. Thin. Let's go, baby. Glad to hear. Glad to hear, my friends. I can't find the other horn. Where did it go, Habibi? Oh, there it is. Oh, man. And then Spy coming down a little. About Nova? I don't know what Nova is. MCL. My oil play got smashed. $67 down. Almost 1%. Spy, huge drop. I'm looking to the oil. The oil could still go down. Am I the cool uncle? I think so. I'd like to think so. Any tips on getting your voice back when you lose bedside rest? Just use AI in the morning. That's my only remedy. I grabbed a SMCI put in the morning. So I think it flipped red now, but it went up 700%. We ghetto spreaded it, got back 100% guaranteed with $1,000 upside. You haven't looked yourself, but do you know if Thinkorswim will change how we trade? No, you're fine on your Thinkorswim will already be there. So I've already had accounts shift from TD to Schwab, and I still use Thinkorswim fine. So it's not a big deal. Honestly, the whole transition was fairly smooth. But as long as you like sign up on everything or you keep everything within it, you should be good. 9:30. $25 volume slowed down this hour though. First 2 hours, 10 million an hour. This hour we did 5. In the Schwab account, you use Thinkorswim? Yeah. When you log in, you just got to shift it to Schwab or Thinkorswim. But yeah. Mine tweaks out if I try to open more than 2 instances. I might be able to. But like I could log in on Thinkorswim on Colt Sister or even the YouTube account. I want to try it, but every time it's stupid. But like when you open up Thinkorswim on your computer, so once you make your account actually transferred over, and then you click the gear, and then it'll say account TD Ameritrade or Schwab. And then once you switch it, you're good to go. I used to run multiple, but lately, like if I run more than 2 instances, on the time I try to like open up the next one, it just closes my other one. I might have to check it out on my other computer. I have a bunch of old tutorials. I have tutorials like 5 years ago on the main channel on Thinkorswim. Even E-Trade too. Yeah, Thinkorswim goes hard. Again, Thinkorswim's like a baby Bloomberg terminal. That's why I like it. Oil, kind of tempting. I thought I lost Thinkorswim. No, you're good, man. You're good. Carp? I don't know. I should have took the profits in the morning. It just ran up to 32 in the morning. Then now it's pinned. At least it's staying at 30. And then SPY, a couple of cheek lays, low ticker, kind of picking up a little bit. My mom's a loan officer, was showing me houses that some of her clients are selling off market. Would you recommend against buying a house that needs a lot of work for a first flip? Oh, man, that's perfect. It sounds like you got the... Man, send me some of those, man. If you don't want them, email me the addresses. I'll give you a commission if you don't take any of them. But no, dude, that's exactly what you want. Off market, needs a lot of work. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where you're going to make your money. You make it nice, you bring in that value, and then you don't have to even compete on market, bro. That's a gold mine, yeah. But literally, email me, though, if you don't end up wanting any of them. I can even give you a second opinion, but that's a good lead source. SMCI could bleed. SMCI is chilling, though. Again, that whole move killed all of the puts, though, now. That is the irony of all of it. Which ones did I get? Oh, did that fill? Yeah, I got one. What time is it, though? It's still early. I think I might have went too early. Josh, what up, Asher? How you living, man? Yeah, we haven't gone above VU up. Spy moved around. I'm going for the late day Frogger, but I think I might have shot too early. So we'll see. But not a recommendation. You will lose money. I used my free play on SMCI to grab another play on SMCI. Yeah. I grabbed a SMCI daily 770 put for 45 cents. They already went down. Okay, I already made them free today, so. But I'm looking for that late day stupid move. Maybe it's going to be to the upside, though. That would suck. Fuckers. Okay, that one. I did another one too. I just kind of like where it's at right now, but this one's way better than not. A lifesaver? Yeah, those are fire. I like the gummy ones. You should have got a stream alert. I don't know, unless you want to blame AT&T. Did they not go through? Oh, shit. How come those didn't go through? Yeah, the SMCI ones didn't go through. What the fuck? AT&T? Yeah, M&Q, that's the latest one. Well, interesting, but not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a daily call on SMCI as well now, too. So we have one free put a small amount on the put, but then I grabbed a 970 call on the day. Right where it was at in the morning, I grabbed it for 55 cents. Still a lot of money because it's all on the day, but yeah, daily SMC call, and we have a put too. So we will see. The call is up for now. They're going to burn you. It's fine. Even if I get burned on both of these, my net loss will be $30 on the day. Because, again, I got the first play, got back more money from it, so I'm not really too tripping on it. Now the put for 30, nice. See, the cheaper it is, even better. I'm just looking for that late day frog, kind of. So I think it just, if it burns enough time and then makes a move, one of these sets is going to go crazy. The put was a 770 for 40 cents. Now it's at 30. So it's literally like $100 lower or $100 higher, which is kind of a crazy amount to think about. But SMCI, we'll see what it does on a Friday. And then SPY getting a candle. Trip on the high. Remember Trip? Didn't they just get that buyout stuff last week? They're still kind of holding. Remember they like changed their board around or something? Twilio news. I don't have anything on Twilio. It's running up into the high right now. Zscaler too. JP Toast. Palo Alto on the high. You guys have called out every one of those. Where y'all at? ANF. That one's the more perplexing one of the year. Little did I know Abercrombie is like all-time highs, bro. All-time highs. Where is NIFDA? And then the wheat plays are still at the high. That thing's just been holding up. Surprised we don't get any more juice off the, the Friday. Say hello. Where's ARM? Armistice. Global Foundry still down. MP Materials. Didn't they just report? SFL on the high. What's this? Looks a liquid as hell. HKP and then SPY right below VWAP, kind of near the low of the day. I mean, we did have a nice rally there in that last hour. CAR is on the high, and that thing was hovering near 100. The chats don't send. YouTube, man, it gets weird. Or if you're on like mobile or PC, sometimes people have had issues with what comes through. Yeah, Teladoc. I think there's hope. Someone was asking me today if I like the valuation. Because, again, once this thing if it gets cheap enough, I think this is a great technology that you could get at the right price. $2 billion is still kind of a lot, but, I really think once Teladoc starts scraping like a $1 billion valuation, maybe lower, I think everyone's just going to start swarming to buy the company for their assets rather than really what they're doing. But I think they have a lot of debt. I need to double check on that. Any data? No, nothing today. Dude, today is dead. So, again, like today, we had a little bit of gains in the morning. I mean, NASDAQ, SPY, and Russell are up. Weird to think Russell's the leader, but today was kind of just taking a breather, and then we didn't really have much. We did have some Fed speakers. Already got to hear from them. I don't think too much has changed from what they said, but right now we kind of just posted. El Salvador president at CPAC. If the government can print unlimited amounts of money out of thin air, why do you pay taxes? Good question. He's up on Bitcoin now, right? He has to be. How come nobody is like giving him credit? I feel like El Salvador is like, dude, killing it. He has to be up like 20 or 30%, no? I think he's way up, yeah. Because he was averaging down, and then he held it, and then whereas like everybody would give him shit when it would go down, but like, what's up now? I think his average is like 42. Bukele's speech fire. You guys want to listen to Bukele? He's funny when he tweets. Where are you getting? I don't have the live feed. I just see like people commentating on it. He looks really young. It's fun. He looked good. He looked like a good leader, man. Streamed 17 hours ago.
Si quieren que la globalización muera aquí también,
it looked like a good,
tienen que estar
good-looking guy, bro.
para luchar sin excusas contra cualquiera que se les oponga.
Like, I look like a good president.
Luchen
I'd
por
be like,
sus
yeah, that's my president.
libertades, por
She's not young. Biden and Trump are just old. Maybe it's messing with my perception. You say French Montana. My name's French Salvador. He's not getting. Remember when he went all Bitcoin, everybody was tearing him apart. So I feel like he would get more credit now that he has gotten a nice return on it. Where's the China place? And then Spy still dancing around here. Again, bonds are holding up, but bonds did finally, literally, as we started coming down here, bonds finally stopped their all-day march. Yeah, IWM is doing amazing right now. I'm telling you, that recovery there, they were underperforming on the day. And then they just took off. Naira. Yeah, I'm kind of worried about it. I mean, there's a lot of things that had me worried, and then the Naira starts dropping. But sadly, the one part about the Naira is that it's kind of moving off of a change. Like they made like a government change to how certain things or how they value the dollar versus their home currency. So that's been a big part of it. But I mean, anytime the Naira goes crazy, usually the world goes with it. D-Walk? No, I don't really trust D-Walk. I like the concept of D-Walk, right? You know what I'm saying? Like President Trump, his own little company. Anytime Trump news comes out, you have a stock to play. But I don't like the whole SPAC and then been a SPAC for the last like 2 or 3 years. So I don't know if it's good. And then not to mention, with a couple of years down the line already, like, is Truth Social a moneymaker? Like, I don't know. I don't think it's the same type of, I don't think the business has came to fruition as much as some people would have hoped. So it's good to trade with Powell with Trump and all that, but for the most part, it's going to be a game of musical chairs. I don't think there's a degree of safety. Yeah, they're trying to break out. We're trying, man. We trying. They vote on D-SPAC. Well, once they get that out the way, that'd be nice. But unfortunately, that's kind of just so it's a weird thing that it hasn't. I don't like these SPACs that haven't D-SPAC'd. SMCI will break VWAP. The calls went up, but the puts are down. Call will literally pay for your put now. Or no, that's percentage, not dollars. Pfizer and MO. I think I'm down 6% on Pfizer and then 8% on MO. I'd have to log into the account to see it. Debating selling Square. Are they flips or is it long term? What's SPAC? I think DraftKings is the only SPAC that is like gotten out of SPAC mode and ended up going crazy, but pretty sure all of the SPACs have done bad. MPW up 4. I mean, I think banks are just up today. Yeah, having the real estate, but this is back up to the level post earnings. Again, 380. They could get past 4. Maybe people get excited, but like I said, things sound good, but still a game of story versus reality and executing. Well, wheat stocks came down a little bit. Bro, wheat stocks move hella weird. At least MSOS does. I haven't even heard much about that German thing, but it's still been edging up since then. Held in OSK on the high. MP Materials maintained overweight by JP Morgan. Price cut to 20 from 22. JP Morgan. This is the day. This is the day that the chart has made. We sold out of Twilio a couple days ago. I think they almost went into the money, but nothing crazy. Where's Roku? I don't know why I feel this way, but today is weird. News dries. Everything feels slow. It's good. It feels relaxing. I don't know. Like, I feel like it's kind of chill. We got a couple of plays. There's a couple of opportunities. We may get surprised with some daily moves on the chips, but other than that, man, I think enjoy it. We've gone through a lot. Last week was nuts with the data. Then it ended up strong on Friday. Then we opened up this week bad, and then we ended it with everything turning from bad to good. And now we getting ready for a whole nother week now. It's crazy. Got you into trading during COVID. Honestly, happy to see you're still doing it. You lost a lot of money, not due to your advice. You were reckless, but after going through these past 2.5 years, stocks and crypto, I've been able to be a consistent trader, nothing crazy, make ends meet, building up long-term portfolio with short-term profits, baby. Thank you. Quite a fan. Amen. Amen, bro. I was waiting for it, and I saw the long-term. I thought that was going to end with no long-term. I was like, oh, man. But there you go. Amen, bro. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. I'm glad to see you're still trading too, man. You know, you guys just got to make it past the couple of years. Because as weird as it's like, dude, I've been doing this for like 17 years now. You guys have got to see me just do it live for like 4 or 5 years. But you know what I'm saying? Like, once you make it past, get a long term so you stay alive, stay in the game as long as possible. I mean, this will be something that will be in your life for years, hopefully your whole life. But You know, get a long term. That's how you make sure that happens. I like Lockheed Martin for the long term. I mean, they're going to be driven more by the governmental stuff in their contracts, but I'm a big fan. Watching for 3 years now. Yeah, baby. That's the interest. That's what I'm saying. It's just like, man, we put in a lot of years here, but, you know, you will, this game, I mean, you either stay in it or it kills you. No? You tell me. But I really think that's what it is. Do you think your hair loss has to do with trading? Maybe. I don't know. I've have a lot of other stress in life beyond trading. But, like, I was losing my hair just no matter what. I blame my brother because he took me to get a lineup when I was a kid. And, like, I started getting my hair lined up very early. And motherfuckers just kept pushing back my hairline, you know, by the time I was 18, bro. You know, I don't know. No, my dad has good hair. So does my mom. It's fucked up. You have a question about a specific situation. You want my opinion, but it's very long. Can you send it to me? Am I able to, like, answer on stream where I could, like, talk to you? Or are you, like, looking for, like, an email back? Otherwise, email, though, would be where you'd want to reach me on that. My mom's dad? Nah, bro. My mom's dad, like, dude, he looked like Tom Cruise. I remember till the day that he died, he had, like, a full head of slick black hair. Like, he would gel it, too. He was blind, also. I was like, man, how your hair look that good and you can't even see? He was actually blind. My grandpa was insane, honestly, though. He was an insane individual. Yeah, we got him here. My mom got him here. Only one of my sets of grandparents lived in America. They both passed away now, but yeah, we got them to America for a couple of years. You're just unlucky, I know. Bezos, Nvidia are backing Figure AI at roughly $2 billion valuation. Can you DM it on IG? Email would probably be better because I don't really go through my IG, and then I don't know your Instagram. Sometimes people get put in, like, spam folders. Like, I won't even get them. It's just weird. But if it's something serious, email is probably your best bet. It's due to too much free testosterone. Maybe. That's good. I think God just wanted me to be more unique by making me deal with matter pale baldness that many men deal with. So I don't know. I've learned to accept it. You forgot to ask your billionaire friend about Nvidia? You're mad at yourself? I'm just worried what you call me to other people now. Because I don't even know who this billionaire guy is, but you call him billionaire friend. You're like, yo, I know this weird Egyptian. I know this guy who has a bunch of houses. Yo, this YouTube kid. Like, what's my nickname? I don't think I'm the billionaire friend. The PHILO guy. Amen. Always love a good PHILO. Always love a good PHILO. I just tell people my boy Josh. What's up, man? I like that. That's a good one. That's a good one. I tell my girl you're the homie. That's probably a good strategy. If, like, your girl don't like you listening, be like, nah, it's my friend from high school, Josh. And maybe then it makes a little more sense if you're, like, into high school, you know? Mm-hmm. My girl knows you as Stock Guy. My girl knows you guys as Chad. So she knows what the Chad is. I gave you the tin on NVIDIA earlier. I don't think everybody's freaking out about the AT&T going down. Other than that, though, I don't think we have any intense tin. A Swiss Miss coming back after hours. You guys like that? You guys are so weird, though, man. I'm telling you. Because, like, in other situations, I put the chat in. Y'all will embarrass me. Or y'all will, like, try to start drama. And then other times, you guys would just be, like, so well-behaved. I don't know. Like, honest, can y'all just pick one so I know how to read y'all all the time? Because it's kind of annoying. Because y'all were very respectful. I thought you guys were going to ask crazy questions. I thought you were going to make her uncomfortable. Nah, she had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun. It was weird. Man, y'all are just weird, though. I was kind of disappointed. But then I was like, thank God. And I'm like, why do they do that? And then I'm going to play something, and then, like, the moment I don't want you guys to do something, I just, out of nowhere, y'all are just going to be mad, just embarrassing and rude when it doesn't matter. But then I guess when it does matter, you guys come in the clutch. Mm-hmm. More Fati, I guess, all right? Market was up, so the mood was up. It was. Last Friday was crazy, right? $2K after hours? I mean, inshallah, Habibi. We should have a Bible study after hours today. Square, Sprouts. They're 52-week high. They had earnings. They're Square. I love how COG T went from, like, moving to, like, nothing now. Amor Fati means love fate. It's beautiful. All right. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Good morning and God bless you, Chatadonia. I will be right back.
Putin's ability to continue on with this war against Ukraine.
Yeah, it's one thing, I suppose, to impact the economy in Russia, and you could argue that we have with the sanctions already put in place. You remember when heads exploded, when we disconnected Russia from the SWIFT banking system? There have been moments, but it's not changing behavior in Ukraine, and that's where the administration's been confounded.
Absolutely. And this is, of course, as we're seeing Ukraine have to actually cede territory because they're running out of ammunition, which brings us back to the role of Congress here as well. They're going to return next week, have to deal with government funding. But we'll see if we actually get more clarity on what the path forward may be for Ukraine funding in particular.
It's 1 week from today. Just think about the next week. South Carolina tomorrow, Michigan Tuesday, shut down next Friday. Fast forward another week to the State of the Union and Super Tuesday. We're going to be a little busy around here.
It's going to be a rough couple of weeks, but at least today is Friday. We have that going for us. And we got a little bit of a Friday rally going on. Small one, though, for the S&P 500. Charlie Pellet, we're at a new record high.
Indeed, 5,095 right now on the S&P 500 index. We did take out 5,100 earlier in the session. Right now on the S&P, looking at a gain of just about 0.2%. Bottom line, though, stocks are struggling to gain traction. Big tech losing steam after a powerful rally driven by AI euphoria. Right now, we've got NASDAQ barely higher, up by just half a point. The NASDAQ 100 index index is in the red, lower by 11 points right now. The Dow up 88, record there up 0.2% to be sure. S&P also at a record. Any finish in the green today will be another record, with the S&P right now at 5,094. 10-year yield 4.25% with a 2-year 4.68%. Spot gold higher by 0.7%, 2,038 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude is retreating today, down 2.7%, 76.48 a barrel on WTI. Well, after yesterday's earnings inspired 16.4% jump, Nvidia keeps on going, up today by another 2%. And a headline right off the Bloomberg Professional Service: Jeff Bezos and Nvidia are backing Figure AI at a roughly $2 billion valuation. Figure AI is developing a robot that looks and moves like a human. That is the latest from New York. I got you covered on the markets. Back to Washington. Balance of power continues. And here they are, Kaylee Lyons and Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, live in New York. Thank you so much, as always, providing us with market updates on Bloomberg Television and radio. And of course, Joe, we entered this Friday knowing what news was going to be coming, that we were going to get a fresh package of sanctions from the Biden administration. They telegraphed this extensively. And there were a lot of entities sanctioned here, more than 500 people and entities, including a payment system in Russia pressuring their state-owned atomic energy company, Rosatom. But what's also significant is what was not on this list, not going after the Russian metals industry, not going after energy, and I'm sure political calculations here at home about what that could do to the U.S. economy and to inflation factor into that.
Yeah, it's interesting here. The biggest one-day sanctions package, after what we were told was the biggest ever round of sanctions against an economy the size of Russia. And look, there are still questions about the impact or not that these sanctions have had already. Naming names, I guess, is one thing. Like you said, 500 people and entities. But whether it changes behavior, brings people to the negotiating table, these are big questions right now as Ukraine starts to run out of time.
Absolutely. And it's a question we can pose to General Mark Kimmett, who is joining us now in Washington, retired Brigadier General in the U.S. Army, and of course, former Assistant Secretary of State for Political Military Affairs. General, always great to see you here in the studio. So Joe asks the right question. We have new sanctions. Will they do what others to this point have not, change the behavior of Vladimir Putin?
Probably not. Vladimir Putin is in a war to win it. He has put his economy on a mobilization for war. There are no critical materials that I see being sanctioned that would prevent him from being able to carry out the war in Ukraine.
Okay, so the message we keep hearing is if you want to send a real statement, fund the war, pass the bill. There's $60 billion on the table here that doesn't seem to have a path on Capitol Hill. But without that, General, what are the options?
Well, first of all, let's be very clear. The issue is no longer can we fund it. The issue is now to the point that after 2 years of war, can we make it? Let's take artillery shells, for example. We only have the production capability in our industrial base to produce 28,000 rounds per month. And that's a doubling from where it was this time last year. We hope in 2025 to be able to produce 100,000 artillery rounds per month. The Russians some days fire 60,000 rounds at the Ukrainians. We just have such a shriveled military-industrial base that we don't have the capability, and neither do our European allies, to meet the demand of the Ukrainian battlefield.
Well, but it's Russia's industrial base that the Treasury Department has said they're really trying to target here. In fact, Wally Adeyemo, the undersecretary, was on Bloomberg earlier today and had this to say. Take a listen.
Important to remember that our objective remains the same, going after Russia's military-industrialized complex and their ability to earn money to prop up their economy and buy the goods they need to fight the war they want. What we're doing today is we are furthering those actions by going after companies in Russia that are helping to build military equipment.
So they say that's their aim, General, but how far would the U.S. have to go to hamper Russia's ability enough if our own ability is subpar, as you say?
Yeah, I think that's critical in certain areas. There may be some supply chain shortages that we can impose by the sanctions package, perhaps on one or two types of systems, especially the high-tech equipment that they're using. You remember at the beginning of the war how they were harvesting transistors from the battlefield. But again, going back to what's killing people on the battlefield, what's creating PTSD in the Ukrainian soldiers, what is the main focus of the war right now is lobbing old, dumb artillery shells that are made of metal and gunpowder. And I didn't see anything in the sanctions package that's going to stop that. And I am concerned that that's what's going to bring this war to an end, if we are not able to figure out a path to go around, frankly, our industrial base.
Well, we know that Russia's getting artillery shells in part from North Korea, right? That was some of the stuff sent over there. With everything we just heard from Wally Adeyemo, why didn't we do that 2 years ago if hampering their weapons manufacturing would have been effective?
Well, it's interesting. I'm rehearsing an article that's in pre-publication, and what I say is exactly that. One of our major problems was that we had the delusion of a short war. Somehow, what we saw from Iraq and Afghanistan, we had short periods of high-intensity combat, but our planners and our politicians never had a failure of imagination that anything like this could ever happen. 2 years, conventional warfare, high intensity. It was never in any planner's plan. It was never in any politician's funding package. And unfortunately, I think we now need to wake up and recognize that that's exactly how our adversaries are going to play us if they want to fight us. That's how China will do it. And if we ever find ourselves fighting Russia, that's how they'll do it as well.
Well, it's Ukraine for now that finds itself actively fighting Russia. And you point out that this has now been 2 years of very active conflict. Will it remain so for the next year, for the next 2 years? Are we just talking about a war of pure attrition here?
No, that's a good way to describe it.
Good way to describe it. It's crazy. I could talk about this even on PHILO. I was thinking about this the other day. This is like a weird generation because, like, we're going through war without feeling the consequences of war. Most people, unless you're in Europe or the Middle East, you are going through the craziness of war. Like, oh, you hear all this stuff they're talking about without ever, you haven't had anybody attack you. You have not. It's a wicked concept to think about because all the other wars and any other global conflicts, I mean, at some point, they do start to hit home or people have more of an involvement in them. It's wild, baby. It's what's that? Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. About real estate. These good rentals, flipping them. North Carolina, I have some rentals. South Carolina, I don't have anything. North Carolina has better deals, but like South Carolina is more expensive. But either or, you could do whatever. But we'll talk about that one in a little bit, okay? We'll talk about it in a little bit. You know why? Do you know why we're going to talk about it in a little bit? Oh, Chatadonia. What's going on, man? Happy Friday. I hope you're feeling good. Yes, it's that time. It's PHILO. PHILO Friday. I hope you guys like yesterday's PHILO. I enjoyed that one a lot, man. And like I said, every one of these days, before I get into it, man, just thank you to all the real ones out there. For real. You have no idea. You know, I don't just say that. I don't have to say this. You know what I can just get into it. I could get on with my PHILO. I could get on with my day, but it's very, very simple here, man. Like I said yesterday, just, you know, there wouldn't be a PHILO if we didn't have people who took personal responsibility seriously. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, it goes beyond PHILO. Some of you are doing very good work in many aspects of life. I think some of y'all are a great addition to the world. Some of y'all bring beautiful vibes and spirit and all of it, man. It just revolves around this attitude. Again, personal responsibility, and those who are willing to live up to it, those of you who have taken accountability in your life, you know what I'm saying? Whether failure, success, You have took account for where you are going, and you are giving yourself, I think, the right attribution to life. You know what I'm saying? You are attributing the right level of quality and commitment and borderline effort. You know what I'm saying? So I got to start off by saying just shout out to those with the personal responsibility, because it goes a long, long way. So today's PHILO, I'm about to drop so much on you. Today's PHILO is weird, okay? Today I got a lot of different things all over the map. I mean, I had a lot of interesting experiences over the last week. I've been exposed to a couple of different things. I saw some older stuff as well. There's just been so much. So I have a lot to drop on you right now. It's gonna be all over the place, okay? So I hope you're really ready for a Friday PHILO, okay? But here's number one. Are you ready? This one's already gonna piss people off. They're gonna feel like they like it at first, and then some people might get mad. But it's okay. I love you no matter what, man. Like I said, personal responsibility. It don't matter what you believe, man. You know what I'm saying? I believe in personal responsibility. But Chad, I came here today, and I think this will hit some people. This one might be for you. Are you ready? I came here today to tell you to stop praying. What did you say? Stop praying. Josh just say to stop praying. What? In bitch, you saying that's blasphemy. Let me say it one more time. Stop praying. You know God already knows what you want. You be repeating the same prayer, and that's good. Eventually, you know, you keep knocking on your neighbor's door, you're going to get something. But, dude, do you know what the answer is? You need to stop praying and start reading your Bible. That's it. You keep talking to God. I think some people need to get a word from God. You can pray every day, every morning, every night. And you don't spend 1 minute looking at the word. Come on, man. So that's number one. That's how we're opening it up today. For real. And I hope some of y'all, you know, if you have a time this weekend and you take that time and you're like, I want to pray and let me, you know, lay down in bed before I go to bed. And, you know, am I sleeping or am I praying? I don't know. But, like, you have time, man. Open up the word. It's called the word for the reason, man. And there, you know, sometimes we are looking for an answer, right? Well, go to the word. Go to the word, baby. Go to the word. But that's number one. Now, number two, this part is kind of weird. I saw this. This was an old PHILO. And it came up on my phone as the notes. And it blew my mind because it relates to something else I'm going to show you after this. But, my friends, you know, it's been a wild week. It's been a wild couple of months to start off, even wild end of the year last year. But I have a question for you. How many of you have been training? Have you really stopped to think about what you have been training this year? Training, yes. Training. Going to the gym, right? You know, working out, but like, think about it. Have you been training? And here's the sad part. Whether you realize it or not, this first couple months of the year, end of last year, the year before that, you have been training something in your life. Whether it's a habit, a behavior, a way of speaking, a way of thinking. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all hear what I'm saying? You have trained something this year already. I hope you know what it is, and I hope it's something that will take you towards your goal. But last time when we talked about this PHILO, I talked about training complaining. And it's a very interesting concept. You guys don't think it's weird that nobody taught you how to complain? Yet some of us are the best complainers out there. Nobody taught us how to complain, but we train it every single day. That's what I'm saying. I think a lot of complaining was trained every month. I think getting into the stock market and not complaining is probably one of the hardest things to do. Oh, man, they don't feel me, Chad. Let me say that again. For all of the traders out here, you don't like PHILO, great, awesome. I just hope you realize, though, getting into financial markets and not complaining is probably one of the hardest things to do. I think you could go look at any profession. You could go look at a lot of different life paths. But I really hope you realize you are in an industry, in a game. Every day, things are going against you. They're going for you. Things are happening that don't make sense. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's fact or fiction. Because what matters is what do you end up doing. If that ain't the whole market, I don't know it. Literally. Don't matter what the stock price say. Don't matter what the news say. It matters what everybody ends up doing. So again, in this case too, you're going through all of this stimuli every single day on the market, out of the market, whatever it may be. And you want to tell me you have not spent the last year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years learning how to complain and training your complaining muscle rather than training your problem solving, training how to your resiliency, your adaptability. How many of us have trained our complaining? So I talked about this a while ago, man. You know, I gave a PHILO on this, and the whole thing I talked about it was like the whole idea was to be content and really find this level in life. But then also, too, man, it's like it's very hard to find the balance of contentness. I even told y'all the other day, how do you think big, bro? How do you think big while being content? That seems very contradictory at times. But let me just, I'll give you this. The answer is being content. You need to have courage. You know that? Some of y'all, if there's one thing I could ever give you, it's not a house. I want you to get me a house one day. Awesome. And, you know, some of y'all, I see prayer requests. I see y'all living through life. I wish I could help you in certain ways. I don't think y'all will deal with it one day. Y'all will have enough money to help people out. And then you're going to even sit there and you're going to be kind of sad knowing that your money cannot fix their problem. I don't know if y'all have been through that, but when you do, it's a different level. Because then you're like, damn, this is kind of, it's sad. It's fucked. It really is. That's why I'm saying if there's one thing for some of y'all, not for all of you, but if there's one thing I could give some of y'all, it would be courage. That's where we're going to get some of these answers. That's where you're going to be able to both be content while at the same time not complaining. Where you're able to think big, get the revelation, live into your potential. It's courage. You know, like liquid courage, you know, that's what I'm saying. Some of y'all, I need y'all to drink from the book of life because y'all need to drink some liquid courage, though. And now that's what I'm talking about. You know, like, isn't it weird? You ever drink? You don't think it's weird that you drink, you put this little liquid in your mouth, put it in your stomach, and then a couple minutes later, you be acting all different? You don't think that's like, I think it's hilarious. I'm not here to comment on drinking or being drunk. I just want you to understand That liquid courage feeling. Some of y'all, you won't even talk to anybody. You drink one ounce. You know, what's up, man? You're willing to go up to somebody now. You're willing to fight people. You're willing to talk to people how you haven't talked to them. You're willing to sound unfunny. You don't care how you sound. Oh, come on, man. I'm just saying, some of y'all need to drink this in life. Oh, y'all don't hear me. That's what I'm saying. Some of y'all just need courage. That same just sort of, oh man, like what? That's why they call it liquid courage. Some of y'all just got to overcome that little bit trying to hold you back. Not letting you, like literally not letting you be who you want to be and who you are. You know, and I'm going to talk about that, who you are. Very important, bro. And that's what I'm saying. That's going to be the final point I'm going to end this with. But let me give you one more, okay? So you're saying we should drink alcohol. I say you should drink from the book of life. And you should get courage in life. And I'm saying you should reflect that feeling to your own life. You see what I'm saying? I think you understand what I'm saying. I think you may be living with a lack of courage, though. Because otherwise, like, you don't understand? You don't think it's weird that the same behavior is already living inside of you? But you just take a sip to bring it out? It's not like it gave you anything you didn't have. That's the whole point about courage. That's the whole point about living your life right now. I don't think any of you are lacking something you don't have. If you had a proverbial drink, some of you may get a little bit more confident. You may approach failure with courage. You may approach success with more courage. Oh, man. But listen, I'll give you one thing for this topic. Kind of all over the place. You know, we talked a little bit about being content and how it relates, but I'll just tell you this right now. I told you, being in this industry and not training your complaining, good luck. Much luck to you, my brother. But I'll give you the other side of the coin. It's a lot harder learning how to be full than it is to be hungry sometimes. I don't think y'all feel me. It's harder to learn how to be full than it is to be hungry sometimes. Think about that. You hungry right now? You're hungry. What's your objective? You know, I'm hungry. I'm gonna go eat. I don't have anything. I gotta go get something. See what I'm saying? You're hungry. I mean, it sucks being hungry. The pain isn't good. But sometimes the plan of action's easier versus being full. You know, that's something, that's why, have any of y'all ever thought about learning how to be full? Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. Because this is crazy. Have any of y'all really spent the time training yourself to not be full, or how to handle being full? Again, bro, I don't think y'all realize. Let me ask, like, is the lack of courageousness, is it because you're hungry or is it because you're full? Man. I want you to think about all this. But like I said something earlier. Your identity. Who you are. And Chad, today, are y'all ready? Are y'all ready for an altar call? Are you ready? If you're here right now today, God bless you. You are meant to be here right now. I really believe that. Because I think today could be a big change for you. Today you need to figure out who you are. I've told you this before, but I need y'all to really figure out who you are. What's your identity? You know, it's funny, I'm going to show you this. I'm going to read it to you. Because you got to realize the world we live in right now is trained to remove our identity and meaning. Y'all don't, some of you are like, what are you saying? Oh, no. Well, I'm going to read you something about postmodernism. It's funny how I read this, too. But, oh, man, this resonates so much. I hope you all realize this. Since the 40s, then the 60s, and how everything has moved into where we are today. Do you not realize our society is all about removing your identity? I don't think y'all understand it. That's why there's a weird collective effort, but this concept in a postmodern world, in our society, of having your own identity and having your own meaning in life, do you not realize that is looked down upon? That is not accepted in today's culture. Y'all better wake up, bro. I hope you hear me. Because if you say, oh, I get my identity is well, I'm a created by God. I could do whatever I want. I'm free in this. Well, you're God? Well, no. My meaning is this. Well, does your meaning, how does it sacrifice other people? And what does it do to these people? And what about this? You didn't think about this with your meaning. And what about the privilege about you going, Bro, look around. That's really how it be. Welcome to, so I'm going to read you. Do you know how I found this? I took a picture of this. I read out of this. I saw this, bro. I got to read it all. I have the book too. The other day, my girlfriend, she is just like, I want frozen yogurt. I'm like, all right, let's go. And we go to frozen yogurt. We go to this random ass frozen yogurt place I've never been to. I didn't even want anything. So she's getting her little frozen yogurt. And then I'm walking in there and I'm in the store. And then, what do you think I see? Just on a table. It says free. I see a Jesus book. Honestly, I've never had this happen in my life. You know that? I've gone a lot of places. I'll see things, but never have I seen a free Jesus book at yogurt. And if anything was meant for me, I thought that book was meant for me. So I need to read it all before I could give you, but I read through it. I even took a picture of this one page and what he starts talking about. It's beautiful. He says this. Postmodern culture is a miniature of mixed global and local cultural mindsets in art, science, ideology, and music without a constructive and unique soul. Snyder says that in general, the postmodern worldview is cynical about the whole question of meaning. Usually, meaning and purpose have been used ideologically for political power. Life to postmodernists is simply to be lived with no meaning or higher purpose. There are only various open ideas and diverse opinions with no clear unity to lead our society to the future, no centerpiece ingredients. Unfortunately, this view leads to fatalism. No external hope, temporal pleasure, and material mindsets. Again, it only leads us to feeling nebulous, insensible to wrongdoings and moral sin, anarchic mindsets leading people to live like wanderers. If postmodern thought comes to unite deeply within the collective elite leaders who are in the mindset, there will be a despotic society to achieve its ultimate agenda by bearing mask of righteousness for power. Chad. Isn't it wild? Like, you tell me, though. Like, what is the purpose of life? You ask the world right now. I think it makes a lot of sense. This whole idea of meaning and purpose. Like, how many of y'all really believe that? That's why I'm saying I really hope some of y'all could get an identity. I hope y'all could figure out what you're doing. Because you don't think that's weird? That most people right now, like if you said like life has no meaning, there is no purpose, it's just to live, like that's it, like that's literally the worldview that we are in right now. It's amazing to think about. So Chad, do y'all realize this whole concept of this nihilism, this lack of hope? Okay, well, if there is no meaning or purpose, and I'm just going to subscribe to various sets of ideas and cultures all combined, great. But it's like, dude, who are you? Like, where are you going with this? And you're telling me all of this stuff now, and you think you're just here to that's it. There's like literally no purpose. If you really believe that, the foundation of your identity is that there's nothing. There's no reason to be here or do anything. So Chad, like I'm telling you, this PHILO, there's a lot. I hope you look to the word. I hope you get some courage. I hope you watch out on what you've been training here. But above all else, man, you know where you get courage? You're going to get it in finding this identity and who you really are. And again, there's a reason why I come up here every day. I think a lot of people don't get it. Why am I willing to talk to some of y'all about this? Bro, what do I believe? Do you not know what I believe? I believe every single one of you has meaning and purpose. I genuinely believe that. That's why I got to tell you about it. Because if I don't tell you about it, how would you know? If no one told you about it, how would you know? If you don't know, how can you act on it? You know what I'm saying? But you need to figure this out right now. What is your identity? I'm not saying, I'm this type of people. I'm this, I'm that, I'm Republican, I'm Democrat. No. Who are you? What is meaning in your life? What is your purpose? Don't tell me you don't have a purpose. But then again, you're telling me there's no purpose to life. It kind of makes sense if you are lacking courageousness then. It makes sense if it's easier to complain. You get what I'm saying? Because you're telling me at the core of who you are, there's no reason to be here. What? So, Chad, this PHILO, I think there's a lot to take in. But all in all, I really want you to think about your identity. And I want you to think of what you are here doing. And at the very least, it may be hard to find out who you are and what your identity is, but it's easy to point out that just to say my identity is here for no meaning or no purpose, I think that's an easy one to rule out. You get what I'm saying? Because we grew up from people and other people, and they used to always talk about what their meaning in life was. Nowadays, we don't do that. And it's only going to get worse. Your children, most of you in here, are going to grow up in a world where this idea of meaning in life, purpose in life that's not a topic. Do y'all get that? That's why I'm saying I really hope y'all figure this out now and really think about it. Because this is where your courageousness is going to enter or exit. How can you be content? How can you be courageous with yourself if you can't stand for who you are? If you can't even put a finger on it. That's just all about living. Well, the whole point is just live. You know, fulfill these desires, fulfill this, fulfill that, do that. Yeah. What? So, Chad, like I said, I really do believe you all have a purpose. That there's something unique about what we share here every day. The words, the stuff I believe in. You ever wonder why I give you some info, why I'll do this, why I'll spend 7 hours? I have a lot of fun. It's great. But above all else, I think there's a bigger purpose at hand. I don't think I'm dealing with people without a purpose. And I've seen it already engaging with some of y'all and watching y'all just hear this idea and turn it from words into your life. And it's just real. So, Chad, I hope you take the time to really think about this. And hopefully you get the courage with all of it, man. You're looking for an answer, don't be afraid to read it. And get ready to train a lot more things for the rest of this year because it's still a long journey. But take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watch List and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boat camp and real estate course. And that's it, man. That's it. Deposit it. It's beautiful. I love it. Good feel. There's a lot, man. There's a lot. All right. Let's get you some uncle. Day almost over. Not really. 2 hours, 20 minutes. I'm not heavy. I got one bond option, but I'm not like too heavy on it. Oh, we got a press briefing finally. Well, let me give you some uncle first. I feel like everybody needs a little uncle. You know what I'm saying? Oh, the chat gone ham, baby. The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think that you watch something be like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle and it's much more tricky. It's a call, baby.
It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing then it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it, let's just say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you're willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you can could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a cult.
It's a cult, baby. It's a cult. Bump, 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 bump. All right, that one's called Paul Freestyle by Uncle Answers. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. Was it Summit to Mono? I think through OBS. Or no, I'm on stereo. No, it's all on mono, yeah. Not just OBS. PHILO is done. Yeah, if you're a heathen, you could return back safely. Just kidding. It's okay. It's okay. But or if you missed it, you missed it. I'm sorry. You're sure the movie Left Behind, this is what was happening with the market about FOMO? I don't think so. I don't think this has anything to do with the rapture. But maybe Left Behind. I guess the only thing I could think about. Yeah.
Left Behind, starring NVIDIA. What happens when you wake up one day and all of the chip stocks are on the moon?
I see it was just at $80. I was going to buy it at $80. AMD. I bought AMD at $4.
All the chip stocks were on the moon. All the normies were looking around.
Maybe we'll buy Amazon. If we go into Amazon.
Amazon didn't hit highs. Coming to a theater near you, 2025. AI controls everything. Left Behind, NVIDIA.
Maybe. SMCI, it's a fun play. I made 2 dailies. I had a winner, probably going to turn it to a loser if it don't move. I think we did go too early. But I think it's fun to trade. That's the only thing. Other than that, SMCI is a fraction of the worth of NVIDIA, but I think the high price is because of low shares. And then, again, low shares relative to the market cap. Still kind of wild to think that they're still huge, but much, much smaller than anything like NVIDIA. Wing killed it since earnings. Burry says market correction. I don't know. I still love Michael Burry, but like, homeboy has been. I think him and social media don't work. That's it. That's the only difference between now and 2008. He was not tweeting anybody. You know what I'm saying? I think if he just keep his privacy, I think he'll do very well. But I don't know, like, with Michael Burry, like, because like there's been a lot of just like, I saw an article on it. Somebody was ripping him up the other day, and they were going over like all of his like tweets, call outs, his 13 Gs, and just how they all played out. And it's just like everything is very, I think too much talking on social media there. But otherwise, I still love the dude, even though he blocked me. I don't have AXP in the long term, no. Only JP Morgan. Chase. He blocked me on Bloomberg. because I'd always message him on Bloomberg. I thought I was being, I send him like little, like, you know, like I said, you're beautiful, you're valued, like, you know what I'm saying? I'd send him like live, laugh, love quotes every morning. You know, I just try to brighten up his day. Nah, he never replied. It's crazy because like I had some crazy conversations on the, like, I was talking to some nutty people, but like he was the only one who just didn't fuck. No, I didn't do that actually. I would just email him every now and then, but then he blocked me. Nikki T replied to your DMs. Yeah, Nikki T is pretty responsive. So I talked to Nikki T before that, but I asked him to come on, but he said he's not allowed to because of Wall Street Journal. So once Nikki T stops working for Wall Street Journal, we'll have him on. Roku ripping. Oh yeah, here, let me play you this real quick before it ends.
And then last for me, last month the president said that he did not have any additional executive authority to act on with regards to the border. He met with governors this morning where he apparently told them that he was looking and talked to his lawyers and seemed frustrated with his lawyers as he's trying to devise some executive actions. There's been some reporting on that in the last couple of days as well. So is the president currently contemplating additional executive actions on the border? What are they and when will we see them?
So look, we don't have any actions to announce today, no decisions, and this is something that I've actually spoken to the president about. No decisions have been made on this. Here's what we know, and here's the bottom line. There is no executive action that the president can take, no matter how aggressive it could be, can deliver the significant policy reforms and additional resources that Congress could have provided that Republicans rejected, right? There's nothing, no actions that he could take that would have been, that would be as tough, as fair as this bipartisan legislation that came out of the Senate, obviously, that we worked on for months. And that's what would have actually dealt with this, what was happening at the border, dealt with the immigration situation. And this is what Republicans rejected. And so, look, I don't have any decisions to make at this time. What we believe is that piece of legislation that came out, a bipartisan piece of legislation that came out of the Senate, that would have been the way to move forward here. And again, Republicans in the House decided to block that. They decided to go a political direction. They decided on issues, on policies that were included in there that they believed in, that they, at one point, believed that's how to move forward to deal with the border. They rejected it. And so, again, don't have anything to announce at this time or any decisions, to be even more clear, and decisions that have been made right now. But we had something on the table that came out of the Senate in a bipartisan way, and they decided, and they rejected it, meaning the Republicans in the House. Cancel.
Thanks, Corinne. On the Alabama IVF ruling, how concerned should American families be that this could spread to other conservative states? And does this president need to do more than simply calling for the codification of Roe versus Wade? Does he need to go further here, since this does deal with a separate issue?
And I hear your question here. Yeah, they should be concerned. They should be concerned, on your first part of your question, they should be concerned that this could spread in other states. This is the chaos that has come out of the Dobbs decision. This is the chaos that has come out of getting rid of Roe, which was the law of the land for almost 50 years. And so, look, what needs to happen, I mean, the way that we fix this, or the way that we get to a place where women feel protected, where women can make decisions on their own body, where families can make a decision on how to move forward in growing their family or starting a family, is to get Roe and Wade to Roe v. Wade needs to be the law of the land. That's the fix. That's what needs to happen, and that is the best way to move forward here.
And on the border deal, the president had earlier said that he was out of options when it comes to executive actions. Does the fact that he's considering other actions mean that there was more he could have done earlier. So what changed?
I'm going to be very clear. The bottom line, the only way we could move forward in a effective, more comprehensive way was to move forward with the bipartisan legislation that came out of the Senate. That was the way that we believe would have been one of the toughest and one of the fairest bipartisan border security bills that we have seen in decades. It would have dealt with giving resources that's needed at the border. It would have dealt with dealing with policy issues that relates to immigration. And that's the way we should have moved forward. A couple of things that it would have done: establish a more efficient process for asylum claims with consequences for those who do not have a legal basis to remain in the United States.
You are coming down from VWAP a little bit.
Provide more resources to secure the border and process claims, Border Patrol agents, law enforcement personnel, and detection technology to combat fentanyl trafficking, asylum officers and immigration judges, make our country safer, our border more secure, while treating people fairly and humanely, consistent with our values as a nation. Republicans rejected this bipartisan agreement that came out of the Senate. That's something that the president worked with in a bipartisan way, obviously with Republicans and Democrats in the Senate for months. They rejected that. And we believe that is the direction. That is the bottom line for us. That's the way we should have moved forward. I don't have anything to announce or any decision that's been made.
Yeah. Roe versus Wade versus trying to protect women's rights to IVF treatment, they are two separate things. So is the administration looking at protections for the latter?
Look, don't have anything to share on any policy changes or any policy updates for all of you, but we have to understand how this started. This started because of what happened with Roe, the Dobbs decision to overturn Roe, something that was Roe was constitutional for almost 50 years, and that got overturned. And the moment that got overturned, that day, Republicans started to work and take action. I just mentioned 380 pieces of legislation to go against difficult decisions that women need to make about their bodies, about their family, about how they're going to move forward, about the care that they need. 380 pieces of legislation across the country. That's what is happening. That's what's happening right now. And so the chaos has been started. It was started the day that happened, the day Roe was overturned. And the only way to fix this, the best way to fix this, is to restore Roe.
And welcome to the Quad AI Summit Part 1.
The President made an appeal this morning to the governors at the White House, asking them to kind of go back to their states and talk to their congressional lawmakers about passing the Ukraine aid bill. I'm wondering if that is sort of the next course of action where you're thinking about targeting the Speaker and top House Republicans in their district.
On Sunday.
I mean, look, the president had an opportunity to engage with governors of both parties, which is something that he does yearly, and they have important items to speak to on the agenda. And obviously, this is an issue that governors care about. We know that even with the bipartisan deal for the border security, obviously that came out of the Senate, we got support from governors. We got letters from governors. We got letters from that included mayors from the cities that were being affected. So we know that we got support from them. And so one way, obviously, to get the Speaker to do his job and put it on the floor and actually take it up is for governors to speak up as well. And I believe that they have. Obviously, the letter was a key part of that. And so, look, there are many items on the agenda to discuss. This is something that's important when you think about immigration, when you think about what's happening at the border and how it's affecting these states, these governors. So, yeah, I think it's important for one way the president to show leadership is to also say, and governors to show leadership, is to be very clear what this means to them, to their constituents back at home.
Are you planning to follow up with them in the next week if they have had those conversations?
Well, we've been in regular touch with governors. Obviously, there was $1 billion that we were able to secure to help governors deal with the migrant situation, the migrant issue over the past several months. So we've been in constant communication with governors, with mayors, and so those conversations continue. What you were able to see is the president leaning in and showing how important it is to move with the bipartisan deal as it relates to the border, obviously border security and and also obviously the national security supplemental, since we are speaking about the two-year anniversary tomorrow of Ukraine being attacked by Russia. So all of these things are important. We're talking about our national security, the importance of our national security for the American people, and we're also talking about our border and what we need to do to make sure that we deal with the border challenges.
I have a quick one on the meeting that he had in California with Navalny's family. We did see the readout that you put out. The president has spoken a little bit on it. But what specific assurances did he offer Yulia? Because the sanctions package was already in the works, right, to mark the anniversary of the two-year war. What did he tell the Navalny family that he could do to protect them? I mean, did he advise her not to go back to Russia?
I'm going to be really careful and not speak to a private conversation that the president had. That is something that we don't do here. I'm not going to go beyond the readout. But yes, was the sanction package in motion before Navalny's death? Yes, as you know, tomorrow will be a 2-year anniversary. But we added to the package, obviously added additional sanctions once we learned about Navalny's death. So both are true. In this case, both can be true and are true. And so I just am not going to go beyond a conversation, a private conversation. I'm just not going to do that. Obviously, it is her decision to make. I'm just not going to get into private conversations.
Border deal aside, the White House is actively discussing taking executive action on the border, as the governors mentioned earlier today and as we've reported. So why now? Is the border deal just a jumping off point to new executive actions that the president can take?
Look, I'm not going to comment on any individual policy option that's being speculated in the media. I'm just not going to do that. What we have been very clear, the bottom line is the way to have moved forward was with this border deal. That's the way.
Executive actions that are now being considered that weren't considered before.
I'm not going to get into any policy discussions that are possibly happening or however it's being reported. I'm just not going to get into that. What I can say is the bottom line here, we believe no executive action, no matter how aggressive it could be or could look, would have been as significant as the border deal that came out of the Senate in a bipartisan way. No action. And let's not forget, Republicans rejected that. And so don't have anything to go on beyond that.
On Alabama, what's your message to the clinics in Alabama that have proactively paused IVF treatments? Are they making the right call?
Look, I can't speak to the decisions that the clinics are making. That is for them. They are,
They're a clinic.
There's safety concerns, there's legal concerns that they have to weigh and decide on. What we can speak to is the chaos that has been created because of the overturning of Roe, and we see this, and it is devastating. It is devastating. It is dangerous to women. And so what we're going to do is continue to speak out against that and make it very clear that the court decision that was made was wrong. And yeah, you know what? This could spread. This could go beyond Alabama. And that is a scary thought for many families across the country, certainly many women across the country.
Last question. You mentioned there's no readout with the president and the House Speaker.
Hold on.
One of the
I made a play.
One of the messages
KJP's soothing voice inspired me. So, Nader, you guys like the video? Y'all were slacking on the likes this morning. We almost got 2,000 though. So God bless you. Like that video. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I made a pre-earnings play on Snowflake. So I grabbed Snow March 15th. I grabbed 2 of the 330 calls for 35 cents. They have a little bit of premium and they're far out. But my logic is they got earnings next week. If we get any sort of run-up, excitement, kind of like the Square, that pre-earnings actually worked out. We're just a little ahead on this one. So, yeah, there you go. There you go. Not a recommendation. You will lose money.
Needs to do his job.
Pindor, oh man, that play clap. Pindor do a dying.
Put it to the floor, it would have
lawmakers demand Timu
but we've been doing
shipment ban over forced labor concerns.
With congressional members, and you know it's unfortunate that the speaker chooses to turn this into a political football here. This is not what this is about. This is about our national security. This is about the American people.
Okay. No Timu.
On the sanctions that were unveiled today, what makes these sanctions any more effective?
Hard to snake. All of those already got bid.
Yeah. So a couple of things that I just mentioned. So first of all, these sanctions are cumulative, so we have to look at it in that way. These are 500 new targeted sanctions that are now being sanctioned. The targets are being sanctioned for the first time, so that's important to note. These targets are within Russia's defense industrial base, its financial system, and it will continue to impose costs on Russia to make it harder to carry out its
it's hard to get those
war and
options on
vicious war in
Pinduoduo.
Ukraine. We will continue to make sure
They're
that we
saying
hold
lawmakers
Putin's
demand
aggression
Timu's shipment
accountable
banned over
and
forced
raise the
labor
cost
concerns.
on not just him, but also his enablers. But we also, as I've stated, we need Congress to act. They need to do their job. They need to provide
I shorted
the assistance
100
that
shares at
Ukrainians need
130.22
to continue
for
to
a
fight
flip.
Putin's brutal
And
war.
it bounced.
That's what they need to do. They need to be able to make sure that we provide Ukrainians with the assistance to defend themselves. And so we are continuing to urge the Speaker. Again, if the Speaker were to put this on the floor, we would see a bipartisan support for the national security bill.
I guess asked another way, there have been 4,000 sanctions now in the last 2 years. It hasn't stopped the war.
4,000 sanctions?
So to what extent or how should the success of these sanctions even be measured?
So
if that
look,
hasn't happened?
no, I totally get the question. Look, we believe they've been effective, right? That's what we believe. The goal of sanction and export control is to increase the cost of Mr. Putin and his enablers. And it's clear that our sanctions and imports controls are having an impact. And so, and it's not just them, it's obviously Russia had been forced because of we're raising the stakes on Russia and and his enablers. We see Russia being forced, right, to turn to countries like Iran and North Korea to get the arms and ammunition it needs to carry out this war. I want to just lay out an example from Bloomberg. Bloomberg reported last month that Russia's government has tapped almost half of the national wealth funds.
Yeah, I went with shares because the chain was just all messed up, but even then,
its defense
I'm already
budget
down 119
at the expense
on
of
those.
Russia's other needs. When you think about Putin's own oil czar, he's linked the fact that Russia has been forced to sell its oil at heavily discounted prices to our coalition's increased enforcement of oil price cap in recent months. So we have seen the impact. We believe, again, this is cumulative. What we were able to sanction, again, 500 additional targets, and we believe that it has had an impact on.
On the Alabama IVF ruling, you have spoken out just here forcefully about it. The Vice President did yesterday and continues to on her national tour. The President tweeted about it and issued a written statement.
Yeah.
When might we see him more publicly speak out about this issue? We keep hearing, at least we keep hearing from voters and Democrats who say, where is he on this? Why isn't he talking about an issue of such urgent concern? Presidential focus, time, statement in public instead of on paper is very different than sending you out here or tweeting about it or sending the Vice President on the road.
I mean, look, Ed, I think the President has spoken about what the attack on reproductive rights, what the attack on women being able to make choices on behalf of
I think people
of
are.
their
It
own
doesn't.
healthcare
News doesn't
and
seem
getting
good, but
the healthcare
again,
that
it's
they
just
need, the actions
lawmakers
that he's taken,
talking
whether
about
it's
it.
executive actions and what
The
obviously
Timu
his
headlines
agencies have
exact
been able to
replica
do,
from
DOJ,
January
HHS.
22nd.
I mean, those have been done because of this president, and he has spoken to this many times. The day that Roe was overturned, you heard from the president. The president was the
I'm not
only
gonna hold
person
that play, though. I'm
spoke
down
this
to get out of
on
it
that day.
by
And
end of
I
the
would
day.
argue that a statement from the president is incredibly powerful, is important. He spoke to this through his statement. And the president has been very clear where he stands. He believes that we need to continue to protect women's right to make a decision, reproductive health decision, pardon me. And that's where we're going to continue to be. That's where he's going to continue to be. And we've been very clear about that.
We've asked about this before. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus is once again concerned they are not being brought in to conversations about potential executive orders and other actions taken by the White House, saying that what they're reading about at least is unacceptable to them and they haven't had much dialogue with the White House about it. Are there any plans to remedy that?
So first, no decisions haven't been made. I want to be very, very clear about that again.
I sold out of the
I would
weed
say
play.
that we are in regular
$205. That was the flip this morning. Shares
of the Hispanic Caucus.
I kind of
members
wanted
of
to
the
hold it
Progressive
over the
Caucus,
weekend,
members
but I'm
of-
cool with 200.
From my understanding, and I've asked about this, we've been in regular communications with them, and so obviously we respect congressional members. We work very closely with them on many issues.
Hold it
We've
over
been
the
in regular communication
weekend.
and regular contact. We
I don't
just
think
don't
it's gonna
have
kill
any
it, though.
decisions to make
If it already,
on
the premiums
any
look like
executive
it's about to
actions.
die.
We just don't have any decisions that have been made, and
It's fighting
that
back.
may be
you
why
know?
they haven't been talked to about that particular issue. But I would say, as it relates to immigration, as it relates to what we've been trying to do, certainly as it related to the bipartisan agreement that came out of the Senate, we were in regular discussion. No decision has been made. No decision has been made here. Okay.
Thank you. We know what the governors told us, that the president told them about the border and what he's considering with regards to executive actions. Just for the sake of clarity, can you tell us what the president told them?
I'm just not going to go into private conversations. I'm just not. The governors can speak for themselves. I'm just not going to go into it.
Don't do that.
Okay. And Tammy Duckworth, the senator from Illinois, is talking about legislation that could protect IVF at the federal level. If Congress were to pass legislation
Yeah, the snow
to
play, you
protect
need 40%
IVF,
to
would
break
President
even.
Biden sign
The
it?
general
I have not seen
idea
the
is we sell out
legislation. I have not
before
talked to our
earnings.
Office
We're
of
not
Legal
going to play
Affairs
it on
about it,
earnings.
so I want to be super careful here. Obviously, Tammy Duckworth, senator, is a close colleague, someone we've worked very closely with. So I just would need to talk to our Office of Legal Affairs. We believe the best way, honestly, to get this done, as it relates to the chaos that has been created, is to get Roe to become law of the land, and that's something Congress can do. I want to be careful. I just don't want to speak to that particular legislation.
And are you actively trying to get additional funding for the Border Patrol or some of the other funds to help deal with the border situation added to the CR or whatever vehicle might have to move to avoid a government shutdown?
So, look, we're always having active conversations on what else we can do to make to deal with the challenges at the border. Obviously, don't have anything specific to lay out on any additional funding. Obviously, there was additional funding that we requested in that border security supplemental. Obviously, there would have been additional funding if the House Republicans would have moved forward with that bipartisan agreement that came out of the Senate, and Republicans didn't reject it.
I closed that at Pinduo Duo
outright.
2:30.
Obviously, that would have been helpful to what's happening,
That play
the
was
challenges
just too
at the
much.
border.
I think it could
just don't have
die.
anything to share
I wanted
on
that on a
specifics.
cheap
Go ahead.
option, but I
Some
couldn't
more on
find
the
one.
border, but the northern one, it's not as dramatic as in the south, but there are different and more reports on migrants crossing the border to come to the U.S.
Honestly, not
Is
bad.
the administration worried? Is it in contact with the Canadian government to try to
Timo
stop
news.
the
We got it really
So look,
early, and then it kind of like lagged a little bit.
Constant
but,
communication
yeah.
with our Canadian
In and out
counterparts,
real quick.
obviously on a range of issues including
little
migrants
bit, actually. That
attempting
was
to
what?
cross the border. Don't have any new announcements to make,
6
but we
minutes?
are constantly having those conversations with our counterparts in Canada. I just don't have anything for you at this time.
How worried is the administration that it's happening more and more?
I mean, look, I'm not going to put a gauge on this, on how worried we are, but we do have constant communication with our counterparts on a range of issues, including the one that you just laid out to me.
And on the sanctions, the Canadian government today, in parallel, announced its own package of sanctions against Russians and Russian entities. How was the coordination happening, the planning of all this?
I mean, obviously, I just laid out that we are in constant communication with our Canadian counterparts on a range of issues. Obviously, Canada has been a strong partner with us, along with 50 or 49 other countries, obviously, NATO, including NATO alliance as well, and what the president has been able to do to bring a strong front as it relates to helping Ukraine beat back with Russia's aggression. I don't have any specific conversations to lay out on how that potential coordination worked, but we are in constant communication with our Canadian counterparts.
No, I think the chain on the Pinduo Duo is just
the consideration of these new executive orders for the border. What changed between the time President Biden said, "We are a nation who says if you want to flee and you're freeing oppression, you should come," and now?
I don't understand. What do you mean? Your question, I don't get.
As a
how
candidate,
it's
President
connected
Biden
to
was telling people to come to the border. So what has changed since then?
I don't have the context of this quote that you're giving me, but what I will say is this. The president took this issue very seriously of what is happening at the border and the immigration system as a whole, right? And we have said over and over again, this is a system that has been broken for decades under the last administration, as you know, which was a Republican administration, and other administrations before that. And he took this so seriously that the first piece of legislation that he put forth on day one was on immigration reform. That is what counts, and that is what matters. And for the past several months, we worked with Republican senators and also Democrats in the Senate to try to come up with a fair and tough piece of legislation that would deal with border security. That was, let's not forget, endorsed by the Border Union Patrol. And that's how seriously the president has taken it. We've done this for months, and House Republicans have gotten in the way. The Speaker has gotten in the way. And so we want to deal with this issue. This is an issue that majority of Americans care about. House Republicans,
Meta's even
the
dropping
Speaker
now.
got in the way. The question really
Etsy's
is
running
for the
here at
Speaker.
the high.
What changed? Speaker Johnson, what's changed?
Something else President Biden has promised is a more humane border
Etsy really
policy
running.
than Trump. So why would he even be considering now a border policy that is more similar to Trump?
What border policy are you
Well,
talking about?
Axios is reporting that the legal authority Biden is considering using powered Trump's Muslim ban and similar sweeping restrictions at the border.
I'm not going to get into or comment on individual policy option that's being speculated right now. As I said before, no decisions have been made. We want to make sure, the president has been very clear, he wants to make sure that our country is safer, and we need more border security, obviously, to secure our border. We've been very clear about that, and we want to do it while treating people fairly and humanely. And that is
So
consistent
they're
with
selling
our
off. We got out of the
values.
Pinduoduo again.
But
Etsy's just going vertical
Republicans
right now at
continue
the
to get in
high.
the way. Speaker Johnson has gotten in the way of this. And so a lot of these questions are for him. We did our job. The Senate did their job in a bipartisan way. There are provisions in that, policies that are in that legislation that Republicans agreed with at some point, not very long ago, just last year, that they agreed with, and now they're rejecting it.
Karine, with regards to the sanctions on Russia, you mentioned that previous sanctions, you said, had been effective, in part because Russia was forced to go to other countries like Iran and North Korea to get resources. Still, though, the war is not over. How can you make the argument that those sanctions have been effective if they're still getting those resources from those other countries, wherever they're getting it from?
I mean, we believe, and I just laid this out moments ago, that we have seen an impact. I talked about Bloomberg. I talked about what Putin's own oil czar has had to do. I mean, this is
Etsy another $1?
I mean, what we have been able to impose on Russia has been pretty significant. Has been pretty significant when you think about another major economy, the most that we've ever been able to do on any major economy. And as I've stated, this is cumulative, right? This is a continuation, and we believe, as has been reported, that we have seen some impact here. We're going to continue to use every tools in our tool belt. Obviously, we're going to developing new tools to make it harder and costlier for Russia to fuel its war machine. That's what we're going to do. And at the same time, we need Congress to do their jobs. We need House Republicans. We need the Speaker to put on the floor a national security supplemental plan that we believe and we know will get bipartisan support. We've heard from Republicans in the House. We've heard from, obviously, Democrats in the House. That's what we need the House to do.
And on the border, I know you said you couldn't or wouldn't get into specific executive actions being considered or not considered, but bottom line, as a policy, does the administration believe that asylum laws need to be strengthened?
I'm going to be, I know.
The reason I asked that is that the bipartisan bill, and you said the president would sign it.
Yeah, he would.
Would strengthen asylum laws. So I just want to be sure the administration does believe that asylum laws need to be strengthened.
Obviously, because it was as you just stated, in the bipartisan legislation that came out of the Senate that the president's team worked very closely on. I just want to be very, very clear and very careful. Decisions haven't been made. I'm not going to get into any internal policy, individual policy, option that's being speculated in the press. I'm just not going to do that from here. But no decision has been made.
And finally, on a separate topic, I know the U.S. has had a complicated relationship with Mexico before. I wanted to get the White House's reaction to President López Obrador doxing a New York Times reporter in a press conference.
Oh, well, I've not seen that. Obviously, that's not something we support. We believe in the freedom of the press, obviously, which is why we do this on almost on a daily basis. It is important for the press to be able to report on issues that matter to the American people freely, in a way that obviously you all feel secure and safe, and in a way that you're not being doxied or attacked. That is something that we will obviously reject.
Doxied or attacked.
Thanks, Corinne. One follow-up on Next Benedict and then another on a separate subject. Given that Nex's family said they had been bullied in the months prior to their death, specifically about their gender identity, and the family also says that Nex was physically assaulted the day prior to their death, does the White House think that this case should be the subject of a federal hate crime investigation?
I'm going to be really careful. That is something for the Department of Justice to decide on. I cannot speak to that. Obviously, our hearts go out to Nex Benedict's family. It is a tragedy that is awful, and I said this at the beginning, and I'll say it again. Every kid should feel safe and should feel protected when they go to school, and this should not be the case. But that is something, as far as any legal action, that's something for the Department of Justice to decide.
And then the Florida Surgeon General defied CDC guidelines this week, suggesting it's fine to send unvaccinated kids to school amid a measles outbreak there. This comes as the CDC says that routine childhood vaccinations hit a 10-year low in 2023, putting about 250,000 kindergartners at risk for measles. Does the administration support tightening the kinds of philosophical and religious exemptions that are increasingly being used to defy school childhood vaccine mandates? And what else is the administration doing to promote the importance of childhood vaccines, especially against the backdrop of this nationwide uptick in measles outbreaks?
So just a couple of things. As it relates to the outbreak, the CDC is actively monitoring these cases, and as you know, we have the White House Office of Pandemic Preparedness and Response remains in close and regular contact as we continue to work and monitor what's going on the ground, and we want to make sure that communities feel safe. Obviously, so any questions specifically on that, I would refer you to the CDC. Responding to measles outbreaks, which are now obviously occurring in every region of the world, is a priority for this administration. Measles, as you know, is highly contagious, contagious infection, but it is easily prevented with routine childhood vaccines. We are providing technical support for example, to the World Health Organization and UNICEF, and we're donating.
You could if you want to get any plays,
well,
assuming we wake up
make
good
sure
on Monday.
that there's a vaccine alliance which has provided millions of measles
But
and
Redfin
other
usually prices
vaccine
in a
doses
ton.
to low and low middle incomes countries. So we are monitoring this. It is important that obviously we do everything we can to mitigate this situation. But CDC is actively aware, obviously actively monitoring these cases that we're seeing across the country.
Thank you, Corinne. So in addition to the sanctions, is the president supportive of confiscating frozen Russian assets and using it for Ukraine's reconstruction?
So a couple of things, because this is a little bit complicated, and I want to take a step back for the folks who are clearly watching the briefing. And I understand that you all understand this, but in 2022, we worked together with our allies and partners to quickly immobilize almost $300 billion of Russia's sovereign assets that they had held internationally when they launched their brutal invasion of Ukraine. That joint action to cut off Russia's access to a significant amount of funds has made it much riskier for Russia to fund its war against the Ukrainian people and boost their defense spending while also managing their economy. So now we're going to continue to be in active conversation with our allies and partners, including the G7, as well as members of Congress, on additional steps to seize Russia's aggression in Ukraine and to ensure Russia pays for the damage it has caused. I don't have any new announcement to make, but it is a bit complicated because, as I said, we're talking about international it's been held internationally, so it is a little bit more complicated.
Are there other countries who are planning to take that action?
I would refer you to other countries. I can't speak for other countries here, but I just wanted to make sure we laid out. It is complicated. It is not as simple as it may seem, but certainly don't have any new announcements to make at this time. Get Karen.
Thanks. What's the view from the White House right now about how conversations are going about government funding and spending bills next week ahead of next week's significant deadlines?
I mean, look, and we've been here before, and we've always been very clear. House Republicans have a job to do. Their basic duty is to keep the government open. They need to not play politics here. They need to get this done. We've been very clear about that, and it is their job. If you think about it, and I've talked about this before, House Republicans, 2/3 of House Republicans voted for the deal last year, and just early this year, they reaffirmed that deal. So what's the problem? What's the problem here? They need to get this done. They need to get this done. There are important programs that the American people need, and so they need to move forward and make sure we keep the government open.
I feel like I've asked you this before deadlines, but are you anticipating another short-term funding bill, another CR, and is the president okay with that this time around too?
So look, I'm not going to get into legislative negotiations from here, but look, we got to be really clear that these are programs that are critical, that are important to the American people, and it needs to get done. It needs to get done. So I'm not going to get into negotiations from here. House Republicans need to do their jobs here. They need to get to work, and they need to make sure that they prevent a needless shutdown.
And are White House officials involved in any conversations, like ledge affairs with
All right, I went with the Redfin plan down.
About
I think they can ramp up a little bit,
so I can
but
say that
they were
OMB,
cheap enough.
OMB and our
These
ledge
ones
affairs team are in
pre-earnings play, I'm
touch
going
with
to sell out
lawmakers,
before. I grabbed Redfin March 15th, $9 calls,
open.
two of them
But
at
again,
20 cents a pop.
This problem
Is Pinduoduo
is a
dumping
problem
again?
the House Republicans making.
I bought them,
It's
ticked
not
it, and
something
then
that we
I,
can
oh
fix
wow!
for them. This is
Again, I
something
sold
that
out
they can
here,
deal with. This is something that
$127.90.
They need to
So I got a good
actually
fill on
work
it, but yeah, that's dropping even
and,
more.
They need to get to work here. They need to get to work. Go ahead, Ed.
Thanks, Green. I want to try a little bit different on the executive actions, possibly on the border. The bills are stalled, so why wait 3 years now in to take alternatives or take possible executive actions?
What are you talking about?
You mentioned the bill, that when the first week in office, the president issued his bill for immigration reform, and then the negotiated Senate bill. Those are both stalled. The House is not taking
I think
them
you're
up.
seeing it very differently than we are. We're saying that the president took it very seriously. He
Damn,
took
that
it very
went down a
seriously by
lot.
taking action on day one,
Boring
putting forward
Friday.
a comprehensive
It's chill. Y'all
immigration
get to calm
policy,
down a little bit.
legislation
Y'all
that
get
he
to
wanted
relax, you know what I'm
Congress
saying?
to act on. They did not
Enjoy
act
it.
on it.
Enjoy it.
We taken actions on our own, and we've been able to secure
got a
some
couple of
funding
trades,
to deal
though. I mean,
with
again,
what we've
the
seen
weed
at the border.
plays.
But we need
Hog
more.
tea was
We
good,
need
and
more,
now
and
it
we've
went
said
down,
this.
but
We have said this for the past 3
Pinduoduo,
years, and House Republicans have
random
continued
ass
to get in the
NQ
way.
from last
In the
night.
last
Dude,
couple of
Pinduoduo
months,
dropping again.
we worked with Senate Republicans and Democrats for several months to come up with a border security that is tough, that is fair, that's supported, that was endorsed
Spy is
by
coming
the
near
Border
the low.
Patrol Union.
NASDAQ
The Border
down a
Patrol
quarter.
Union
Bro,
endorsed
Pinduoduo
this,
down another dollar
this
there.
legislation. Republicans rejected it. So this is something for Republicans in the House to speak to. We've worked with the Senate
Pinduoduo
in a
news was that,
bipartisan
like,
way to
lawmakers
get
are
this done, to
discussing
actually deal
banning
with an
Temu
issue that
over
matters
child
to the
labor.
American people in a bipartisan way. And
Meanwhile,
House Republicans
Apple's
have
like,
allowed
oh no, man, I don't
politics
wanna
to
get in
get in the way. And Speaker Johnson left early
And then
after,
Nike's
if you
like,
think
just
about the
do
national
it.
security supplemental that we had to take out.
And then
They had to
everybody
take
in
out the
America
border
is like,
security from
free
it
Ukraine.
because that's what the Speaker wanted. That was done out of the Senate. It was passed, and then the Speaker went home early and is gone. He went on vacation early.
The dude on the
And
thumbnail,
so
you don't know who that is?
This is truly a question for the Speaker.
That's crazy. You don't know who that man is?
Now we're hearing about executive actions that could be taken.
He's
Why wait
responsible
this
for
long
everything.
I have
to
been
look
very,
at
I've been
executive
very
action?
clear. We have made no decisions on that. I'm not going to get into policy discussions or hypotheticals that we're hearing right now. Be very clear. But the focus here should be what
UAL to
happened in the
raise check
Senate
bag
in a
fees
bipartisan way
by
that Republicans have
$5
rejected.
beginning February 24th.
That is the reality that we're in here, Ed. That's the reality.
And then one more, if I may, in fiscal year 2023 at the border, there were 24,000 Chinese nationals that had illegally crossed, and 288 were deported. And the National Border Patrol Council president says that the vast majority of them coming across now are military-aged men.
Pop?
What's the level of concern for the White House about these military-aged men?
So this is
Yeah,
this continues to be a concern
Progeny?
for this administration. So we'll just start there. But speaking specifically to individuals, just in general, who
They have
pose
earnings
a risk
next
to
week.
public safety and national security, regardless of nationality. They are detained as they undergo immigration proceedings and are removed. If they do not have a legal basis to remain in the United States, global migration is at the highest since World War II. And that means we work with our international partners to bolster their enforcement capabilities while expanding economic
Oh, is that off the
opportunities and
Trump
lawful
headline?
pathways.
He said he
That's what we've
supports
been able to do
IVF?
for migrants, deserving of protection, specifically under the President's Los Angeles Declaration for Migration and Protection and America's Partnership for Economic Prosperity. And again, I go back to that bipartisan agreement that came out of the Senate, and that would have been a step forward here. It would have been a piece of legislation that, as I've said, would have been tough, it would have been fair, and it was endorsed by the Border Patrol Union. And Republicans in the House rejected it. Yeah, Garen.
Ms. Green, a group of progressive lawmakers led by Congresswoman Barbara Lee and 200 organizations sent a letter to the president this week urging him to take executive action, including executive orders, to advance a range of bills that have been introduced by Democrats that have been stalled in Congress, including H.R. 40, which the president said he supports, to create a reparations commission, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act, as well as resolutions to protect Black history and create a ban books leaks in light of these bans we've been seeing in states like Florida. Has the White House received this letter, and does the president believe that his racial justice agenda has been effective, and does he think that he can do more through executive action?
So let me just say that a lot of, and yes, we have received the letter, and a lot of the items in the letter that has been, issues that have been outlined is some of the causes that the president has championed over the past 3 years. The president has taken, as you know, historic actions as it relates to voting rights here, strengthening voting rights on the federal level. He's taken action to raise wages. Let's not forget the actions that he's taken, because he's taken the actions on building an economy from the bottom up, middle out. We have seen
WOR,
as it relates to unemployment
$1
for the Black
pop.
community. When he walked in, it was at 9%.
Kinda looks like a
now
buyout.
it's at 5%. Always more work to be done, but that matters. Black wealth has jumped up to 60% since the pre-pandemic days. He supports a study of reparations and continues and the continuing impacts of slavery, and signed an executive order to deal with racial equality on his very first day in office, as it relates to the federal government and what the agencies can do better. And also, he's spoken about banning of books as it relates to Black history. So the president's is committed to making sure that we address racial inequalities here.
WOR is still going
and
up.
He's going to continue.
And then Pinduoduo is still at another
he's
low.
gonna
That's
continue to
crazy.
take action to make sure no communities are left behind. And as I just stated, he's taken historic executive action on this issue. This is a priority for this president. When he walked into this administration, he talked about the different crises that our country was dealing with. Climate change, it was COVID at the time, the economy at the
TLT,
time.
I wish I could
racial
told you
equality
why it
was
went up, but I think
part
it's just
of
a
that
relief
as
rally.
well. And so he's committed. He's committed. You're trying to get me. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. During last year in December, the administration sold weapons to Israel, bypassing Congress.
Another new law.
Why can't the U.S. do the same for Ukraine right here and right now, given their desperate need of weaponry?
I mean, we actually need funding. We need this funding in
We're
order
actually
to get
broke
Ukraine
right now. We spent
what they
trillions
need.
of dollars. We'd like
It's gone.
legitimately
You've heard
don't
the
even
admiral
have to pay
speak
for
to
it.
this. You've heard the National Security Advisor speak to this.
Oh,
from
you
this
had a
podium.
130 put?
It's
Nice.
gone. There is no more. We need Congress to do its job and to pass
The
much
puts just
needed
looked too expensive to me in the
assistance,
beginning, and
security
then
assistance
I
that the
bought them
Ukrainians
ticked in, and
need,
it just
Ukrainians
fucking was
need.
down right away.
Oh, the sale.
And it finally hit. But that's a good
There's-
continuation,
there's
honestly.
a lot more
4%
to
in
this,
that time
right?
frame.
There is
now 125.
actual,
Oh, I would have made
there are
$500.
actual funding that we need to make sure that we get, so that DOD and so that obviously the Pentagon can do what it needs to do in order to give the security assistance that is needed, to give the
I didn't know. I sold the
weapons
Melly
that they
shares
need
yesterday.
to
I
fight
sold
against
Melly
Ukraine's
before earnings. I have the
aggression.
booking.
You've heard the admiral speak
I'm
to
down
this today
$1,000 on booking.
in his gaggle, and you've heard him
Pinduoduo is
talk
still
about this
dumping.
multiple times.
Another flush.
There is an assistance that we have to provide to them. That we just don't have it now. We're done.
If there is no success on the Hill, would you consider selling weapons to
Look,
Ukraine?
the way to deal with this is to pass this national security supplemental. The way to actually help the people of Ukraine to fight for their sovereignty, to fight for their democracy, to fight against Mr. Putin's aggression is to actually pass this national security supplemental that would get bipartisan support in the House. It will. That's how we move forward here. There's no other way to actually do this in a bipartisan scenario. It's there. And the speaker needs to do his job. Speaker Johnson needs to take this up. We know that the bipartisan support exists. We've heard from Republicans speak to this directly and very recently. So why doesn't he just do his job?
You could sell the 15s
and stop putting politics
for a
in front of this. This is why I don't want to get into
premiums aren't
hypotheticals, because
juiced
there's
as
an
much.
option that exists. There's an actual option that exists. And
Oh,
the
damn,
speaker's
those
putting
premiums are going for
politics in
$3
this.
earlier?
And that's not how we should move forward. All
Yeah,
right,
I'd wait on
everybody.
the
Thank you so
covered
much.
calls.
All right,
If you want to
see
be
tomorrow.
safer, you
Not
can,
tomorrow.
though.
Tomorrow's Saturday. See you next week.
And just like that, she left. I didn't even get to go pee. I was making plays. I thought I was going to go to the bathroom. No. Well, Chattadonia, it's Friday. Market kind of moved right back. Remember, we got a bottom tick over here earlier. Came right back down to the level. We closed out a couple of plays, opened up a couple of pre-earnings. Not much is going on, bro. That's it, bro. It's very, how you say, very Friday relaxation, the calm after the craziness, There you go. Made a lot of plays, actually. We did Redfin pre-earnings, Snowflake pre-earnings. Then we shorted Pinduoduo. I got $2.50 a share almost, but you would have got almost $5 a share off of that short. And then I closed the wheat stocks. And then I think that's it. I still got an oil play on the day. Where is that? MCL. I'm down $70 on that one. We had the PDD. It was hard with options, though. Some of you made 100% on options, but I went with the shares, and even the shares were a little shitty at first. But oil, I did a MCL, a micro crude future to the upside. Did it at 77.29, so I'm down like $70 on that one. Gold killed it today. That run was early in the morning. Early in the morning. Binance has admitted to money laundering sanctions violation already. $4.3 billion in U.S. plea approved by judge. Binance has admitted to money laundering sanction violations. Hold your 130 on Pinduoduo. That's up to you. I had Pinduoduos on the call side I held into this week, and they expired worthless, and we were up a lot on those. So it's up to you and how people are going to... Again, that news, it's like slow-bake news. Some people said they've heard about it before, but it's really... I think if there really is an action, you'll love that play. If not, then not so much. Redfin has earnings next week. I mean, Zillow did good. We got in the Redfin play, but like literally Redfin and Zillow, they're reporting... Or Redfin's reporting next week. Shiba Inu. I think I have some from the last time there was like peer pressure on Shiba, but other than that, I don't really think about it. I even said like I like Bitcoin a lot, but even then, I'm not really the guy to ask right now to buy when it's at these higher prices. I don't know. Crypto, every other time crypto has been this bullish, I've been a lot more optimistic about it, but this time around, I'm not as I'm not really like drawn towards these high prices on crypto, but hey, if it goes crazy, I'm down. I got some stuff that could benefit. We'll take it. I don't think CZ's going to jail, though. I think they're just paying that fine, just billions of dollars. Well, there's Pinduoduo. That's literally up $3 off the bottom. Zscaler on the hot. Pinduoduo. That was nice. Literally, right when I shorted it, I was instantly down. I was like, I remember this. Spider flush. Well, this is where we bounced from earlier. When I guess we made our play around here. But he did kind of bounce from there. We still got, what, hour and a half left? Still got a lot of time. I still have the Jen Psaki NFT, yeah. I'm mad I didn't sell it out at 150,000. But, yeah, I still have it. I'm still up on it. Still got an Ethereum and dollar gain, which is great. Said the allegations are true. No way they're paying their employees with prices that low. It is China, so they do have cheaper labor, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, NFT bros. I don't know, the Apple Vision kind of bringing back the life to the metaverse. You know, that's the weird part. I'm surprised that with all the Apple Vision hype, you didn't have as many of the like NFT metaverse people be like, yo, we're here. Did Banks come down? Yeah, JP Morgan was on fire earlier. When's the next TLT play? On Monday. So hopefully I see you here on Monday. You got to like the video, though. You got to like the video. So I'll see you on Monday, Samath. If I don't see you on Monday, Samath, don't get mad at me. That's all I'm saying. Metaverse land was wild. It was a good time. I'm glad we got to live through it. I don't think it made people any smarter, though. Like, I don't think we learned from it, but we got to live through it. But I always say it. I'll never forget. At one point, I was having real discussions with real people, really asking me if they should go and buy a digital real estate versus like real estate. Like, that literally blew my mind. You have no idea. Oh, Brian. Oh, again, baby. God bless you, bro. Just listen to some old school Limp Bizkit songs. Got me hype. Happy Friday. God bless you in the chat, baby. Oh, Horna. You know, I know some Limp Bizkit. What was it, Noogie? Is that what it's called? What's that one song? I haven't listened to Limp Bizkit. I know who he is, though. We did listen to some Limp Bizkit growing up. Nookie? What does that even mean? Is that like sexual? Is it? It kind of sounds like old school, like Christian rock, but then, or maybe they sound like them. Yeah. That's a very interesting song. I haven't listened to that in a long time. I did it all for the nugget. Could we get VWAP on the other charts on E-Trade? No, I don't really use them on individual. I don't like to use them on individuals. It gets in my way. So I like it on the index, but I don't ever use VWAP on like individual names, more or less. POD, yeah, POD was very good. Don't get me. I remember it was like right when Elon bought Twitter and I was on Twitter, bro. I don't know what happened. Maybe I was on Twitter. I went through like, I was just like watching like Left Behind. I was listening to like Christian rap, like DC Talk, you know. I did it all with that nookie. Followed up on the email. Let me know, secure the buy. I think LT got in touch with the guy, right? I think at that point we're just going to wait to see. I'll text LT now, but I think for the most part we're looking kind of decent on it. It's just going to be if he does want to negotiate with that price or not. And then if not, then we don't do anything. And then if he does, he might have anything. We might have something. Cassius Magnus. God bless you, baby. Good morning. Good afternoon, actually. 11:43. Let me more info on the price. Yeah, I just went through that real quick. So we're 70K off. We'll see. I'll ask what LT thinks, but at that point, we just gotta. I mean, most of the stuff is in the works, so it's just really gonna depend on if we could get a price that makes sense for all of us. So like, if I don't end up buying it, if we can't get a good deal, then he'll just have to sell it, or we could link him up with an agent. But if he's willing to work on the price, I think we might have something. Well, now we just need some patience. That's crazy. Limp Biscuit. God bless you. Brian, Limp Biscuit. MXPX Christian Punk. You were into skanking at church? Excuse me? What is that? What did you just say? What is skanking? Because I think we have different definitions of that. Is what I've came to the conclusion of. Is that like what rock people do? Oh, it's a dance move? You had me fooled. Is a form of dancing practiced in the ska punk, hardcore punk, reggae, drum, bass, and other music scenes.
We can't have that. What I want you to do.
Appropriately. You can't be wearing casual clothes just like this. It doesn't work, and you'll get made fun of at a show. So you'll be able to make lots of conversation, and then you might be able to be a pro at skanking. Good job.
Oh, okay, that's pretty dope.
Now that we know how to skank.
Wow, very interesting. I looked up. It was the first video that came up. Docu popping. Probably gonna be same buyout news for the last year. That's the alien dance of all the videos. I like it. It's an old school video. It came up #1 on Google. That's crazy. That's crazy. I thought you were doing some other activities in your early days. I said, wow, don't tell me about all your skanking in life. But apparently that's a dance move. Apparently that's a dance move. This was at church too? Wow, yeah, I forgot about that. That was the other part of it too. Made 600 on Pinduoduo. Nice. You must have got a really good fill on that. Beyond running up. Look up hardcore dancing crowd killing. No, thank you. I've seen the mosh pits. I think like, or what was that? What it's called? Where they like, what's the one where they just start throwing punches and like running into people? I saw one, bro. It was the funniest video. It was like a punk rock concert, and this girl was like doing that, like flailing around like a mosh pit, you know? And she was just like hitting people, running into them, doing like all sorts of crazy shit, bro. And then somebody just like clotheslined her. And then she was like, all right, I'll stop. And I was like, damn. I've never, dude, those, I don't, what's the point of that? I don't get that. I've never really like, I don't know. I've been to several churches in my time. Never heard of that ridiculous dance. I don't think it's exclusive to churches. Cytokinesis, I think we still have old plays on that. Again, that's usually, again, literally docu, cytokinesis, literally every Friday. You get some level of like buyout shit. So otherwise they're popping. I don't know if it's on any news. You've been in a few mosh pits. I've never been in a mosh pit. That's crazy. That's crazy, though. Beyond still ripping. Beyond kind of moving up a lot. That's almost $1 in 4 minutes. It's quite a big percentage. And then who was the other one? Cytokinesis. This is what I like to do. It was fun. Oh, did you post the link? I didn't see it. You got caught in a mosh pit at a Danzig concert. So you could get caught in a mosh pit without wanting to do it? Wow, you just took a wrong turn? And then, I don't know, and then everybody circled around me, started punching me, and I started punching back. They just form around you? You guys, what? It's just starting to sound like COVID. Hold on. I'm not believing y'all. SEE takeover target. So literally 3 different takeover companies. The first 2, no news. C, is that a Betaville mention? C, rumored to be takeover target. A liquid. No options. There's a couple of random ones. It has to be like a real takeover rumor. That's why. It either has to, there was one the other day. There was like a takeover, or was it Vizio? Remember Vizio? Vizio hit. It just moved up to the price. And then 2 days later, they announced the buyout on the earnings. Beyond Fish sounds terrible. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Fake fish? No, that's crazy. Beyond Fish is tilapia. Yeah, it's crazy. Ring Central hack. Wife got an internal email about it. RNG. Let me see if they had any news on that earlier. All I see is price target cuts on them. Nothing in the last month on a hack on Ring. Yeah. So they don't have news on that. I don't know. Maybe we'll get something over the weekend. It's kind of a low price stock, though. It's kind of like I'm looking at some of these puts. They're not too bad in price, but liquid as hell. And then, yeah, you need it there. Insider sold this morning. That's just interesting, though. It all depends on the scope of the hacks. Are either nothing or they're huge. Again, I'll never forget that Okta one. No, there's no market news today. Like, there's nothing big planned or anything of that nature. We're just chilling out. Buying Lunar for the long term. Have you ever been to the moon, my friend? Yeah. So, this is what fucked everybody up in the last 2 to 3 years. Is that there was like all of these like, oh, this product is going to do this. EV is going to do this. This is going to do that. And like people just went really hard on them. So here's the deal. If you want to add it to your long term, just don't add a lot of it. You know, I wouldn't make it your biggest position. I wouldn't go ham on it. You know what I'm saying? And like balance it out. But in reality, these are usually the money pits that clap everybody. You'll learn about it down the road, but like if you look at most people's portfolios, like especially if you just started out and most people were like, you know, buying random names and buying it because they thought it was the next big technology, you know, like every single, those are going to be your worst plays in the long term, sadly. So honestly, I would just, if you really want some, get a small investment, but I would probably avoid it. You could trade it. I mean, again, you want to flip it, you'll be good to go. Yeah, but Lunar has went to the moon. It's not like it's doing something in the future. It has. That's a great point. You know, it's already gotten there, but it has to become like a company that is going to be, you know, very good in making money. I mean, I don't know if getting to the moon does that, if that makes any sense. It's just like, I've never heard about this company until 2 days ago. They didn't go to the moon. I think they did. I mean, I didn't see it, but that's the word on the street. Well, they worked. NASA paid them, I think. NASA worked with them to do it. But yeah, I think there's a lot of trauma over the last couple of years, but like, you guys should know the answer. You know what I'm saying? How many things did you believe in 2021 that are down 99% right now? All the way from the metaverse and NFTs down to space and EVs. What other stuff was there? I think there's always desalinization stuff, workhorse, charging stations, Fisker, fake meat, LiDAR. Now you're talking. Mainly EV companies, though. Oh, solar. What are we saying? Solar plays. Yeah, everything with the SPAC. But it's the future. So, all I'm saying is like, you have got. I'm not telling you don't buy it, because you know there's names that I bought that people didn't believe in, and I understand. It's like I'm not, but just if you do, just make sure you don't allocate a lot of money where you'll be sad if it goes down. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all it comes down to. You just got to make sure that you're like, you know, you have a reasonable amount, but remember, like, we went smaller even on Meta and Redfin, and those made us a lot of money. So, like, you don't have to go big when it's all said and done. Like, you could just, but that's what I'm saying. With playing with those plays, don't make them a top 10 position in your portfolio. You will get clapped. I mean, LiDAR is speculative, but it's not about the technology as much as it is the company, right? It's a mix of both. The technology needs to be hot and that company needs to actually exercise it, and they need to actually execute on it. Because that's the thing, is just like space exploration will probably be huge, but are these companies all like handling their expenses the right way and like trying to make companies, or are they just burning money, relying on stock prices to fund it? Again, Rumble, that's another example. I like the idea of Rumble. I just don't like how they raise money and how they, how much money they're going to need. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, C is still going up, potential buyout there. I don't have the source on that one, though. So just look around, though. But most of those, this is going to be the future play, they have all failed you in the last 3 years. Unless it was something that was just already big in the world. Like NVIDIA, everybody already had it in their computer. You know what I'm saying? Like there are certain things, like ELF blew up, Celsius blew up, but you already knew these things were having mass commercial success before their stocks were even ripping. You should have known, like literally, if I say ELF, Celsius, and NVIDIA, those all went crazy in the last 12 to 24 months, but you knew about all of those before their stocks went crazy. I'd assume you did. I knew about ELF. I knew about the makeup. You probably just didn't have games, so you didn't know. That makes sense. But everywhere else, you should have known about NVIDIA. You should have known about Celsius, all of them. So same thing here. That's why I'm like, if you really want to invest in it, I would just wait. But there's probably other stuff you could be buying right now, Ozempic, that I think would be way better off for you in the long run. Oh, decent pop on Procter & Gamble. You guys were saying pop. I didn't know what to expect. You think the best monetization for space is space mining? I'll tell you right now, the best way that you can monetize space with like a 99% gain, and like this is where you do the best way to monetize space is through investors. That's the answer. So until we actually get something right now, the number one way to monetize space is by selling investments in it. That's what people are, and that's what I'm saying with all of these. Yeah, exactly. You'll make more selling the idea than it'll actually, until maybe down the road it turns into something. That's what I'm saying. Just wait till one of these dudes actually becomes very successful and then just bandwagon on it. Like, shit, you could have bought NVIDIA at 300 and still doubled up your money. You see what I'm saying? And at least know what's on your side rather than, waiting. I don't want you to turn into one of those AMC apes. You know what I'm saying? You sold MO to buy Docu. Well, good work. You violated the long-term rule again. So I don't know why you feel the need to tell me, but congratulations. I hope it works out for you regardless. Is that equivalent to a pet rock? Well, I mean, no, pet rocks are like gold and silver. They sit there. Need long moves. Amen. Long-term rule. You don't know. You've been here for 3 years. You don't know. Long-term, we don't sell anything. 10-year minimum before any sales. So if you had MO in the long-term and sold it out for Docu, unfortunately, you violated the rule. But it's okay. I mean, you all get to do your own decisions, but I'm all about holding it down. Hold it. RYI on the high. Dominoes. Oh, someone brought it up early. I kind of want to. HRB news. Oh, I think I saw something. They're not moving. I swear I just saw something say H&R Block. You just started. Oh, you're good. But hold on. Long time. But yeah, you know, you look at the last couple of years of our long term, I literally sold once off of a dividend cut. Other than that, we don't do anything. I see H&R likely to achieve fiscal guidance. That's old. That's not it. H&R is kind of moving, though. Substantial insider sales. No, I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, I don't see anything on that. Something about government taking action into deceptive practices and wiping data. Hasn't hit terminal yet. It's moving around. And then they had something on guidance this morning and then insider sale. They're right at the highs. Again, I'm sure they're responding to into it. You check out the email. I didn't get an email, Bunny. I don't know what. I don't see any new email. The last email I got was or unless are you Adam? I got one from Adam. John, I don't see it. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Did you send it recently? I got your cell phone number last time. We still need to go to Din Tai Fung, baby. I will text you, though, if we are going to go. He said we should go. Brian wanted to go on a double date. And I said, let's make it a triple date and let's all go to Din Tai Fung. Why didn't you hit me up then? Because we didn't go. Remember I said that weekend we were going to, but then the timing. So I didn't go. I mean, what do you want me to text you about? I'm really bad at my phone. I don't know. I'm not really. You guys will be very disappointed. Oh, well, what's his name? Alan sent me why he got fired, but he didn't tell me whether or not I could share it on stream. It's kind of fucked, man. But Alan, you'll be good. Honestly, I think you'll get your job back, Alan. I think you should honestly talk to someone there, but I would just go work somewhere better. You disagree. Sometimes a company goes to crap. I want to put my money to work elsewhere. You don't make it a bad habit. Yeah, but at that point, if a company's not doing good work, I just allocate elsewhere. So, like, when I go look at all of my big losers, like MPW is bad because we kept adding to it. But, like, all those other names that didn't do good, all we did was, like, 1 or 2 deposits. And by the time they weren't really performing, like, I mean, you know, there wasn't really any point to do anything. And like in half of those names, if I sold out and put them to work somewhere else, I don't know how they would have played, especially considering some of them came up like Coinbase or even beyond. Zoom is rolling out audio and video calling to non-premium users. Or Zoom X? What is a Zoom X? X is rolling it out? Audio and video calling. No way. Somebody sent me a chat GPT on the pronunciation of NVIDIA. I am now blocking you from my email. So you'll never send me an email again. Thank you. But yeah, I still haven't got the other ones. That's just such a weird email to send me. Some, I got to clear out space in here, man. Got to make sure. But yeah, I didn't get the other email from other guy. Real estate. Yeah, I don't know. Try another email or something. I don't know. Have you emailed me in the past and I blocked you? But I don't see anything. What did he send you? Just a weird history on the pronunciation of NVIDIA. You guys are like, wow. But I'm like, you guys don't, man, what type of people like am I? You know what I'm saying? Like when I deal with people, you may mean well, maybe a joke, but like I just block things and I move on. Like I don't know how to describe it. Like I don't like being around certain energy of people, and it's like I don't really know some of y'all like that. So it's not really that like surprising. Like I don't know. It shouldn't be that shocking. We don't vibe. I block and I move on, bro. That's it. I live my life. Maybe down the road, well, you know where to find me. We could connect. The dog is at my girlfriend's house. It's been good. He's been chilling. Pinduoduo 128. That was a fun one. When people want to argue for no reason. Yeah. Man, I mean, I just tell you, I just ignore it. Like, again, even the guy today, type in a paragraph why you don't like how I pronounce it and say, I'm leaving, this is my sign, and then proceeding to be here the rest of the day. It's like, no, like, come on. Okay, man, if that's what your guys' energy's on, you do your thing, man, but, like, don't get mad if people don't, like, play your game with you. You see what I'm saying? Like, this shouldn't be surprising if people don't have a tolerance level for you on certain things. All right, I got your email, Raven. I brought NVIDIA at the high. Do you think I messed up? I want to go in Din Tai Fung. Well, as long as you're going to be buying more of it down the line and willing to average, I'm sure you'll work into a good price. Yeah, Eski's up 4 now. Oof. Interesting. And then, yeah, the Din Tai Fung thing, I'm only going because he knows the manager, so we don't have to wait. We don't have, like, a Din Tai Fung meetup arranged. And then I've already met Brian. I went to Lending Tips open house, and Brian is just there. I don't know if he realized it was me at first, but then I think he figured it out. But literally, I went to a Lending Tips open house, and then there's a guy wearing a Chad shirt, and he walking around. He got a clipboard. He talking to people. I was like, what? And then we locked eyes, and then we knew. So I've already met him. It's not like, it's pretty chill. And then Raven, let me go to the bat. Can I answer this on stream, or what are you looking for on this one? Or if you want, I could get you an email later. You might have to give me a day or two. If I can answer on stream, it'll be easy. But I do need to go to the bathroom. What time is it? Oh, it's 12:11? Oh, my gosh. Day's almost over. Man, C's still going up. I'm in the Intel calls. We're probably going to lose on those. So if you don't, you could sell them now if there's still any value. But I'm willing to ride it for them. cart starting to wake up. All right, let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. This is a very good place. Very good. All right. I'll be RB.
Your work clothes and report to the office. The latest data from career site Ladders says remote work opportunities for high-wage earners are on the decline. In the fourth quarter of last year, those listings shrunk to just 1 in 10. And joining us now is Bloomberg's work shift reporter, Matt Boyle. What exactly is driving this shift?
Well, I mean, we shouldn't be that surprised that high-paying remote jobs are on the decline a bit, because all remote-friendly jobs are on the decline a little bit. That story also found that job postings in the more remote-friendly sectors of the economy were down 8% versus pre-pandemic levels, versus jobs where you need to be in the office a little bit more, we're still up double digits. So we're not saying at all that remote work is, going away like maybe some people might want, but certainly fewer of those jobs. And let's also think these higher paying jobs, you're probably leading a team. They probably want you to be in more often than not, to be mentoring that team, brainstorming, and doing those types of things. So it's not just like you're an individual contributor and you can just sort of do your TPS reports and do that from anywhere.
But is there a broader trend now that even just the trajectory, the career path, that if you are a remote worker, particularly if you're one of these people who is hired in that remote work environment, that somehow your ability, let's say you're not at that 200,000 level, you're well below that, does that mean your career trajectory to get to 200,000 is basically interrupted unless you go back?
There's suggestions of that remain, certainly, and at certain companies, certain CEOs have come out and said, if you want to be remote all the time, that's fine, but don't expect to move up the ladder as quickly as someone who's more willing to come in.
And I assume when the CEOs made that comment, they did it from the office and not from their second or third home.
I would hope so, or maybe not from the golf course. But you never know.
Because there's been some messaging that's been a little
confusing. There's a lot of do what I say, not what I do with some of these comments. But let's say, do you really want to lose a really talented, qualified employee just because you won't let them work from home a little bit of the time? So again, we have to make sure there's nuance in these conversations. It's not black or white.
Matt, what about people who say, maybe I will give up more pay so that I have more flexibility? Are you seeing that still?
That is true. That's been something that really we've seen in the data since the pandemic. People are willing to give up a bit of salary for more flexibility, because that flexibility is worth more to them. Be able to have time with their family, or just pick up the dry cleaning, on a Friday, is worth a lot to them. So depending on the role, yes.
Is there a sense, though, that this is also maybe concentrated in certain sectors, certain industries, even certain geographies, and there are other places maybe in the country, other places where you're not going to have to worry?
Yeah, you raise a good point. I mean, we have to remember there is not one job market. There are job markets.
Yes.
It is a lot different if you're looking for a job as a home health aide versus a job at Walmart versus a job in AI, for example. So yes, a lot depends. You really got to know what are the local nuances of the employers in your area. And are they offering something remote? Then maybe you might be able to be working from anywhere. But more and more often these days, the number of remote-friendly jobs, certainly are on the decline a bit.
Yeah, and now most of us, a lot of us can do our jobs from anywhere. I mean, as long as AT&T keeps the network up.
Yes,
Matt, great to have you. Matt Boyle there, a closer look here at remote work and maybe a little bit of an ebbing here in corporations accommodating those folks, particularly on the higher end of the spectrum. Shonali, we don't have that luxury of working from home. We can't necessarily do this from home, although we've tried. So I don't really have a lot of sympathy. It's like the world's smallest violin, but I understand
had no
other folks.
sympathy for this too, but I can understand. There are people with certain needs. You think about how many people have moved away from the city and have paid for real estate that has been quite expensive and has locked in that mortgage that wasn't 7%, and now they're facing a new reality.
Well, that's the story. Next story I really want to read is those folks who did sort of restructure their lifestyle and where they live around remote work and maybe have to roll that back in a very expensive way. All
right. Did we make any plays today? Yeah, we did. We actually made quite a bit. A lot of share plays. We got out of some things too. Made some moves on Pinduoduo. Got a good SMCI, then got clapped on the other ones. All righty. Well, then, Bunny, I got your email. I don't know if you're here right now. This one's an interesting scenario. It's a very interesting scenario. You are? All right. So pretty much shared property. One person owns 2/3 of it, and then the other person owns 1/3, and then they want to sell out, right? Are we on the same page with that? So the one person wants to keep their 2/3. The 1/3 person wants to dish the property. They need to get rid of it. So you're saying you're looking for either what to do or if I would be interested. I could be down, but this is like it's a tricky scenario because usually like once the property is like split up, unless it's like two separate metered units, you know what I'm saying? If there's different meters for every unit or every floor or whatever it may be, then that makes it easier. That could be something you could go about. You could maybe try to go to the city and get everything licensed out where you're able to say, hey, we want to turn this into two separate units, you know? But it's still kind of difficult because that could take a lot of time. So I would be interested, but I don't think I would be a good deal because it's just too much liability. Honestly, too, though, but for the person who owns the 2/3, it would be in their best interest to get the 1/3. So what you could do is just go to somebody, either go get the house appraised or go to ask for somebody for the loan. Your other party would need to go and get the loan to buy the remaining 1/3 and then see what they value it all as. But it's kind of tricky. The best thing would just be finding a private deal to get the person to give up the 1/3. But then if they're looking for the cash and the other person doesn't have it, then you would probably have to utilize just some sort of loan and then see what the terms are around it. But it's quite difficult in that scenario. You could shoot me the address. I'll take a look at it and see if it really is worth a lot and it makes sense for someone to take that on. But like I'm saying, chances are probably have to get an outside money loan, have them do the appraisal, see what they value everything as, and then kind of use that as a base. So that one goes down to demand, utility, supply, transferability. So that property, because it seems like it'd be a good property, seems like there'd be a lot of value, but when you have, multiple, like it's split up like that, it's harder to transfer, Yeah, see what the loans, see what people come up with. You may want to hear back from more than one person, but that one's a tricky scenario, unfortunately. You could maybe. Is there a loan on the property? It's an odd deal. It is for sure. That's why it's like, if there's a loan on the property, if there's not, maybe you could just refinance. So maybe have the person who owns 2/3, have them just go pull a loan out on the entire property. And then pretty much make an agreement with the other person to transfer the remaining 1/3 to the original owner, and then that original owner goes and pulls out, cash out, refinance, and gives them some of the cash from the refi, and now they have all of the property under their name. That would make the most sense. Are you following? So get person 1 to give the 1/3 to person 2, and then person 2, that's what I'm saying. You need to clean up the title first. That's why you can make an agreement. You can do all of this in one transaction through title. Is just go have the lady transfer the ownership, and then once now it's owned free and clear, go to a lender. Instead of trying to loan to buy, you just say, hey, I need to cash out on this property. I own this property, give me 50% value, but then you'll walk away with a mortgage payment. So that's the downside, is that the lady will walk away with her money. The other person gets the full property of the house, but the minute you pull out money, you now have a mortgage payment. But that would probably be the best idea, honestly. Look at the chat. I like it. Good thinking. You could do a home equity line, maybe. I don't know how it'd work with 2 owners. You do fractional ownership. Yeah, that's just like timeshare. But I think this one's just two people, long history behind the property. It's interesting. And then it's in how it's split up. And then Arturo, I wouldn't sell any NVIDIA. Not a recommendation. That portfolio looks beautiful. I would focus more on some dividend. You have some other dividend names, but you got a lot of good growth in there too. I would just keep doing what you're doing, bro. Maybe try to get a little bit of dividends, and then the growth will keep on going, and then that's it. I don't have real estate in Kentucky. I don't think so. I was going to buy a unit out there, but I like Kentucky. Get some MO, yeah. Maybe. Yeah, Spotify was running early. It's on the 52-week highs right now, actually. You know we're up like 100% on Spotify? I forgot we had that on the other one. Yeah, Pinduo Duo. Dude, Pinduo Duo move is big. I wonder how that's going to follow up. It's a little tricky there. Tesla's low. Microsoft. A really nice calm down day. I wonder, though, we only have 30 minutes left. Usually by now, we start getting those crazy end-of-the-day moves. So I don't think we've had that yet, though. It still feels pretty calm, but, like, this is power hour. You have, like, 35 minutes left, and, like, we haven't really even made any crazy type of move just yet. And then Cog T just flushed. About Cvan, are you saying Carvana? Data next week, GDP and PCE. PCE pretty important, and then even GDP. I mean, just don't underestimate it. GDP has gotten people pretty excited at various spots throughout the year, even last year. The weed, yeah. It's around where I sold out. Again, there was like legalization stuff in Germany. I thought that was pretty big news. I think it could have a good follow-up, but I like my gain. Up 113 on Spotify. I don't know where. I remember last time I looked, I was like, dude, we have 100% on Spot. I'm kind of mad I didn't buy more of that. Today was lame. Why? I had fun. You guys didn't have fun. We had plays. We had some good gains. We had surprise future. I like it. It's calm. You know, or we pumped it up in the morning. I thought today was like nice. I don't know. I thoroughly enjoyed it, man. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Oh, no. Spotify got 69%. IRM, that's the one we're up 120 on. Or Ulta we're up 137 on. Li Auto. I don't know. China names have not been doing good. And then EV on top of it. It's up to you, Habibi. Sea of Redo paid 193. People were saying that, but yeah, I don't know why. bond chat is wild. I don't think anybody know. I think today I'm chalking it up to relief rally. Fitch says we'll continue to monitor extent of related financial, operational, and reputational effects of United Health Group's cybersecurity incident. OCEA looking like a... Why does that name sound familiar? Oshia? Is it crypto? Biomedical? Did we see this in the morning? Ocean Biomedical. Oh, what the fuck? Why'd I just get filled on a Pinduo Duo? Well, I got a 120 put for 1 cent. I think that was one of my snake orders that didn't get filled. OCA. Is it halted or is it just very slow mover? What did they do? There's literally nothing on this. There's like SC13s and shit. There's literally no news on this thing. And I forgot to cancel my Pinduo when I was trying to snake the chain on the first drop. I was literally putting in 1 cent orders. Any moves on Cascades? No, what's that? Like dishwasher soap? Is it CADNF? No, it could be. Watch out for the penny stocks. Toilet paper and shit. Yeah, like, wait, like like Cascade? Like dishwasher? Are you saying it's Canadian? Yeah, I don't think we made a move on it. I didn't hear about it. I've seen a lot of random-ass small plays, though, today. That's funny if it's actually a company I know about. Cascade. I know Cascade, bro. Intel, AMD... Sweet calm, man. We got 30 minutes left, Chad Adonia. 30 minutes left. How do you feel? How do you feel? I did not watch the lunar landing, no. I saw like random clips and people making conspiracy videos about it, but I'm not up to date with what really happened. I remember saying I would never buy China stocks. Here I am buying Baba shares. I feel you. I feel you. I mean, right now, just China. I feel like China's already crashed. That's the weird part. Is there like a...
We see some clapping, though, Ken. I don't want to interrupt you. I don't know if that's some good news here. Let's pop up the audio for just a moment.
Yeah, pop up the audio. I saw somebody clapping.
Yeah, bro. What?
Words to the entire team.
And the excitement
in the past.
On
Is
explaining...
there people in a room?
To return the United States.
Where are all these thumbnails coming from?
Rolling out of the telescope. But it is our first radio of the telescope hit the moon's surface, and some of that light will be reflected back. These telescopes are mounted on the outside of a vehicle, so you get a clear view of a new adventure in.
They're not to go at all.
Yeah, bro. Y'all have fun with that. She's literally nothing. Yeah, I'm good, man. Well, I don't know. How would you expect them to get footage, though? They could either put a camera on the ship or, like, did you guys think they were waiting on the moon with a camera crew? All right, we got it. It's coming in. I think they said it landed. But I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm not, like, into space as much. Oil, I'm still down 68. Not bad. Do we hit all-time highs when we landed on the moon? Technically, yeah, I guess this morning, even last night, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know anything on the landing one. All I know is but right away, I think it'll be a good flip play. But you already got people, like, literally trying to invest into space again. Like, y'all don't remember space? We'd have these discussions. That was the crazy part. I remember space. That's what I'm saying. The stock might move when you have people excited and people hyped, but I don't think this is ever going to make it to the long term, unfortunately. RKLB. Yeah, they were even moving as sympathy today. All of them, bro. All of them. But, like, I remember people were getting mad at me when I would tell you guys, like, oh, I don't know if I would buy space. Y'all thought I, like, hated the future. You thought I was a boomer. Some people got really mad at me. But, unfortunately, I do think it's the same situation here. Osea on the high again? How bored are you feeling, Chad? I mean, that one... There's literally no news at all. There's, like, not anything I could scoop up on that. Literally, there's not one piece of news on this stock. Like, nothing. Oh, wait, they have December 5th announces publication of groundbreaking cancer research. I'm reading this. Let me check the calendar. So they do have a cancer drug. That's why I was like, bro, I thought this thing was just like a shell company. All right. Events pipeline. They have a lot of drugs. COVID, malaria, non-small cell lung cancer. Everything's preclinical. Latest update was October 23 in April. Next reporting date, February 28th. So they report in 5 days. Earnings, Snowflake and Redfin. We even made pre-earnings plays on those. We'll see. Oh, shit. All right, give me a second. Hold on. I got to take this. I don't know if it goes to commercial. Don't get mad at me.
And changing,
BRB.
the images that you use will go a long way. So I wouldn't use it for that right now because of that reason. But for many other text-based use cases, it's very, very productive.
Do you have hope, though, that we are at least moving in what I think would be the right direction?
I do. Like I said, it's in the company's interest to do that. I mean, the reality is a lot more people, the complexion of the country is going to change a lot over the next 10 years, and they know that. So to be accurate and to make the technology relevant and fair, they're going to have to do that. And so they're in catch-up mode on that topic right now. But again, it's going to take some time.
All right, Charles, going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking time for us. Charles Phillips, he's the co-founder of Recognize. We should also note that Charles does serve on the board of Bloomberg LP, the parent company of the network that you're watching right now. All right, we're going to come back and take a look here at some of the big market moves on the day, including shares of Intuitive Machines. You may not have heard of it just a week ago, but you certainly heard of it after the big historic moon landing. It is the stock of the hour, and it is up in a big way. It's coming up next, right here on The Close on Bloomberg.
The landscape in Mastura is stunning. It has some of the most beautiful dunes I've ever seen. Something I like.
Hold on. I could stop this. I could stop this ad. Hold on, though. I'm on hold. I needed this, though. Give me a sec.
Look at the euphoria, how it's being represented in the market. I would go 1A, AI, 1B, in many respects, cyber, right? Those stocks. And the way that Palo Alto and some of these others ran up when everything theoretically was going up, whether it's software, cloud, AI, is that cause for concern to some degree?
I think it depends really on the companies that you're invested in. So one that we own, CrowdStrike, we still think that they have a pretty long runway for continued growth. If you think about cyber as an industry, why has it had such a bid, maybe similar to AI, not quite as aggressive? I think the reason is that because as we go into this AI age, cyber is going to become a more important part of every company's infrastructure spend. They have to protect whether they're doing training on models, whether they're running inference on models. They have to make sure that they keep that data secure. That's a cybersecurity application. And then on top of the AI opportunity, we also have a persistent tailwind of, I think, increased global turmoil. So these companies, I think they reasonably do have this strong tailwind from emerging AI, from the global tailwind, where you could argue that they should be able to grow 10, 20+% a year for the next 3 to 5 years.
I know it's going to be shocking, but we're going to talk about a stock right now that has nothing to do with cyber. It has nothing to do with the cloud, has nothing to do with AI, and it's Mercado Libre. It's one of your favorites. Is that right? Tell me briefly before I let you run.
It is. It's getting beat up a little bit today. The reason is they are, the leading e-commerce player in Latin America. They really have no meaningful competition. They had a little bit of a hiccup in the margin this past quarter when they reported last night. This is something we see commonly in leading e-commerce stories. It was a quarter of growth for them. It was a quarter of investment into some of their logistics infrastructure and supporting Meli Plus, which is their version of Amazon Prime. I think it's all good investment that will go toward future growth, and it's a company that we continue to like here.
Doug, we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
All right, up next, we're tracking the biggest movers as we head into the close. Back to Pippa Stevens, who is standing by with that. Pippa.
Well, Scott, it is getting more cloudy for one energy stock with shares dropping. The name to watch coming up next.
All right, good time. I'll take it. I rushed. My bad. I have so many things just happened right there. FSR Pop. What was that the name they were talking about? Oh, Fisker. Don't they have earnings? Bro, a lot of these small cap. But dude, I was just thinking about the Lunar thing. I have really bad ADD. I'm literally on the phone thinking about Lunar. And I thought about it. I don't know what we should. I've like really thought about it. I think Lunar will never be a successful company. However, the way everybody keeps asking about it, and like the way like space travel talk, I feel like the stock might move a lot. And it reminded me of buying the things that I hate sometimes. And then I was like, man, should we make another account? I don't want to have too many accounts though. This is just a floating idea, so I don't know. But I was like, man, we should just make an account where we buy everything we don't want to buy. Because pretty much I think the smart guy shit on Lunar isn't going to work for a little bit. Does that make sense? So, like, literally, though, it's already kind of having its pop. But look, like, it might come down and then rock. But I think over the next year, you're going to have, like, a random huge pops and drops on this stock. I don't think it'll ever be successful, but, like, in the long term. But, yeah, kind of like the random play account, but, like, pretty much everything we don't like, we like, you know, the stuff where I could, like, give you a reason. Like, I could tell you exactly why I would not buy this stock. For every shape and form of it, like, it's just like, no. But then it's like, oh, well, it doesn't mean it won't stop moving, you know, and like I eventually it will dilute, yeah, but they're going to do this, like, it's going to have its back and forth of people selling the idea. Like I was telling you, the way you make money off space is the idea, and that is profitable. So I don't know if we've talked about the I hate everything account if we wanted to make that one. They would be like an inverse account pretty much. So it would be like inverse account. You buy NVIDIA at every all-time high. We'll call it the Kramer. You know what I'm saying? You like Lunar. You're like, fuck it, put me on the moon, man. I'm down. The Yash account. I mean, Yash account is just different though, you know? I don't know if we haven't really had to deal with Yash. But I think just like it's just one where there's a lot of plays, again, or certain things in society, like they gain traction, and like, you know, usually I catch the good ones, but some of them I don't like. Some of you would put Airbnb in your I hate this company account. FOMO ETF. Well, kind of, but not as much. Like, it's not necessarily FOMO, you know, because like all of these names, like Lunar, I don't think it's FOMO. I think it's just people literally just eating up space shit out of the palm of anybody who could shoot off a rocket ship. It's literally, and then literally everybody was like, yeah, maybe Castles in the Sky. I think that's a good name. That's very artful, sir. Buy the story. Space, no one could hear you, PE. AKA meme. Well, the meme stocks are the ones that like people were making memes about, and they just had popularity, like Bed Bath and Beyond. Like nobody, like in their right minds, nobody really believed Bed Bath and Beyond and GameStop was going to be the future. And then next 2 years later, we get AI, right? But you know, it's just like there's like, I don't know, there's a difference. There's just like companies that get like a strong reaction out of people. It's because people either really believe in them or they really are like, this is obviously going to fail. Does that make sense? So I don't know if it accurately falls under a meme or FOMO, but I just think it's like the companies or like the industry trends that bring about like a very wedge issue in terms of the investing in it. I think it's just simple. You're either like, oh yeah, this is really going to be successful, or like, no, this is going to fail. How do you not see that? Snow, I'm playing the run-up. Both, even Redfin too. I made plays today to capture the run-up, but I hope I can sell out ahead of time with the gain so we don't have to play the earnings. What about bets? Is that a casino stock? Whatever you call it. I don't know if I want to do. I don't One, my accountant gets mad every time I make a new account. Like a new account, he has to like do it all. And then we're going to have so many to deal with. But there's not too many times we're putting stuff in that I hate it portfolio. I don't know, but are we going to treat it like trades, like a long term? It's hard to tell. Like there's a lot that goes into it. A lot that goes into it. Yeah, well, I think the inspiration for this discussion is lunar. Like I'm saying, I would never buy this in the long term. I really think it's just a carbon copy of all this other space shit we've had. But I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I could totally see this stock going back down to $5, then up to 20, then back down, then up to 20, maybe 25, and having a crazy peak on whatever story until it finally just starts diluting and dumping on everybody. But that's why I'm like, so some of you are going to like it, some of you won't, but it's going to be just people are really like that it's everywhere, this little lunar landing, and it kind of came out of nowhere. It was just a couple days ago people started talking about it, and then now they're like, we landed on the moon. Their next launch, I don't know. I don't really follow that calendar. The people's reaction is not enthusiastic. That kind of achievement for a private company, I'd be popping bottles, bro. But like they couldn't see it. They're like playing like an AI created Neopets video. It's hard to get excited if you can't see it land, Neopets, yeah, Neopets went hard. I used to have a bag in Neopets. Like I remember, like I stacked up heavy on Neopets. Were they called Neos? I think I had mad Neos. Market on close, 3.1 billion to the buy side. Whoa, 10-minute rigged. That's a lot. Happy Friday. Some end of the week inflows, huh? Hi. This guy's just crazy, Habibi. I did options on Redfin. I'm going to flip out of that one before earnings as well, too. I hope. That one's cheaper, though. The snowflakes were further out the money, and they cost more money. So it kind of sucked. The New York AG just tweeted 464,576,230. Damn, she taunting Trump? That's pretty hard. They used to not do that. So I'm saying Mike Burry like predicted shit without Twitter. There used to be big court cases without Twitter. Now you could be like, what? Scoreboard. That's literally what she said. It's just a lawyer pointing to the scoreboard. She said, what? She said, read me that number. Every comma. Yeah, snowflakes next week, the 28th. All right, SPY VWAP bonds, massive relief rally today. Call it relief rally because it's hard to put another answer as to why it did that. But my goodness, Chatadonia. Double on Walmart? Nah, Walmart just did not want me to be friends with. Like, it just kept going ever since I wanted it. I had ideas, but nah, man. Nah, literally. Ever since the earnings. Just pop on earnings, came down. I guess it did come down to 173, but still higher. Then it just took off. We don't get stuck with either. Talking about Biden or Trump? Unfortunately, we're like running out of time. You know, I keep hearing everybody like float this weird. They're like, well, we should have someone else. Or they're like, what if something happens to them? And I'm like, y'all realize like we got like 5 more months now, maybe a little bit more. CSX? That's not a news candle, is it? It looks active in weird volume spurts, but they just popped to $40. Why isn't that showing? So it's literally back to 38.30, but I'm seeing literally a $40 print on the high ticker, even on the candle. Tesla, I don't know. Was there more negative EV news? I think there's something in the morning. And then even this whole week had a lot of other negative EV news in terms of demand. And then, again, Lucid, Rivian. Just none of it was good. Like, EV has really had a lot of cold water poured on it. I love you too, RJ. Good morning. Good afternoon. I like Redfin. We have it in our long term. But again, even when we made that play, that's like word to everything I've been saying about some of these plays. Even Redfin, we only did like a $500, $700 investment in Redfin, and then it just turned into a lot. So I have it in the long term. We made a $40 option play that I plan on flipping out before the earnings. But Zillow did good. I think Redfin will do good. They've divested a lot of their debt and other things. So I don't know if it'll get back up to that $15 level. That'd be crazy. Please run for president. The Chads will back you. I'm good, man. I'm good. I'd rather be like, how about we like walk across the United States and we like kind of like we do like United States missionary stuff. Would you be down? Would you back me on that? Can we just go, just walk state by state, just doing good things for people? You know what I'm saying? And we just live off the land or like the street, I guess. I mean, sounds a little more gangster, but you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's kind of more like I'm down with that more so than president. Wally World running. Watch even CSX too. But honestly, you know what else you guys need to watch? You got to watch your ears. Yeah, it's that time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're wrapping it up here on Friday. A very calm day. I'm glad I get to enjoy it. It's been a good day. A lot of crazy. Dude, yesterday was wild, but that being said, you guys are an awesome audience, and I want you to have a great weekend and a great end of the day. We had a lot of trades, too. There was good things to take out. So I want this day to be good for you, all right? So I'm just telling you right now, it's going to get really loud in here. When I say earmuffs, that is your warning and your cue to mute your speakers. Why? Because it gets so loud in here. People have reported eardrums bleeding, ruptured eardrums. They've said their house roof has caved in. I know. I've had other reports even beyond bodily. So a lot of things could happen. So I just want to make sure you guys secure your health and your homes. And just, if any of you are sensitive to loud noises, it brings out dormant BBB, whatever it is, man. I'm just saying earmuffs is your warning to protect yourself, all right? So earmuffs, and then That's it, and then you'll be good to go. Nothing to worry about, bro. Nothing to worry about. That's all you got to do. All you got to do. All right? Earmuffs. Earmuffs. It's getting louder. Earmuffs. Oh, wrong one. Wrong one. Sorry. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California on Monday. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 73 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day, unless you thought the market would actually move. It calmed down today after all-time highs everywhere. Everything everywhere all at once, all-time highs. But good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Car Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful weekend. Chattadonia, you got to bring it home, baby. It's Friday, and you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Been a wild week, wild 2 weeks, a wild month. We have one more week after this. Earnings is over. NVIDIA took over everything. You have less than 20 seconds to wrap up your plays. Shares, futures, options. Are you playing the data next week? You got a little bit of time, but you got to make up your mind. Are you going for GDP? Going for PCE? What are you doing, baby? You got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. Oh, Chattadonia. We did it. We made. That's like week number 7. Week number 8. I don't care. You got here or not. You're new. It don't matter. I need a GG. Drop that good game in the chat. Let's go, baby. My goodness, what a crazy week. GG. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that participated, contributed, brought something to the table. Plays, news, infos, vibes, personalities. Good info, chat. Let's go. Good game, baby. That's how you play. Listen, you got to drop a GG. It's bigger than you. It's not just for me. It's not just for you. It's for everybody. GG is for everybody. It's good sportsmanship. And listen, 9 out of 10 dentists say you will get cavities or you will get banned if you don't drop a GG. It's happening like that. Good game, baby. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. I hope you know we stronger as one. Good game, baby. GG. Let's go, GG. That's what I'm talking about. Members, non-members, stream alerts. People supporting the channel. They didn't have to. People threw in donos today. They didn't have to. I know Brian didn't have to. He's showing love, baby. Good game. God bless y'all, Chad. Amen. GG. That's it. Enjoy the weekend. Good game. I'll see you next weekend. Good game. God willing. God willing. GG, bro. GG. I'll see you next weekend. Good week. Good week. I need me to rap. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Woo. Oh. Yeah. We haven't had this one in a while. Oh, yeah, man. What's up? I'm trying to see what's up with this. Do they have a playlist? Gosh, I wanted to play, we didn't get to hear the Biden one. Oh, they're messing with me. But anyways. Chattadonia. The music, I was going to play it for you, but Chad, I love you. That's the weekend, man. That's the day. It's been a wild one. It's been a wild one. Chatadonia. So listen, man, that's a Friday. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you're ready for more, but go enjoy your weekend. Thank you for being here. Thanks for the likes on the video, the love, the donations, the positive people. I hope you guys were exposed to a lot. I hope you learned something. You know what I'm saying? I hope you're prepared. I hope you're learning about everything, but we got a lot more along the way, bro. Our work is really cut out for us, but that's it, Chatadonia. That's it, Chatadonia. Oh, my goodness. So, GG, you enjoy your weekend, but that's it, man. I have nothing else for you. You could like the video. You could check out the watch list. You could go to the description. You know, we have a lot of things in the description, but I want you to be an explorer and find it on your own. It's more fulfilling when you figure out everything we have going on here on your own. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to just tell you. So listen, I'll pray for you. You pray for me, but it's the weekend. You need to go enjoy your weekend. We've already been through a lot. You need to get prepared for next weekend. You need to rest, have some relaxation, but that's it, Chad. That's it. We're done. I'm out. We're done. It's Friday. That's it. No more. There's nothing else here on Friday. I don't know what you're looking for, but it's over. So listen, if you don't have a cloak, you got to get going. Yeah, if you don't have a cloak, you don't know what I'm talking about, you got to get going. I'm sorry. If you do, though, I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back here for you. So get what you need to, but Chatadonia, that's all of it, man. But for real, if you got to head out, thank you for your time this week. I hope you enjoyed it, man, and I hope you're excited. And if not, get a long-term, and we could get over any event. You know what I'm saying? So if you're not excited, I better see you next week so we could get excited, baby. I hope they feel me. Let's go. Where's your identity at? Stop playing with me. But, Chad, I love you all. That's it. Oh, Farticus. But, Chad, that's it, man. So, I'll see you in a little bit. I'm going to go get my cloak. I'm going to go play some Uncle to Rebuke the Heathens. And then I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Sound good? Sound good? We're all on the same page? I think we're all on the same page. All right, I'll see y'all in a little bit. Peace out, y'all, if you got to go. If not,
where's Jill? Come on. I mean, hey. It's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is when I wake up, bitch. Shout out to Percy, that's me. You could just call me JP. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Kamala riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros and they old. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They in my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test break. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just change my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a bread truck? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad. My fault, talking about inflation. I caused, dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired. I don't wanna rap that. Yeah. Pleasant out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need masking. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull up to the valley, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a mountain. Remember when
and I put them on the motherfucker's daddy. But it's some more fighter, yeah, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me, nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a folly on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery, and maybe live the season and keep on buying stats every month, spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully, and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just G and me, and when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah. I'm just trying to. Another day, another divvy. Haters still a bitch. Riding through your city, screaming, say that 10%. When the market crash, I'ma buy the triple net. Turn the bag into a boat, off the buy, let it sit. I ain't talking drugs, I got a lot of keys. Open lots of doors, but that shit didn't come cheap. From the moment I was born, it was them or it was me. But I still show them love, paying homage to the king. People hella fake, they do it easy. Or you got something to say, but you ain't speaking. How you know about the play, but you ain't eating. It's a shame they can't do it before they speak it. New levels, new devils like Dante. No Kendalls, no Ellis, no Kanye's. Cause I learned a little lesson from my madre. You don't wanna gain the world and lose your soul, man. But that's another lesson, you should know about it. Asking if I heard, bitch, I told you about it. Don't be so dramatic. You ain't Lil Wayne, making little money, but I bet you gon' feel the same. I'm still a little vain, grew a little with the pain, changed a little with the change, change the thought, change everything. Thank you, God, for the day, for the sun, for the rain, for the joy, for the pain, the divvies and the trades. Another day, another divvy. Hater still a bitch. Riding through your city, screaming, say that 10%. When the market crash, I'ma buy the triple net, turn the bag into a boat. Off the buy, let it sit. I ain't talking drugs, I got a lot of keys.
They ain't tell you save 10%, that's not me.
From the moment I was born,
you know that? They ain't tell you save that 10% minimum, that's not me. You talking to the wrong one. Yeah, you gotta ask imposter Josh about that 10%. Crazy, bro. Crazy. Chatted. Even then, I was listening there with you. You know, until the dot, bro. It's like the curve is not inverted yet. The dollar is not much stronger. I mean, we waiting on the Fed, baby boy. I'm just saying. But Chattadonia, my goodness. My goodness, what a day. What a day of excitement, relaxation, disappointment. My goodness. So many Chads feel so many ways about today. You know, today could have been nothing, the biggest thing. Like, some people loved it, some people hated it. Some people was really excited and there was not enough. But hey, man, welcome to all-time highs, baby. Most of this year, bro, we've been living in all-time highs. You know that? This is like this week 7, 8. I already lost track. That's so awful. Even though I could just look at a calendar. But, you know, you guys know that. Like, we've been living in all-time highs. This is what it feels like. So however the last, 3 months have felt in your life, that's all-time highs. You're like, right? You tell me. Maybe 2 months. The first other month, December-ish, you were still trying to figure out if that was what just happened. But yeah, I don't know. You hit the pump it up pattern again. We pumped it up again. I didn't even think we could pump it up that many times. Pump it up is we've pumped it up a lot. You're seeing pump it up like an episode of Cops or what else do they play? I don't know. I don't watch too much TV. I'm too Netflixed out nowadays. What random TV shows still play? Friends? Do they play Friends? But dude, it's crazy. It's happening a lot. But this is what it feels like. This is what all-time highs feels like, man. I hope you guys are enjoying it. You know what I'm saying? Here's a super mini PHILO. Long terms were started today. It's never too late. Even at all-time highs. I mean, that's word to Colt sister, bro. Every all-time highs, especially with an event, something peaking, whether it's Bitcoin or everyone's focused on the EV or the Tesla, now it's NVIDIA. It's there's always going to be a wave of people who start the long term. So again, I'm telling you, even my own sister, she's known me her whole entire life. It wasn't till like post-COVID all-time high where she was like, yo, I want in on this now. I think it's time, she's like, I've been looking around, and I think I should get involved in this. And like, she ain't even that involved to that. Wait, that's the crazy part. Wait till the people who make the long term today, they're just gonna feel some way about it 3 to 6 months from now. But once you make it through, you get it through the first year or two, it's great. But amen, bro. Amen. There's more. Dude, there's people born every day. Like I'm telling you, there were some today, and he could have got started before, and it could be a girl or it could be in between, either or. But somebody, their birthday was today, and 4 years ago they were 14. I started at 14. I don't want to add any pressure to said invisible child in this scenario, but now they're not a child; they're an adult. That's a person. So whether they're employed, going to school, they're gonna get into the housing market, they're gonna get a job, they're gonna get a 401k. So man, I don't want to be that guy, but long terms are started every single day. Yeah, they are. They are, man. So it's better you start yours early. You shouldn't have one like right now. You know what I'm saying? Like you should if you don't have one at all. But like the idea is start as soon as possible. But yeah, man, a long term is born every day. A star is born. That's crazy. It is crazy. But that's how we're starting off Friday, baby. So what's up? What's up, man? Are your LT and Roth two separate things? Well, it's Friday, man. We should talk about other things. But I'd view them as a checkings and a savings account. I feel like it's still your money. So it's just separate, two different accounts for two different purposes. However, there's more implications. So like the difference between a Roth and a normal equity brokerage account is much more different than moving money between a checkings and savings, but pretty much access and how you plan to use it and liquidity. But they're very similar when it comes to saving 10%. Amen? Amen? Amen. All right. But Chad, what do we got? What do we got, bro? We pumped it up in the morning, man. It's crazy. You tell me, man, what's the plan? Is this weekend number 7 or 8? I seriously have I don't know what's happened. I don't know my waning interest in what week it is in the year. I don't know. Is that 7 or 8? Because the stock markets move different than like normal markets or normal world. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like, I think the weeks in the year so far are different than weeks in the market. But is this weekend number 7 or 8? It's your birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday, baby. Happy pre-birthday, pre-game. Let's go, Shih Tzu. Amen. And happy birthday. I feel like, did we get birthdays today? I feel like I didn't get a lot of birthdays today on February 23rd. No Michael Jordans out there? Weird. We got a Kobe Bryant tomorrow. Did we get any? I feel like we didn't get usually I got like 10, 20 birthdays. I'm gonna text him right now. No, but I could just get you something even just sent like low-key right now, bro. So don't even trip. I texted him last time. Oh, shit. Then I have that guy. I need to call that house thing. Well, don't worry. We got you, baby. We got you. It'll be a good week. You gotta get a good job now, too. I still want you to videotape it and document this. Can I check Submame Industries? They make real-life transformers. Do you want me to look at this as, like, seriously, or is this, like, something that's going to make me have fun? I'm asking that genuinely, too, which I don't know if that makes it worse or not. Like, am I going to have more fun with this, or am I going to want to invest in it? Because, like, I'm hoping it's just more fun. Tokyo-based startup just unveiled Gundam-like robot. This looks pretty cool. It's not public. It's fun. It's in Tokyo. That's actually... What the hell is this? Why? What does it do? Oh, hell no, bro. That's really scary and cool. I kind of want one. I don't even know what it does. Bro, what is the purpose of this thing? It's dope, don't get me wrong. This is kind of like a Cybertruck scenario. But what do you do? Is this to like weld? You got sound? Or no? Like you could punch the shit out of things. That's insane. I think that's a wicked concept. Is it military? Oh, well, if it's military, then we're not going to get this until they turn it to a toy in like 10 years. Is that it? This is a loop now? It's a loop in this dude walking in and out? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Goes to space and fires lasers, duh. Oh, I thought that was like a serious answer at first. My goodness. My bad. I got distracted. That was cool, though. That was cool. What else we got for the weekend, bro? Happy early B-Day. It's your cousin's B-Day. Tell him happy birthday. Yeah, sub, man. Heading to the baby's first ultrasound now. Work cleanup. Sunday throwing the housewarming party. I was going to say, how is it, bro? Have you settled in? Do you like it now? Are you, like, getting used to it? You still moving stuff? Still got to move everything around? Do you have to fix anything yet? You got to, no fixing yet? That's, man, there's a lot. Takes a couple weeks. I'll murk you in 2K. I could, like, strongly assure you that you won't. If you're willing to, make a wager, I would, but I've learned to not wager with you animals. And by animals, I mean you little shit-talking kids in video games. Okay? Because you guys don't pay out. You guys have really bad credit ratings, according to Moody's. I sent in a report on you guys. Mm-hmm. Wait, send it to Ukraine? What are we sending to Ukraine? Oh, the RoboCop? Oh, I guess. That's Iron Man. That was cool. Sorry, my bad. I got caught up in there. It's not really doing anything. No, for real though. Temu Pacific Rim Bots. Hey, that's a good joke, man. That's terrifyingly weird. They were selling drones on fucking Alibaba. Gotta start studying for midterms. Get some work done. I'm taking real estate exam tomorrow. Let's go, baby. We had another chat. I think it was Christian. Finally came through. He ended up, he took his test and passed it. So let's go, man. Let's go. Keep it up. Honestly, there's a lot of good momentum. If I had crystals, I'd tell you it's good energy like that. But, like, you got good momentum right now. A lot of Chads getting their license, they're passing. Things, I don't know. The world's moving that way. So let's go, baby. You better woosah, be relaxed, and then study your ass off and do good, baby. Do good. That's dope. Thanks, bro. Instructions unclear. $2 on answers. Dude, right? Is that for the bot? Should we get one? Any news on Disney? I don't know. It's Friday. I've been asked a lot of serious questions here on Friday. It's down $1. It likes to drop $1, but it don't look like it's too crazy. They think I'm crazy. Enjoy wins with the family. Take them to KBB. Let's go, baby. Let's go. You still got that little badass teenager? What does he say? He be cussing you out and shit? Now you be like, you ain't getting no. You guys tell him no KBB if he gonna keep running his mouth. Let's share music from the producers. What music? What you got? You saw Paul George at the All-Star game? And yeah, dude, I need to post the video, but I feel like the minute I post me whooping Paul George's ass in 2K is also the minute I become very, like, not really, I just have to accept it. I'm a fucking nerd. You know what I'm saying? The fact that I highlight that and I'm like, wow. Because I took a lot of pride in it. You know what I'm saying? That's your 4-year-old? Oh, my God. Yeah, you better tell him. Say no KBB. Can he even spell KBB? Yeah, they can spell at 4, right? 3, 2, I don't even know. Yeah, tell his ass, but don't say the A word. You know, A word? It's funny because, like, I cuss a lot now, but, like, yeah, I wasn't allowed to cuss. It's actually kind of crazy. Thanks for doing what you do. Thank you, Orlando. Shout out to Call Real Estate, baby. Keep it up. Keep it up. But, yeah, I don't want to be too big of a nerd there. You've barely finishing the boxes in the house. A lot of work. Starting to feel like home. Thankfully, feeling blessed. Dude, it takes a minute. It's nice, though. It's nice. You get a roof. Be thankful. Then you'll have it. Wait till you start. Like, wait till you find, like, a hoarding corner, too. That's how you know you're, like, really moved in. You're just going to find, like, a fucking cupboard or, like, a drawer or just a section of the house that you're just going to just random shit's going to pile up in. And once you got enough random shit piled up, then you know you moved in. And I don't know. What's your guys' take on headboards? I forgot to ask you about that. What's your guys' take on headboards? Do you have a headboard and do you like them? Yes or no? Hate it. Not needed. Nice to have. Depends how active it's getting. Totally unnecessary. Has to be soft. I've never thought about them. Your girl made me get one. It's so nice. I never had one before. I've always wanted one. Chicks like them. No. Nice with hoops for the chains. Okay. Tim's one of those. Tim, this is just an after hours chat room with like predominantly like middle-aged men in here, man. I don't know. What are you trying to impress, man? We trying to, you know, we all like stocks. Apparently it's a lot of other weird shit. You have one, but I'm female. You try and point, you're like, I'm female. We got a female in here, Josh. Don't tell that to Tim. Tim. I love your name, though, Tim. It's a great name. Your girlfriend's trying to force you to get one. Well, my mom, she came to my house the other day. You know she doesn't like coming to my house. I didn't know that, but it's funny, though, because like I learned some things. But apparently she hasn't been there in a long time. And she starts, like, she didn't tell me all of this until she left. But then she was giving me shit for not having a headboard. Because I got, like, a nice-ass bed. It do a lot of cool shit. Like, my bed does tricks. I love it. It's, like, honestly, like, my bed is, like, a showcase. I've already explained to you the importance of a nice bed. But, like, I don't like a headboard. I think it's unnecessary. And I don't like the look. Like, I like my room. Like, I like how it looks without a headboard. Like, I just got a nice, flat, you know, sleek base. It looked clean, like, you know. But, yeah, my mom and I got into an argument about headboards. And she really wanted me to get a headboard. How much did I pay? Enough for my mom to say haram. My mom, haram. I explained it to her, but then again, my mom says haram at a lot of things. Like, does that mean you converted to Islam? No, that's not how the use of the Arabic language works. But yeah, close. But yeah, I like no headboard. But yeah, mom says she wants me to get one. And then she told me afterwards, I saw her the next weekend and she's like, you want to go to your house right now and clean? I said, what? And she was like, when I came back from your house, I went home and I threw a bunch of shit away. She didn't say shit. I was like, what are you talking about? And she told me, like, in my kitchen, I just had so much, like, random clutter. And she was just like, she said it gave her trauma. And she didn't ever want to be like that. And I said, wow. But then I noticed it, and I went there, and I cleaned out my whole entire kitchen. I know. There was just a lot of random shit. That's how. And this is all to say, like, that's how you know you're fully moved in. But, like, I've been moved in for a while, but I fucked up. Yeah. I still got a little bit more. There's a little bit more. My mom gave me a house critique. It's kind of funny. And then I told him that my girl cooked a meal for my mom. I've been trying to get this to happen. Because, like, I've honestly, like, low-key, like, I'm a big fan. Like, I think my girlfriend is like top 10 cooks out there in the world. I'm saying in the world. Maybe, okay, maybe, all right, I've been to a lot of good places, though. But, like, in the like, civilian world, right? Like, she got game. And she made that thing, and I told her to make it for my mom. And, yeah, not apple pies, though, not at all. That don't count. You don't need that in your repertoire, I guess, to be in the top 10. Nah, bro, but, like, I wanted her to make this food for my mom that, like, that, you know, the Schluflenschlagen, whatever it is. No, she's not here. I'm telling you the story because my mom's hella funny. My mom, we made her the food, and my mom really liked it. And, like, afterwards, like I tell you, the next weekend, my mom tells me, she's like, hey, be honest. Like, did you guys really cook that? And my mom really thought that it was like, she said, you know the movie Miss Doubtfire? You know, where he goes to the restaurant and then just plates it? Like, my mom, I said, you really think we did that? She said, yeah, like the Doubtfire. I said, dude, Mom, we love you. We want to impress you sometimes, but, like, not that much. Like, nah, man. I said, that's crazy. There's a Trump rally. You want to watch a Trump rally on a Friday? Yeah, I'm definitely not that Republican, dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm also not down for, like, some stupid liberal shit on a Friday either. You know, I'm more like hang out with the homies, 2K, you know, go hang out with my girlfriend. But I don't know about. Yeah, man. Has my mom watched Ratatouille? I don't know. Actually. Did I tell you I recently watched Ratatouille? Like, maybe like a year or two ago. But, like, do you realize, like, Ratatouille, like, is a new movie to me? And I think it's one of the best movies ever. Like, it was a great movie. But, like, I've saw Ratatouille in, like, 2022, I think. What year did I join the Freemasons? Man, I should just say, like, an answer, like, 1933 to just, like, fuck with you. You know that? Not gonna lie, bro. I've been doing that to some, like, numerology people. I just been, like, saying certain shit with that I know with numerology meaning just to fuck with them. I'm totally kidding, man. But that'd be really funny. So, no, man. When I joined the Freemasons, I don't know. I told you, though, I had a friend. His mom was in the Masons. And then he got his hands on a Freemason Bible. And then, which is pretty much like just a edited King James with a little more. And, like, they got their own little intro. And then, like, by the end of that week, like, he thought he was immortal. Like, doing drugs, driving, like, 120 on the freeway. Yeah. So, weird time for him, but he got around that. So, but other than that, that's my only experience with Masons. I had a couple of other experiences, actually, but all just like, oh, do you want to meet these people? Or no, I'm like kind of just like, nah, not really. But yeah, you're good, man. You're good. I don't know if I would have joined the Illuminati, though. Illuminati used to get a lot of good press. I don't know about today. Just for old guys to make friends. I mean, there's a lot of things that go into it, but it's just like a frat. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm too much of a bro and I went to college and then we have the trading fraternity, but it's just pretty much a frat. That's all. Just like different types of people. And like, yeah, they do. Maybe some of them are into more certain shit. I think it's a better way to get the social dynamic, at least, I guess, speaking from a social secret society type beat. Scientology. Have you guys ever seen the Scientology in LA? Have you guys ever, like, I felt bad because my girlfriend, she said they gave her, when she went to LA, they gave her one of the booklets. And I was like, damn, you really look stupid. I'm like, not that you are stupid, but I'm like, they looked at you and thought that you were just like, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. I apologized to her for it, but I'm like, that sucks, man. They targeted you. They totally judged the book by its cover. They really thought you were gonna. They hate Jesus in their Bible, the Freemason Bible. I don't believe that's true. Maybe they got like a Satan worshiping sect that broke off like a hard fork, but I'm pretty sure the Masons are based off of like the King James Bible, like this, like Solomon's Temple and shit too. Like that's all biblical based. Yeah, have you ever seen? You never Scientology is just like Scientology. There's a lot behind it. It's just like I don't even know if it's science. You guys want to like watch a documentary or something? I don't know, but every documentary is like they just own cities and they're just a lot of like aggressive controlling vibes. Like calm down, sir. Like hold up. It's purely nuts. Have you been to any lodges up in the Bay? Like a Messianic lodge or like a spa? Documentary. Do they have Scientology in Europe? Messianic lodge? No, I've never been to a Messianic lodge. Nah. I would like a spa though. Like I said, I don't really have like an extensive history with Masons. Like I said, I know a couple, and like I've know some people who are like really big into it, and like been invited to places, but I wasn't really vibing, and it wasn't like some like weird devil worshipping shit, but just shit I don't like vibe with. But other than that, I don't know about their shit. I used to watch like a lot of conspiracy videos. Maybe that could be part of it. I think it's just like a frat. All the Masons in the chat tripping out right now. Is anybody in here a Mason? That's a good question. Do we have any Masons in here? Fight Club. Chad interview with a Mason. A lot of family. So I know a lot of people with family in it, but like I don't think I know anybody my age or younger who's done it. Cannot confirm nor deny. No, but like you could. You know what I'm saying? So you're definitely not one. You could have just said no. Your grandpa was one years ago. I was making his own club. He doesn't need the Masons or Bohemians. Yeah, I just hope we don't like ever turn into some weird shit, like I don't know, like if I ever start making you like do like some fucking dance or like show up anywhere in like a weird outfit, just say no. All right? You know what I'm saying? Like other than that, how did this come up? Because someone asked when I was a Mason, and I fucking answered the question. Should have went back to the guy saying he'll work me in 2K. But what else we got planned for the weekend? I only know Mason Margiela. There you go. That's a good one. I'm a private citizen. Go get your cloaks. That's a figure of speech. We speak a different language. You you guys know Chattanese is real. Like, that's it. Chattanese is really real. Like, we speak in slang and you have code words. You guys got meanings. Like, if you've been here long, you understand it. But like, if you don't, then like you don't. And then you got the people who like tell me what it means. And then you got the other people who figure it out. And that's why they're in the cult now. Amen. But it's told you from day one, it's never been a weird cult. I ain't never asked anything weird from y'all. Yeah, I've seen a lot more weirder shit. You know what I mean? Netflix documentaries. Yeah. We kept it chill, bro. Peace and love. Long terms. You know what I'm saying? Some real estate. So God is good, baby. God is good. I'll be at Verona on Saturday. Let's hit roulette. Let's do it. No, I can't. I don't want to gamble. I forgot I had an NQ this morning. That was enough gambling for me today. So I'm good, though. Thank you. I do want to go to Vegas, though. I've been missing Vegas a little bit. I wanted to go for the Super Bowl. I didn't, but then my girlfriend wanted to go, and I was like, oh, I kind of want to go. I've been in the gym, but not as much. I've been going in my home gym. I've done the mornings a couple of times. So I guess this year I've worked out in the morning more than I ever have in my life. Except for basketball. But basketball I want to lift weights, but I would be up early. But like I've done like maybe like 5 or 6. So I've been pretty surprised by that. 5 a.m. Yeah, like give or take, like 5:15. I wake up. If I have a poop in me, I hit the poop. I set up as much as I can. So, because then there's still other shit I need to get set up. And then I go into the garage and then I start lifting. I have time for like 2 or 3 different sets. I could do chest tries, bicep shoulders real quick. And then that's it. And then I get back in before 6. It's not much. And then give myself time to finish setting up. Maybe I poop again. Who knows? Life is a mystery. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know about Barona. You guys are like, who's Raul? And then you got the one guy, they're like, why is his name Raul, huh? I'm like, you don't understand. We have a very diverse group in here. Raul is one of our members, sir. You know, we just name things after people in here. You know, a lot of things, a lot of good culture in here. You heard on Bloomberg DO1 or something to help you poop? Nah. I don't mess with things that make you poop. That's like the last thing I'd ever want to rely on. I don't know. Have you ever not been able to poop? And like, or have you, oh man, I don't want to talk about it. I like my poop too much. They don't know about Frank. Yeah, they have no idea. There's a lot, man. From the Lexus. Some of y'all just, even when I get quiet, you're like, you made a play. Sometimes if I get quiet, they're like, yeah, he made a play. I'm like, no, I just didn't say a word for like 15 seconds. My bad. Ever taken magnesium on empty stomach? Nah, I don't know. I might have. I just know I've learned, bro. I just don't do that no more. Any vitamin, any supplement, anything on an empty stomach, bro, especially in the morning, ugh, I just gag immediately. It's awful. Or like 20 minutes later, 10 minutes later, just worst nausea ever. I think caffeine, honestly. Sadly, I think I might. I don't know, man. I hit caffeine this morning. I might hit me a caffeine. Because I poop on the caffeine, though. I'm not going to lie to you. Maybe I think that normalizes me a little bit more. Did he yesterday? Yeah, it's awful, bro. Always eat something. You get discounts at MGM properties. Why? What do you do? Lunch? I don't know. Today I didn't eat. I could go eat a salmon. I had that salmon kit. I had a salmon kit yesterday right before close. I told you, no caffeine has made me like, and then no caffeine, daylight savings. I've been getting hungry by the end of the day. But actually today I didn't eat anything. So yeah. I didn't even, I had breakfast. I had I got the maple thing with my Starbucks. I had caffeine in the morning. Other than that, I haven't ate since then. You tried Alpha Brain Black Label because Robin swears by the double-blind placebo study. But what is it? Is it like a nootropic? One time I had that nootropic from Costco, and then I just got really red and itchy, and I had the worst headache, and I went to bed for like 12 hours. And I was like, fuck all that. My brain is already overpowered. I can't be using these supplements. I fried. It was awful. Oh, you work there? No way. It doesn't save your resort fee. That's dope. Can you just credit gaming points on my account? Can you like raise my tier status? And then we'll be good, bro. But honestly, I let Vegas down, bro. I went so hard in Vegas, and then I just stopped. That's it, man. It was like an option. It just ended. But yeah, I told you I haven't. Last time I was Vegas, man, cold real estate, baby. 31, never been to Vegas. I mean, you made it this long. Have you been to San Diego? My gambling game of choice. Recently, it's poker. Poker and craps. But I haven't played in a while. Most I've ever won, I think like 15,000. Like ever. But then I got lucky off a slot machine. Like that's it. It wasn't even anything. I had a couple good days in poker though. Or good weekends. Baccarat. I kind of got over Baccarat. Like I used to play a lot of Baccarat, but I kind of got over chasing the dragon. That's it. That's why I did poker and craps. It's a good couple of hours right there. Good couple of hours. Just started playing poker. It's fun. You can play the game. There's like a game app. Dude, I got banned off this. Dude, I don't even want to talk about it. I got banned off an iPhone app. This was years ago. We had this poker app. This was like 2 years ago. When I was trying to teach my girl how to play poker. And then like it would be an app and like I was like finessing her money, like giving her in-game money so like she could play with it, and they banned me. I was like, dude, I think that's the game. Global poker. It's just called poker. It's like Global Casino or something. It's like an iPhone game, but you could practice. You could learn how to play and you know, have a night. Or you could just play. It's a fun game, even like without money. Like I think it's fun. I don't know. You need money to play, but like even with like fake money, like just the idea of how people react, how they behave, you know, it is considered a game of skill. So it's not even, you guys know that. That's the, what's that movie? Was it Molly's Game? So, you know, like technically, like in the court of law, poker is not considered gambling. Because it's like you could have better or worse cards and still like win or lose depending on how you play. So it's very interesting, but I haven't played in months. Haram, Habibi, haram. You could play roulette all night. What's wrong with you, man? Are you a puppy? He's like, I could just, if you just take the wheel and spin the ball around the wheel for the next 6 hours, I would be fully content with that activity. Nah, but like for low key though, man, all casino games are like animal games, you know? They're all so repetitive and just like flip the card, throw the dice. Even poker's boring as hell. Yeah, y'all get into poker, but like that's the most boringest game out there. Can we be real? It's fun, but it's not always fun. It's boring I don't know how to describe it. Poker is more boring than chess. Because you just sit there and then everybody's weird. Sometimes you meet cool people, but like you get hella weird people sometimes. Poker's like paintball. You get like people show up. Like they got outfits. Motherfuckers bring in their backpacks and like their sunglasses and their headphones and then Legos and shit. And you're like, what's wrong with you? Do people shit talk? Sometimes. They lose or if they win, and then like it's just weird. It's like locals in your area. Sounds like a weird ad, but like low key, bro. I told you, poker like at the casino, it's fun in Vegas because there's just randos from all over the world. But like if you go and play, just randos at your casino. Like most people are quiet, but like I've encountered people talk shit. I've encountered people arguing with each other, people flirting with each other, people just being hella weird. I've seen brother and sister. Like, I've seen families. Like, I've seen the weirdest shit, dude. But poker draws quite the crowd. Oh, man. But I've just seen everything. Some people are really nice, but, like, most of them are weird. I've came to the conclusion. And most of them are weird and the game is boring. But it is fun. I like playing it, but it is, like, a lot, like, you will sit there for a long time, like potentially just doing nothing, burning through money, and then you just wait, sit there, like it's just sitting. You live under Vegas. I played poker in prison. Great. I'm scared to hit the casino. That's a lot to unpack, sir. I'm going to start with the first part. What do you mean you live under Vegas? Like, do you live in the underground community? Or do you live, like, in Henderson? Like, South Vegas. Like, what are we talking about? Oh, I meant live in Vegas? Okay, I'm starting there. Okay, but then you would play prison and poker. That I was gonna say, but I'm like, so wait, you got out of prison and you moved underneath Vegas. That's amazing. But now you don't want to play poker somehow, but you got into trading. I'm like, there's a lot to unpack. But nah, you should go to it's fun at the casino. Like if you've already played poker before, just like, I don't know, a little bit of an adrenaline rush. You get to like meet new people kind of and play. That's why I took my girlfriend. I made my girlfriend play once with me. It was fun. It's like, it's exciting. You don't have to play for a lot of money. You could play $20, like, don't they have, I think like $20 tables, or it's like $1 bet, $1 blind. You could come in with like $100, $200, maybe less. I think they let you in with 20 if you really wanted to. I felt safer playing prison and poker. Oh, come on. Vegas, very safe, Habibi. Don't you know? You live in there, but like in the casino, no problem. Yeah, there is tunnels in Vegas. It's crazy. You've ever seen those? That was a big deal a couple years ago. And everybody forgot. First time. I always forget what's going on. I don't know. And like, they hella got lingo and shit. Just like, you know how we have our lingo and culture. You go to a poker table, they're like, big blind back off insurance. You don't want that? No? And then they'll just look at you and they're like, it's your turn. They get really, really like crazy with, oh, Najee, well, baby. Early departure. Have a blessed, safe weekend, boss at Chattadonia. Love you all. Peace. Oh, Najee. Enjoy it, man. Have fun at the ultrasound, bro. Have a great weekend. Hope the moving goes more smooth as well. I love you, bro. Oh, no. Let's go. My guy. Najee. Man, enjoy it. Enjoy the weekend. You're going to learn how to play poker. You're going to hit the WSOP. Shout out to Chad. Peace. All right. That's all right. We're making moves. I like that's a lot of progress. Is Baccarat hard to learn? No. It's probably the easiest game in the you just bet. When it comes down to making a bet, you just go banker or player and then it pays. So it's just, you'll figure it out super easy. You guys should gamble with 2K and play me. No? I'm just kidding. I don't want to take your money in 2K. LOL. Can you sleep at the Vegas casinos? No. That's the only thing that you can't do. So, like, you can only gamble there and then they kick you out. But honestly, if they allowed you to stay there, that'd be dope. Yes, man, it's Las Vegas. Of course you could sleep at the casinos. What do you mean? It's like it's a hotel and casino. You down to play NBA teams versus Chads instead of my player? Like a normal game? Shorten the quarters? Maybe. I haven't played it. That's how I used to play. But I have not done that in years. I don't want to spam, but the online casino game I'm making for my homie is done. We play it on Twitch. You want me to gamble on Twitch? Is that what you're asking me? And bro, what do you do? I thought you're like an engineer. Now you make gambling games. Highly recommend walking from the Strip to McCarran Airport. Great life experience. Dude, if he posts news, you should listen to him, but don't. What are you saying? Do not listen to that. I'm ashamed I read that out loud. Do not do that. Please. For your own safety and the safety of others. Okay? Just do not do that. Do not listen to that. You had to do it? Why did you have to do it? Was this a time where Uber didn't exist? Even then, there's a shit ton of taxis still. There's no way. Wait. You seen the homeless people? Oh, you're the homeless guy that one time. It all just came back to me. That's why I got quiet when I read that. I was like, wait a minute. You've been watching gambling streams? You know what the next step is, right? I don't know. Like, are you aware of what you are doing? I'm just letting you know. I don't know if you're aware of what the next step is moving forward. But yeah. You were 21. All my friends left before my flight. I lost literally all my money playing cards and had to catch a flight. Couldn't afford an Uber cab. Uber is on your phone. You don't need cash, sir. There's no way. You just wanted the life experience. I know Troy wanted an adventure. You're like, fuck it. If anybody asks, I spent it all on cards. I'm going to go experience. I don't even, dude, that's a wild. How long did it take? If I can't fall asleep, I watch the poker sound of chips. Puts you to sleep. Wow. That's interesting. It's like kind of weird at first, but I'm like, I kind of do like that noise. That's a very very interesting money meditation. Took a few hours. Did you get to your flight? Dude, there's no way you chose that route. There's no what? Dude. Yes, I mean, this is, man. You should have asked what hotel were you staying at? You guys know you could always ask the hotel for shit if you're a guest, and then you could cry if they say no. I would have been like, help me, please. That's insane. So you had no way to get an Uber, spent all your money, walked several hours to the airport in Vegas from the Strip and made your flight. That is a good story. Dude, I bet you could make a movie about that. That could be a whole movie starring James Franco and Seth Rogen. Why would anybody do that? That's crazy. You put on World War II trench fighting to go to sleep. All right, I don't want to know what you guys listen to go to bed. I'm telling you, even the poker chips was very unique. Now, World War II trench shit, I don't want to know anything else about y'all anymore. It's better for you and me if I don't know what the fuck y'all listen to going to bed. What's wrong with y'all? I like to listen to the sound of a cow getting milked. Oh, yeah, Josh, I like to listen to a Frisbee being created. What? Yeah, Yeah, I listen to plastic smoldering and welding before I go to bed. Oh, I listen to flag noises. Excuse me? Like, like the flag waving. Yeah, it's very soothing. That's what I listen to when I go to bed. Super chill. Yeah, man, I don't know. I listen to evangelical minister debating college students in the quad on college. What's his name? Is it Kent Hovind? Or does he have another name? I love watching those too. It's always a good time. I listen to EF5 tornado sounds at 144 hertz when I try to fall. Man, this guy. 144 hertz, man. That's a little too specific, sir. It's freaking me out now. I don't want to know any of these. You listen to meditation sounds. I told you I felt scam. I went and I got, I'm going to call it a massage, because if I call it a facial, I just don't want to deal with those comments right now. But they played the music and I was mad because I was like, this is straight up PlayStation music. So sometimes their spa music is PlayStation intro music. It's a fact. Got promoted from engineer 1 to engineer 2 yesterday. Yo, let's go. What does that mean? What is engineer 1 now? You're number 1, but I assume that's better, but let's go. But like, yo, what do you mean engineer 1 to 2? What are we doing though? What's the rest of the task? Any plans this weekend? I got a couple of plans, actually. I got houses. I got house plans. I have car plans. I have family plans. And I have 2K plans. So, and I got dinner plans, too. You listen to Trading Fraternity stream from last year to go to bed? Am I that boring? Hey, at least I made it on the list. House plans. Yeah, we got a couple of houses. I got a couple of calls I need to make, too. Honestly, on that note, we got to wrap it up. We got to play our 2K. We got to get our 2K in here. I forgot. Yeah, we've been on late the last couple of times. Paul George, you guys want to see it again? Oh, oh, no. Oh, I'm an idiot. I deleted the video. Damn. I deleted the Paul George video. Oh. Oh. I do have one other clip of it, but damn. Wasn't I just telling you how nerdy I was and how much I loved it? Now I deleted it. Are you serious? There's not a backup? No. Where that recycle bin at? No, I hella deleted it, bro. Oh, wait a minute. No, I hella deleted it. How come I see all these items, but not that one? Get it back. I made a clip of it though, but damn, I had the full game. I'm a failure. Oh. I think I found it. Yeah, this is it. I found it. Look at Paul George trying to guard. I think this is it. Yeah. Paul George. Yeah, I found it. It's hidden. I got to save this, though. I just moved it to my desktop, though. That's how I deleted it last time. Oh, shit. I just fucked up the video. My bad. Yeah, bro. You guys want to watch it? We can watch the whole game. Instead of playing 2K today, I could just show you my matchup against Paul George. You could observe my talentful play. It's a little glitchy. I'm just camping down low. I have my Mamba. They don't pass me the ball. I make it work. Don't worry. Look at this. Pass out, man. Oh, give me that board. I'm everywhere. Look at that. Sorry. Bring Paul. You could bring Paul. Yeah, look at that. See? No, man. There's just one play, though. I just ripped Paul. I already showed you it. I just ripped Paul George, bro. Look at, they don't even pass the ball to Paul George. Imagine playing with Paul George and not passing him the ball. That's insane. But look, that's really Paul George. I don't think they feel me, Chad. So, yeah, look. It's Paul George. Telling you. It's a great day. Great day. Man. Oh, Lunar. Oh, Lunar. What just happened to Lunar? I closed my thing. Lunar's getting clapped right now. But yeah, let me check this news on Lunar. May not be much. Intuitive says Lunar landed, maybe tipped on its side. And that's all. There's no way. They don't know. They don't have a camera up there. Remember we were asking about this? Well, on that note, Chatadonia, it is time we wrap it up. I don't really play any other games. I can play Fortnite. I'm an OG gamer, though, you know, but I've been loving 2K lately. But now we got to go. I am going to play a game of 2K, so we will stay on the Twitch. But YouTube, Chad, it is time that we depart. I hope you guys know you are blessed for real. What an amazing week. We have earnings wrapping up, and we got a lot more that we got going, but I really hope you take this weekend. Rest, relax, be refreshed, be renewed, so you're ready to go. Let's end out February, but make the most of it, and thank you for your time today. I love all of you, and don't you ever forget why we are here. Why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, baby. And while we know there's a lot more meaning for life in our identity, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chatadonia, Twitch TV/Trading Fraternity. I'll see you guys there, but YouTube, I'm out. I'm out, man. I'm out. I love y'all. Goodbye. Did we say horn? We already did everything horn. See you later. It's been a long day without you two, my friend. I tell you all about it. I tell you when the presidency ends. All right, see you later. Bye. Here we go. Good weekend. Good.